1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, mic check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, mic check 1, 2.
Cricket Club, born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surrey, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry, and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year.
Okay.
175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to the Kia Oval for day 2 of this clash between Surrey and Warwickshire. Day 1 was an absolute belter. The visitors were sent in at the toss. They lost 3 wickets in the first session, 3 in the second, but very much stabilised after tea. And all told, took the honours, 318 for 8 by the close. Ed Barnard still there on 96 not out. So let's take a look at the highlights before we return to coverage here at the Oval in about 5 minutes ahead of the first ball on day 2. Keeps it down for about first runs of the match. Herring after it's Dom Sibley. Doesn't quite drag it in beneath our commentary position. Thought he got to the contest, but parried it over the low. Shot. Much better. Out to the long rope, but it won't matter. Great timing. 2 boundaries in the first over, an eventful one. Warwickshire after being sent in, 8 for none. Driving a ball that was swinging, playing in that direction behind point, another boundary. Aggressive start for the visitors, they're 12 for none.
It is, isn't it?
Screen in front of us. That'll be another boundary.
Again, quite streaky, isn't it? I mean, he's quite keen on. Sharp.
Yep, put away through mid-wicket. There to be hit. Leg stump line, more or less a half volley. Makes the most of it. Yates up to 18. Not sure what he was. Well steered. Again, this is a productive start for the visitors. Sent in 33 for none. Shut again. Yates, top of the bounce. Short boundary, makes no mistake. 25 from 24. Let the good times roll. Warwickshire, 37 for none. Oh, thick edge. 4 runs. It's a busy old start this. No ball as well. Is that what I'm seeing? Signal? No, I'm not. You just had the arm out when.
Bit of width again, and that's put away by Davies. Davies motions to leave that one, but ends up getting backed on it, and the ball runs away to the deep third boundary, and he picks up 4. Bowled him! Davies looks to leave that one, and it comes in from Clark, who knocks over the Warwickshire opening batters off stump, and Surrey have their first wicket of the morning. Big appeal for LBW, and the finger goes up. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Surrey. Sean Abbott strikes with his second over, just like Jordan Clark did. Oh, flicked away nicely from Sam Hain. Roach, a little bit fuller this time, persevering with that. Roach has got him. Hain wasn't moving. Massive appeal from Surrey, and with the final delivery of the morning session.
Oh my word, so close to dragging on Moseley, but he's off the mark with a streaky boundary. A loose shot slightly away from his body.
Driven nicely into the offside, really lent on it well, and the man at deep point won't get round to cover it off. He picks up 4, moves on to 21. Tucked away into the leg side by Rhodes. He picks up 4 more. Productive over for Warwickshire. 10 runs off it. They move to 122. Oh, another appeal.
Yeah.
And the finger goes up. Clark strikes this time. Struck in his second over of his first spell, strikes in the first over of his second. He traps Moseley. LBW for 25. Surrey have their 4th wicket. And that's punched nicely into the offside by Ed Bernard, and that races away over the practice pitches for 4. Oh, driven nicely from Bernard. That's a glorious shot. Through extra cover, that'll run away to the long boundary on the offside. He moves on to 12.
That's a lovely shot, beautifully clipped away, but a really good effort from Worrell, who's bowled 11 overs today. Pulled off one splendid. I think that. Oh, now then, he's got him. He's got him. Caught at slip, a really good catch from Dom Sibley. It went very low. I think he had to dive ever so slightly forward. That is the breakthrough Surrey so desperately wanted.
Caught at the second attempt. Fuller from Roach. Bethel drives, dropped at first slip, but second slip clings onto it. Kemar Roach gets the wicket, and Surrey pick up their 6th of the day. Short and pulled away authoritatively through the leg side, and Bernard will pick up 4. He's tried that shot on a couple of occasions and not got bat on it, but this time he's done it. Ooh, leg side this time from Abbott, and Bernard gets a little bit of bat on it, and that will race away to the fine leg boundary. He picks up 4.
Short again, but outside part of the bat. He'll get 4 for it, not without risk. Barnard moves into the 40s. That'll help. Lovely shot. Burgess to move into double figures. First ball he faces in the session. Turns it into a half volley with a nice stride and takes Warwickshire to 200 for 6.
If you just want to...
Full toss put away. That time makes the most of it and advances to a half century as well. Ed Barnard coming in at an important time for the visitors. The clubs at least. Oh, it's through. Clark again. It's always Clark. That's his 4th wicket, and it breaks up a partnership that was building. Broken on 55.
Oh, now that's a bit edgy, but he'll take it. He'll go down to the boundary for 4. It was a fine shot. He was aiming to hit it behind square, which wouldn't get quite as fine as that, but that's beautifully flicked away by Jamal. It looked like he just not quite judged that right, and then he... Oh, now then. Dragged down from Cameron Steele and dragged out.
On the front foot, it's you and me. A glorious square drive by Barnard to move into the 70s. Second new ball, getting to the pitch of it and putting it away. Kookaburra. Oh, has that hit something on the way through? Yeah, it has. Looks like a conventional leave, but it came back and got big on Jamal.
Oh, now then. That's a great shot. Absolute stonker of a pull.
Where does that come from?
Well, I think Miles has decided if he... Burns is saying, and he's got it through. It's a shot of some class, that. Rocking back. Dragged down a little by Steele, who...
My binoculars there.
The last ball of the day is clattered away through backward points. An expensive last over. 14 runs coming from it.
So it was a boundary to finish day 1. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me, Ed Barnard. Moving to a boundary short of 3 figures. A tremendous performance from Warwickshire's number 6 yesterday. Had to do a lot of heavy lifting, especially through that middle session with wickets falling, but they really did prosper after tea, adding 123 runs at nearly 4 and over, losing only 2 wickets. Burgess for 22 and Jamal for 26. He's since had Miles for company. They're put on 41. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning, and the first thing I notice is that the pitch is a lot less green than it was yesterday. When we arrived yesterday, it looked, I mean, it wasn't grassy, but it looked a little bit more like the strips on either side. But today, after it's had the sun on all night and been exposed this morning, it looks a bit more straw-coloured, doesn't it?
So starting just ahead of 11 o'clock. Always like that. I like when the players are ready to roll at 1 to 11.
Yes, that is good.
They've started, according to my computer clock, which I think we can definitively say is the time. I think these days that what the clocks in our computers say, they're all aligned. They're all the same.
Oh, yeah.
We started right on 10:59.
That's good, isn't it?
Happy days.
Because, I mean, look, I'm really looking forward to today's play. I think it could be thrilling. Surrey will look, obviously, to pick up those 2 last remaining wickets quickly and get batting. But we have something else that we've got our eye on today. And I know you particularly would like a prompt finish so you can get back for Eurovision, be properly rested.
Bit going on.
Will you? Do you do your themed dinners? Will you have like a Slovakian starter and a
that's a good idea.
Belgian beer?
Typically, I dine and party, as it were, have a party, a house party, very civilised, you know, with some other Eurovision types. But this year, I've realised the right thing to do, given I'm away from home a lot at the moment, is to watch it with my wife.
Yep.
So that's what we will do later on.
That is indeed what I will be doing.
I might invite a couple of friends nearby and say, do you want to drop by for a cup of tea or a glass of wine? But
well, my wife made flags for all the participating countries and stuck them on cocktail sticks one year, and so we had, like, you know, olives for Greece, and I can't remember all the other things. There was, you get the idea. There were basically vast numbers of different things to eat and drink that were all labelled with the participating countries.
Yes,
oh, hello. First runs of the day.
Can be a boundary. So, did it hit anything from Miles on the way? No, it didn't.
That is a
rare 4 byes for Ben Folks.
A brutal call of byes, that. I mean, obviously it would have been 5 wides in a one-day game. I don't quite know how Ben Folks was supposed to get it anywhere near that. Clark's just been straying a little bit down the leg side so far, his first morning of the day. So what are your tips? Who should I be looking out for? I saw the second semi-final and marvelled at the insanity of the Netherlands.
I love the Dutch. They're in trouble, actually.
Are they?
I'm not sure what he's done exactly, but he did something that was inappropriate at the press conference. And
That doesn't surprise
me. And they
me.
weren't allowed to do the dress rehearsal yesterday, the Dutch.
And now, is it true, and if so, why is it true, that the juries make their judgment on the performances in the dress rehearsal?
Correct.
What's that all about?
I don't know. This happened last year as well, where the juries, because I think it's to do with the logistics.
So the speed of getting the results out.
Because they've only got the half an hour before we get the official.
Right.
This is a verified result moment. First runs off the bat for the day. Carved away for 4 miles. So a productive start for the visitors. 8 runs, advancing them to 326 for 8. And, well, they've still got a fair way to run when it comes to batting points as well. 13 overs until that juncture.
They could
And a
get the
partnership
400.
that's gone beyond 50 here as well, acknowledged by the crowd. They've batted really nicely. Last night they came in when Jamal was removed.
It was quite a stiff over, that it felt slightly, from Jordan Clark. He didn't feel quite limbered up there. A couple of balls down, well, 3 balls down the leg side, one which went for 4 wides, and then that last one was a drag down, short outside off. Now, Dan Worrell is going to come from his favoured end. When they took the new ball yesterday, Roach and Worrell had changed ends. Wasn't quite sure of the thinking behind that. But Worrell's back, where he belongs, at the Vauxhall end.
Board's had a bit of a schism here. Our main scoreboard said the score's 304 for 8, but the one beneath us here on the screens got the right idea. I think that might have prompted a few cheers around the ground, thinking that Barnard went to 100 with that previous shot, because it had the marker. I momentarily thought, if I just missed the ton, I'm like, surely not. That's not him facing that ball. But the crowd had on the board the little red marker was next to his name. Anyway, it's with him now on 96, Worrell's first ball of day 2. At least 97, probably 2. Plenty of room out to the long boundary, and 2 it will be. It's a 98. He's batted so well.
He really has. Everybody else managed to sort of get a start, didn't they, apart from Bethel? But he's the one who's gone on.
Into the 18th over with this ball. 2 slips. And Barnard playing conservatively. So 2 men back on the short rope at fine leg, or more a long leg really, and a deep square in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. Mid on, wideish mid off. Point, deep point, sweeping, or deep cover I should say. A 3rd man. And those 2 slips I mentioned before next to Ben Folkes. Ooh, I do feel a bit for Barnard here, because there'll be people in the ground thinking he's on 89.
Yes.
That he's not on 98, because it does say 304 for 8. They've already acknowledged the 100 once. At least some people have, right?
Yes.
So it may well be the case that he reaches 3 figures here and it's all rather subdued. But I think he's trundled onto either 91 or 102, depending on...
But what happens if he gets out? Because then he's had 100 acknowledged he didn't get.
One of the quirks. Oh, here we go. The board's back in business. We were complimentary of it yesterday. They've done a great job updating that. Anyway, back to the action. Knows the call into the offside. We were noting yesterday, I don't think we were together, that they've made a massive improvement to the scoreboards here. Look next to the bowler's name, Daniel.
Oh, I know. Bowling figures.
Bowling figures.
Isn't it beautiful?
We're nearly there. We've got one more thing to fix, and that is the underneath the bowler's number. We've got 22.0 for Roach, for example. We don't need all those. We don't need that decimal point. All we need next to it is Roach's figures.
Yes.
Instead of 22, we want to know what his figures are.
Yes.
Then we're cooking with gas. But a big advance, well played. And that'll be a frustration to some Surrey fans who've been here over the years and kind of pondered, what on earth is, what have they conceded? What's going on here? But now we have a much better handle on that. And Worrell into his 22nd over, wicketless, but as we saw there, with the ball still moving through the air for him, as it did throughout yesterday, old ball and new.
I don't know how he was wicketless yesterday. He beat the bat so many times. But Surrey not overly attacking here. 2 slips in place when they had the first new ball yesterday. The pitch was a bit greener yesterday morning.
Soft hands down to deep third. He'll consider the second, but Barnard calls it off. But he will keep the strike. He's up to 99. 3.29 for 8. Good start for Warwickshire, adding 11 runs in 2 overs. And mentioned before that batting point scenario. You're quite good at this, Daniel. 12 overs to the mark.
6 and over to get to
400.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
which
well
will
and
be
truly in the
4
frame.
batting points. That's possible. It'll be interesting to see how Warwickshire play this. They played aggressively yesterday. Well, they played with positive intent. A couple of their guys got a bit stuck. Will Rhodes got a bit stuck, but for the most part, you saw in the opening partnership, they were keen to get on with it, play the shots. Once Barnard gets to his 100, if he gets to his 100, then I'll just be intrigued to see whether they shoot for the 400.
Oh, they have to.
I think so.
They've got to put the foot down at that point. 8 down. Here he is on 99. Waits the call out to mid-wicket.
Don't forget, Surrey still have to get another wicket in order to get to their 3 bonus points, which is, there's only 12 overs left to get that. The pitch is looking in pretty good nick. It's a lovely morning for batting. The breeze, by the way, as you're watching, is going right to left on your screen. So from the pavilion end, sort of assisting the ball going away from the right-hander.
And there it is. Ed Barnard records his 6th first-class century and his first for Warwickshire. And it's been a fine performance. Walking in yesterday with his side at risk of being skittled for under 200, he's put them into a position of some authority. 10 boundaries along the way. Well played.
Superb knock, isn't it? Very frustrating for Surrey, but magnificent for Warwickshire, as you say. He's had to marshal that middle order against albeit a slightly older ball, but then when they took the second new ball last night, he batted quite brilliantly in that last 16 overs of the day, the last hour or so.
That's the request from folks in Sibley, but that's just knocked on the head.
Trifle hopeful. But yes, I mean, it's been superb. Had he got out early, and there were a couple of occasions when he looked a little ruffled by the short ball. He played a couple of pull shots with no timing. He got slightly beaten for pace early on. Had he gone at that point, then Warwickshire could well have been done for under 200. Now they can dream of 400. And the power of lower order runs, I've talked about this with Samo and you before, and how the very best teams, the ones that tend to go on and win the county championship or compete for it at least, are the ones who really do keep going after the loss of 5 wickets. You see a lot of sides when they come up, they might have some headline grabbing batters, but that tail might not wag. Well, these are 2 sides with very strong tails, as we previewed yesterday.
Deft. Great contest between Clark and Barnard yesterday. That was documented by Matt Rollo in his report of the day on Cricinfo. Matt was with us yesterday about 2 men who've changed clubs across the journey, and looking at Clark, who was the main weapon for Surrey yesterday with the ball, the perspective of not really knowing where he'd end up as a first-class player. He rocked up here the year after Surrey won the championship in 2018. Another run to finish. Miles will keep the strike on 25. Barnard 102, bringing up his century in that over. 3-3-3 for 8. But yes, the idea that it being a bit unclear about where his career might go, with Surrey being such a stable side throughout 2018, was there room for him? I know that the idea now, we look in retrospect, a Clark for a Clark, and that makes sense with hindsight, but when he first showed up at the Kia Oval, it might have been with a view to being a white ball plunderer, but he's turned himself into one of, if not the most effective seaming all-rounders in the country. Took 48 wickets at 21 last year. We saw what he could do with the bat in difficult circumstances last year against Nottinghamshire, batting the whole way through the day for a century, and then a century in a session not out against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago at the Oval. And then on the other side of the equation, Ed Barnard, just having now posted his first century for Warwickshire, but choosing to move, in effect, from Division 2 to Division 1. which isn't unusual. I know Worcester are now, of course, in top flight in 2024, which is terrific. But moving to the rivals, Warwickshire, and making it work for him, having a really good start to the season. 89 in the first week, 63 last week, and an unbeaten 100 here.
Yeah, he's a very effective player. I mean, bowling was probably the first string to his bow.
Well, that's it, isn't it? We saw him take a fifer here last year, where he was the only bowler who could really match it with Surrey's bats. He was the one that kept them in the game across the first 4 sessions, really. And this time around, it's happy hunting ground for him.
Now, Jordan Clark, the first time I encountered Jordan Clark, weirdly, was the Village Cup final of 2012 or 13, which I was commentating for a different outlet.
The sofa?
The sofa, yes, when the sofa was installed at the Cricketer.
In its pomp?
Yeah.
If you want to learn more about that, there's a documentary called Calling the Shots, episode 5, The Disruptors. Anyway.
Always plugging.
if you know, you know. Anyway, continue.
And I believe it was sort of his family's village that were playing. And he came in. He was very early in his career, of course. That would have been, I can't remember if it's 2012 or 2013. It had to be one of the 2 years. Maybe his brother was playing in the game. It's possible. A very young version.
Well, he was known. Well, he 6 sixes in a second team game, didn't he? And he took a hat trick in a Roses match. That was his last year at Lancs before moving down. Oh, that's taken off.
Wow.
From a length, had to play, and, well, folks has taken it way above his head.
Well,
actually, I mean, the radar says 76 mile an hour, but ignore that. That's neither here nor there. We'll see a replay of this delivery if we can.
This has startled folks, actually. It's burst through his hands, I think, which is very rare.
Oh, nasty.
Oof. Miles might be licking his lips a little bit there.
As you say, remarkable that Worrell's wicketless in this inning so far. Beat the bat a lot. Does so again here on cue.
Now one's kept a little bit lower from not a dissimilar length, so slightly concerning signs for Surrey's batters. Encouragement here for Miles and Barnard when they get the ball in their hands. And don't just think that Surrey get through one more wicket, they're done, because Oliver Hannon-Dolby,
yes,
he is a very sticky customer.
He made runs, I think.
I think he did he?
I've got a feeling he made runs here last year.
I still like his incredibly long partnership with, I think it was Burgess, some years ago.
Three times, 3 plays and misses, completes a maiden. Unlucky for him, 3 for 8 remains a score after an even 100 overs, and the strike goes back to Ed Barnard.
How luckless can you be in one match?
Yes.
That is the nature of the beast, I suppose.
To return to your earlier question, before we were rudely interrupted by Ed Barnard posting 3 figures, Croatia are overwhelmingly the favourites. They've never won before.
Croatia,
Croatia.
Are they? My sister-in-law's Croatian. Right.
Yeah, right. Baby Lasagna is the act.
Oh, I think I've heard of this.
They had a very good semi-final, so they've been looked after.
How's Royo Muni?
I'm not too across the tune, I must say. Barnard just gives a strike back first ball of the over. He wants 2 actually. Good running. That's really good running from the set man. Well, they're both set by this point, but really insisting on returning to the danger end to keep the strike. The markets have. I mean, you've got to be a little bit wary of these when it comes to Eurovision. So I've learnt over the years.
Absolutely, yes. It's any exact science, I'd say.
Israel a second favourite, Switzerland a third favourite. I don't think we had. Yeah. Well, anyway, let's not have a broader commentary on the geopolitics. Although there's much of it is geopolitics in Eurovision. Swing and a miss, Barnard. You can see what he's trying to do to the short rope. They've got a deep point, but no one out at cover at all. They've got a nice big juicy gap for him, so trying to help it through there, but not to be.
And I think Jordan Clark might be rather feeding that temptation as well here.
Yes.
I'm not really familiar with the UK song this year, I'm afraid. Although Ryland Clark is very supportive of it, but then he's very supportive of most things.
Single out to the short rope. No, I haven't done the form this year. I've been a couple of times. I went in 2005 to the 50th Eurovision.
Where was that?
In Kiev.
Yeah,
That was a sensational few days.
I can imagine.
It's different in Australia, remember. People watch it in a different way to the way they watch it in the UK.
Watch it live and in the morning.
No, now, it used to not be, though. It used to be on tape delay. You have to watch it at 7:30 on a Sunday night.
Oh.
Yeah. It was a bit of a thing. It was a bit of a thing. More than a bit. That's changed in recent years, but it was a bit of a annual thing, and especially if you came from families that had Eurovision.
Of course, Greeks and Croatians and
exactly. And in my case, having British family, it meant that they watched it as kids. So, so it's a different vibe to what it's I guess the cliche of what Eurovision is seen over here.
Is Australia in it?
Yeah, they got bundled out in the semis. Didn't get through it. First time they've not made the final in the however long they've been in there now. I covered the second one that Australia were in 2016 in Stockholm. Stockholm. And they were runner-up in that. Dami Im. All night was going to win, and then on the last vote of the night, Ukraine got over the line.
Ah.
Jamala,
so I remember watching
Jamala
the votes come in.
About
very exciting.
Yes, it was a really grim song about genocide, and got up.
It takes all sorts of tastes.
Yes, it was a song about what happened in Ukraine in 1942, which wasn't too nice. Shot. That's the boundary earlier in the over that Barnard was looking for, but Miles, well, he's crunched that. Forget about short boundary, long boundary. That's going regardless. Another busy over. 340 for 8. Miles up to 29, and the stand 63, which is the biggest of the match.
This might be the best time shot of the match and of the season. That's whistled, and the speed at which that smashed into the boundary boards is astounding. I was watching that, and I don't think you could hit a ball more sweetly than that. Craig Miles. Well, he's got form. Well, he's got history at any rate with the bat. As Craig Miles, and this is now becoming something of a concern for Surrey. 18 minutes or 90 minutes into play because we started a minute early.
Going beautifully.
And we got Charlie Reynolds making his debut today.
We do. I'm through about this. The sardonic perspective of Charlie Reynolds.
Oh yes.
He'll grace us with his presence. He's doing a very good Substack at the moment. Each week he picks out 6 things from...
Ah, yes, like the over, isn't it? Like 6 balls.
That's it.
The championship.
That's it. It's called. I'll give him a wee plug, shall we, before he comes on? Let's find what he's...
Yes, I always give that a little read.
Yes, I'm not having a good time finding it.
It's like a primer.
Here it is. Shot again. This time it's Barnard's turn to go through extra cover. There is a sweeper in that direction, so they'll be taking 2 rather than finding the rope. But yeah, again, it kind of reflects the way this pair have batted since walking out this morning, and none of this sort of get in for 20 minutes to see how we go. They're thinking about, I would expect, what's possible by the end of the 110th over. Charlie's Substack is called The Last Over. The Sports Fox at substack.com. Anyway, he's with us throughout the course of today. Dean Wilson's with us again. Yeah. And been a big day in English cricket news, of course, with James Anderson. He'll be on the telly later today on BBC's coverage of the women's international between England and Pakistan. And I mentioned that because that'll be him being asked publicly about the story that broke late yesterday in reference to the end of his international career. So that'll be interesting. Dino, great for that, given he's been on the England newsbeat for better part of 20 years. We've got Katja Whitney with us as well, who won the CMJ Young Journalist of the Year for 2023. Works across the road for Wisdom.com, so we're well stacked, and you and I will just do what we do.
And of course our producer, Mark Sharman, who is also the producer of the Tail Enders podcast.
He's had a busy night. Outside part of the blade that's down a deep third for 1.
He looked quite traumatised when the story broke, not because I don't think he was completely unaware of it happening. It was when it happened, and then that sudden realisation. I saw Elizabeth Ammon late yesterday evening, and she looked haunted. It's like, do you have to do this at 5 o'clock on a Friday?
Yeah, it's the worst time for a story to kind of break, isn't it?
Yes, I believe Ali Martin, the breaker of the story, received a number of slightly disgruntled text messages from his colleagues.
Oh, knocks him over watching it. Well, it's been coming, you could say, for Worrell. He's been threatening the outside edge, and that's just jagged back ever so slightly. Miles perhaps playing for that genuine outswinger, losing his off stump. The 9th wicket falls with the score on 343. An excellent partnership of 66 comes to an end. Daniel Norcross.
Well, that's superb partnership, of course, but what a great bit of bowling, and so deserved. He's not quite showing the elation he might. I think there's frustration in Surrey's ranks that they've allowed Warwickshire to get to 343. I mean, they haven't allowed it. Warwickshire played very well to get there, and you're absolutely right. He's left a few playing for the away swinger, and there was always a threat there was going to be one that came back in. And if you see this replay here, that just kisses the very top of the off stump. They say aim for top of off. You can't get really more top of off than that. No celebration at all. But Surrey should celebrate, because with that they have got maximum bowling points, and there was a slight danger that they were going to fall short. The way these two were batting, see there, really close up. It's hit the bail. It couldn't be better, and then it flies off like somebody scything the ears off a toy rabbit with a Stanley knife.
It'll make for a nice photo if someone's captured the bail in the air with the arms being shouldered by Miles there. But it might have come back a little bit more than my instinct was originally, and that's just the skill that Worrell possesses, isn't it? That he can bowl outswinger after outswinger. We saw he beat Miles with 3 consecutive outswingers in the previous over, and then be able to land it in exactly the same place. Miles being committed to letting the ball go on that length and coming back to nudge the off bail, which is the stuff you dream of as a quick.
Well, it's beautiful, and it caught us ever so slightly unawares, because you hear this little noise and you thought,
clonk,
what's that? Really?
Yes, I actually was watching to go behind the curtain here. We occasionally watch the screen in front of us, which is the custom when doing this kind of commentary, or sometimes watching out in the middle. I was watching with my own eyes for that ball, and yes, you could see the bail just fly off in the air. That's exactly what Surrey wanted, a wicket in the first half an hour. However, they have taken the score from 318 to 343. So, Hannon Dolby walking in at 11, the tall left-hander. He's got one ball to get through here from Worrell. Short leg in. In behind it. Well played. Gives the strike back to Barnett, who I expect now will take a more enterprising attitude to affairs. Given their 7 runs from a 350 as well, Daniel. That's not for nothing.
No. I mean, that's a 3rd batting point in their sights, and they might just. Well, I imagine Barnard might just sort of nurse their way there. I mean, I've got to tell you that Oliver Hannon Dolby, I mentioned earlier, he was involved in a partnership with Burgess. I'm hoping that Andrew Sampson, if he's listening, could give us all the details. But Hannon Dolby batted for 2 hours and 14 minutes for 11 not out, and he took 67 balls to score his first run in that partnership.
And what do you think? What do you think's popped up on our screen at exactly the same time? The identical information from Andrew Sampson.
Thank you, Andrew Sampson.
You two are aligned.
Because Burgess, I mean, he basically nurtured Burgess to his 3 figures. He ended up getting 178, Burgess. So, don't for 1 minute think that this task is done. Now, this is very intriguing. Surrey have gone for Dan Lawrence. We've seen no sign of Kemar Roach today.
So Dan Lawrence with 9 men back. So we're going straight into the in-out game. 4 on the offside, 5 on the leg side. Even 5 legs back for an off spinner, more or less. Deep backward square at least. And Barnard won't take the single. So we're into this mode.
I never like this mode, I'm never happy with this mode.
I like it when one team's doing it and one team isn't. I like the madness and confusion of that.
Yes.
Where a fielding team's doing it and the batting team's like, no, we'll just keep taking the singles, actually. So Lawrence, you did bowl a couple of overs late yesterday, none for 7. Bowled exceptionally well on opening day of the season, a 5 at Lancashire. Took 3 in the first innings against Somerset here a month ago.
He has the most magnificently idiosyncratic load-up, and it comes in sort of 2 parts. There's the first sudden jerk of an arm, and then another arm.
Bit sloppy here. The ball's ended up at mid-on somehow, so they'll just take a beat and wait.
And he's also telling his fielders in the offside he wants them right on the line.
That was after the reverse sweep attempts from Barnard before, just to I guess just to show him he had the shot. Didn't really go through with it. If you can play a defensive reverse sweep, that's what he did. So now 4 dots gone. And which ball do we go? Do we bring them in after 4? I think that's the custom, isn't it?
Surely.
You don't want to give the single away from the 5th. So they're bringing in mid-wicket. Yeah, so I was going to say, deep backwards, square out with 2 balls to go wouldn't quite stand to reason. They're going to keep deep mid-wicket out, deep backwards, square out, which is fine, you would think, deep point. So 3 sweepers, 4, sorry, long on.
Yep.
Looks like Lawrence is trying to make one more adjustment.
Quite how he's going to keep him to a single here, I don't know. I say to a single, to a dot ball. What's he going to do here? Fire one in on the pads. There's a big gap between extra cover and backward point. You have to be very accurate here.
Feet used, caught at cover. That'll do it. So 2 wickets in a hurry to finish the innings. Barnard, the last man to go for 108. But boy, he's done a good job. They resumed at 318 for 8, that partnership of 66 for the 9th wicket. But when Miles fell in the previous over, shouldering arms to Worrell, bowled for 29, it meant that Barnard had to do all the heavy lifting. And clever work from Surrey to play the game there. They pulled the right rein. Lawrence gets a wicket to finish Warwickshire all out for 343.
That'll frustrate Warwickshire because they were within sight of a 3rd batting point, and they would even have had hopes of a 4th the way they were going. So it looked untroubled in what feel like pretty nice batting conditions. We have, in fairness, in a couple of balls we saw one that burst through from Worrell, and then straight after it keep a little bit low. But all in all, it looks like pretty benign batting conditions. And 5 minutes ago we were talking about them targeting 4 bonus batting points, and they've ended up with just a 2 in the end. But a superb knock from Barnard. You can see head and shoulders above everybody else on the side, and plenty of players getting in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the 20s, 2 in the 30s, which tells you that this hasn't been the kind of pitch where Surrey have been able to go bang bang too often. Yes,
that's right. I mean, they did a couple of times, but the partnerships 59, 29, 43, 31, 55, 55, 66. I mean, it demonstrates that it was a kind of a cat and mouse kind of day yesterday, where there are different points where it looked like Warwickshire were making the running, especially up top, that partnership of 59, but the first 50 coming in 10 overs after being inserted. But yes, wickets at inconvenient times, you might say, through the middle part of the day. At one stage, 167 for 6, and you're thinking, well, they might be all out for 190, 200 here. But then there was the crucial partnerships, I should say, between Barnard and Burgess, worth 55 for the 7th wicket, Barnard and Jamal worth 55 for the 8th, and then Barnard and Miles 66 for the 9th, and that got them beyond 300 and up to 343 as they go back and put on their bowling boots.
Yep, and a bit of tactical genius there from the skipper. Rory Burns bringing Dan Lawrence onto bowl, prizing out that last wicket. It all felt a bit phony warish as the first 4 balls, everybody back and nothing happening. Then in comes the field. Barnard looks to go over the top, and very sharp catch from Dominic Sibley at short extra cover to finish off the innings. You can see the scorecard there. 4 wickets for Jordan Clark. He wasn't able to get his 5th today. The 2 wickets to fall those of Miles. To that beauty from Worrell that just came back and clipped the top of the off stump, taking off the bail. And then Ed Barnard for that splendid 108. 343. Surrey would have taken that at the start of play. They wouldn't have taken it, or they wouldn't have wanted to take it when Warwickshire were 167 for 6. But you can see from that scorecard, look, we mentioned it yesterday at the start of play when we were previewing the match. We said this is 2 teams with very long batting lineups, and you can see there Burgess is at number 8, a man who's made 178 in partnership with Hannon Dolby in the past. Jamal, who's got a test match 86, and Craig Miles, who's one of the best number 10s in the county championship, all of them getting into the 20s. And Dean Wilson has arrived. Hello, darling.
Hello, good morning, Norcos. Good morning, everyone. Yes.
Quick look at the bowling figures, sorry.
Go for it.
Clark, big of the bowlers, 4 for 65, 2 for Roach. Didn't bowl today, it's not unusual. Abbott, 2 for 51, took a wicket almost immediately in his first spell, and his first spell back for Surrey since last year. Dan Lawrence with the last wicket there, and Dan Worrell, who for my money, bowled about as well as a man can bowl to take only 1 wicket, 1 for 73. He did not deserve that at all. So, what do you make of 343? I mean, I think for Warwickshire, irritating in a strange kind of way, because having got to 343 for 8, looking comfy, they wanted at least 3 batting points at that stage. You get a bit greedy, don't you? And they might even have thought about 4, but and who knows how close this is going to get, this county championship. I see a number of contenders for top spot. I see Essex. I mean, even Somerset are now making a bit of a go for it. They haven't lost a game, Somerset. It's a difficult side to defeat. Durham haven't got into their stride yet, but you think would be there or thereabouts. And Warwickshire can't stop scoring huge quantities of runs. So any point that Surrey can deny an opponent, and I'm wearing my Surrey brown hat here, is a positive.
Well, just a quick glance at the table, and it shows that of the top 5 teams, there's only 1 defeat across the top 5 teams in the division so far. Of course, rain has played a part in the early season, but it kind of lends itself to that idea. Quite a few draws, as well as
you get a lot of points for draws these days.
You do get a lot of points for draws, and it kind of lends itself to what you were describing earlier about teams with long batting lineups going all the way down, and actually Warwickshire have kind of shown the value of that, I think, out there over the first day and half an hour. I think they'll be reasonably happy actually with 343 in terms of into the game. You'd like another point, of course you would, but it's better to be in the game in that way.
Well, you're definitely at anything above 300, you feel you're 1 session of 2 or 3 or 4 wickets away from getting on top, aren't you?
Absolutely, and you also know you've got that the opposition have got to work really hard to get an advantage, to get beyond you, and then turn it into something that perhaps can force the issue. It really gives their bowlers a chance, gives them something to work with. From 167 for 6, I think it was at one stage, with Surrey's bowlers looking very menacing indeed. And as you mentioned, Dan Worrell there, I'm delighted he picked up a wicket today, because yesterday he looked in terrific fettle. I don't know how he didn't manage to find an edge or beat the bat into the stumps, but he did that beautifully this morning. So I would be reasonably happy if I were Warwickshire, away from home as well. And I think home advantage actually plays a big part in the first division, and especially when you come to a ground like this, where the numbers, the audience, the crowd are actually reasonably good. They've got great weather yesterday and today. The numbers yesterday were fantastic. I think we're going to get a few more rolling up today. I suspect quite a few people probably here yesterday maybe are playing cricket today, which will be great, but hopefully tuning in, finding out how Surrey are getting on. So I think, the game is nicely poised. I mentioned on commentary yesterday that I thought that the tinge of green, you can kind of see how the colour of the pitch has changed from one day to the next.
It was the first thing I noticed this morning on comms. It's so different, isn't it? It's straw-like. Yesterday, it wasn't that you couldn't tell which the pitch was quite, but it did merge ever so slightly, and actually as the roller's going on now, it's getting, if anything, more and more beige.
Absolutely, and it looks absolutely pristine for batting now today, and that's what Surrey, I guess, we're aiming for. That Rory Burns wanted to get second use on that pitch and kind of bed himself in. We'll see if he can keep up his fine form today. But I do think that 343 is a very competitive first inning score.
Let's sort of scenario this. 87 overs remain today, as you can see on the screen, because they take off the 2.1 overs between innings. And look, what Surrey were obviously hoping to do is to be batting still at the close of play. If they are batting still at the close of play, and it'll very much depend on who scored the runs for Surrey. If Burns and Sibley have predominantly been at the crease, we would expect a slightly lower scoring rate. If Pope, Lawrence and Smith...
not the 2024 Dom Sibley.
Well,
let's just, we're playing...
I still posit that 2 hours of Dom Sibley will still be not quite as productive as 2 hours of Dan Lawrence or Pope or Jamie Smith.
Indeed.
But Surrey will take 2 hours of anybody batting.
Yeah.
If they go, and I think 3.5 and over is a sort of reasonable benchmark for this. Where does that get Surrey then? That's 227, 261 plus 40, just over 300, isn't it?
Just
So
over, yeah.
310 maybe. Then they're close to parity with Warwickshire by the close of play. That is a scenario they'll be looking at. Warwickshire, conversely, they will hope to have bowled Surrey out today. They've got 87 overs to do it. If necessary, they've still got 7 overs with the second new ball at the end of the day, when they could have rested their opening bowlers before having a last burst, if it comes to that. And if they can bowl Surrey out today, that will put them in a strong position. We think there's a little bit, as they say in the cricketing world, there might be a bit of weather about on Monday. There's always a bit of weather about, but by which we mean the possibility of the odd storm and whatnot. So both sides, if they want to get a win, will be looking to be, well, to take this game considerably further forward today.
We've got I don't even know if this is an interesting stat. We've got a stat on the screen here that says, and you might have to help me out because I'm not quite sure what it actually represents. Surrey have now dismissed 31 batters for scores between 15 and 49 so far this season, while only 10 Surrey batters have been dismissed for scores between 15 and 49. Now that either suggests that
they're getting out players who have got in. I think that's what it means. They're getting players out who have got in
before they've gone on to get a big score.
Before they've gone on to get a big score. So you're always in danger against Surrey. You're never in.
Right, but only 10 Surrey batters have been. So they either get nothing or loads.
Or loads, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Which is, the way, sort of the way of things. Now here is Hannon Dolby. I love watching Hannon Dolby bowl.
Oh yes.
His idiosyncratic style. You keep your eye out for this. You watch how his arms work, as if keeping down a kindly but irritating dog yapping away at his legs.
Well, I was just chatting to Charlie Reynolds, who'll be joining us later in the box next door, about Dan Lawrence's idiosyncratic run up, and it's all about the arm. So let's have a look at this one.
Oh, beauty!
Terrific start there from Hannon Dolby, and actually you mentioned his run up and the arms. The suggestion was that it was his non-bowling arm.
It's actually the right arm,
but it's actually the bowling arm. We'll have to keep an eye on this. Maybe
get away from me. Get away.
But he's right on the money there, just back of a length outside the off stump, just pushing the ball across Rory Burns. 3 slips and a sort of gully there. Not quite a gully, I'd say, more of a 5th slip, a little gap between 3rd and 4th man in the cordon.
The conventional gully has moved from when I was a youngster, where Joel Garner and Bob Willis used to be.
Right. Where's he gone?
He's gone a little bit finer. He's gone to 5th slip.
Right.
Did you remember? I mean, when you played as a youngster, gully was definitely like 2 yards behind square.
Yeah, it was almost a backward point.
Yeah, short backward point.
Yeah.
Is that because people used to cut more in those days? Because actually, I think I saw Jared Kimber do a thing on the cut and how many fewer cuts there are now, whether that was a function of what bowlers bowled or where they were trying to bowl at.
Perhaps to do with where the ball was being bowled, but also perhaps to do with how batters play balls out there, and maybe the use of 3rd man, or the lack of a 3rd man, provides more of an option to go finer, and therefore the ball tends to fly finer. I think that the whole point of fielder, you try and put fielders in the positions where the ball is most likely to go.
Hopefully.
That's the idea, and it's a curious one, isn't it, when you've got 3 slips, a gap where 4th slip would be, and then a 5th slip. So you for some reason you've just decided
it's going to go.
It's not going to go in that specific area. It's going to go a bit wider. But then, what shot are you playing for it to go? What's the difference between a shot to 5th slip versus a shot to 3rd slip?
Yeah.
The analysts will tell us, I'm sure. Nicely bowled so far, though. This opening over from Hannon Dolby, everything in that corridor just outside the off stump, and Rory Burns very happy to watch it through without playing any stroke.
something of a cult hero, Hannon Dolby, partly because he's an expressive and characterful fellow, and I do maintain that he does look quite surprisingly like the blocks of flats over to our left, with his owl-like expression. But
looking for a quick single, but decides against it. So
before I go, at Edgbaston, they've got a giant. Well, I say a giant. They've got a life-size Hannon Dolby, haven't they? With it's a sort of like the Usual Suspects thing, where you've got
yes,
the heights of various people
in the tunnel. Yes,
in the tunnel.
Yeah.
And there's Hannon Dolby, and he's very tall. I'm not very tall, nor am I very short. It was the worst segue ever for me to say I'm going, and Katya Whitney's coming in.
Thank you very much, Dan Norcross. He makes way for Katya Whitney to come and join us. And a nice start there from Oliver Hannon Dolby for Warwickshire. A maiden to begin, 0 for 0 from 1. All 6 deliveries to Surrey skipper Rory Burns. Now Dom Sibley will get a chance to face up. Looks like it's Amar Jamal who's going to take the new ball alongside Hannon Dolby. I'll say hello to Katya.
Morning, Dean, how are you?
Good morning, I'm very well, thank you. Lovely to see you. And a wild and woolly start there from Jamal. The slingy arm takes a little bit of calibrating, one would think, at the start of the day. How are we doing today?
Yeah, it's been an interesting morning, hasn't it? Century from Ed Barnard, that was richly deserved. Holding the Warwickshire innings together. It's an interesting score, I think. It's something that keeps them in the game, but it's not completely taken away from Surrey. We saw a lot of the bite go out of the pitch in the evening session yesterday, and it hasn't looked quite as tricky as it might have been yesterday morning. And with such a nice day, you'd say it would be battle day for Surrey, and hopefully get up close to 300 mark, as close as they can by the end of the day. Hopefully 250 and above.
I mean, that innings from Barnard was terrific, as you say, held the innings together. Do you think there's a sense of frustration from Surrey, perhaps, or will they be happy with that total, do you think?
I think it's that method from Surrey, stick the opposition in whenever they come here and hope you can roll them over. So in that sense, they didn't necessarily roll them over like they did Hampshire and like they did Somerset. So it's a challenge for them, and it's the first real one at the Oval, and at the Kia Oval anyway, that they've been challenged in the first innings this season, or properly, we should say. So it's an interesting one. And in conditions like the conditions that we've seen and on this pitch, you'd say maybe they would have wanted to roll them out for a little bit less, but I don't think it's
some extravagant movement there off the seam from Jamal. Yeah, so it's not something that's maybe going to frustrate them too much as they get on with their innings.
No. And when you think of the runs that Warwickshire have scored this season on the Edgbaston surface, it's not that kind of 500, 700 score.
Indeed, we shall see just how much Surrey can squeeze out of this one. It does look like a good day 2 batting pitch as Jamal comes in. It's a lovely looking stroke there from Dom Sibley. The first boundary of the day for Surrey. Very confident looking stroke through the offside there, giving the ball a chance to move in the air, Jamal, but Sibley very much equal to it on the front foot.
Yeah, you don't want to describe Dom Sibley as a gorgeous batter to watch, but that was very nice.
Yes, each one on its merit, and Dom Sibley there, lots of space in the offside, it should be said. 4 slips for Jamal. He's decided that the 4 authentic slips is the way to go, but lots of space for Sibley in the offside.
You're talking about slips with Dan before I came on. Would you say those slips are slightly narrow? I was just looking at them and they looked slightly narrow to me.
Yeah, I think we'll have another look at them in the next over. I think certainly the amount of space that they're taking up is significantly tighter than for Hannon Dalby. Almost like they're trying to maximise as much space between them at one end, and almost as though Jamal is insistent that nothing goes through, just any edge. He wants to make sure it is gobbled up, which I think that's fair enough. The last thing you want is to see a ball fly through a vacant area. And it's an interest, the positioning of slips, both depth and width, in relation to the keeper as well, is you think it's a very standardised and very simple thing to do, but it's really kind of unique to the players who are in those positions and to the bowlers and the style of bowlers, and I guess as well what the bowler kind of really wants from his cordon.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you're castigated for getting the wrong slip position, but really you're playing a game of angles and guesswork to work out what particular bit of the edge is going to put the ball in a certain area. I don't know whether I'd rather have something go through the slips or go wide of a slip.
Well, that's the ultimate, isn't it? I think the sense of frustration if it went through would be greater than if it went wide. Because if it goes through, you sort of feel, oh, there was a chance. There was really a chance. We had enough people to cover it. It's a nice looking stroke, straight drive there from Rory Burns. He'll just pick up a couple, playing the ball right under his nose, up towards mid-off. But yeah, I think it's that eternal debate, isn't it, about do you try and cover as much space as possible, kind of hedging. It's all about hedging your bets, and of course when you put someone in a slightly unique position or slightly different position and he or she takes a catch, you look like a genius. I think if you've got your cordon fairly tight and the ball flies wide, impossible even to dive for the catch. There's almost kind of no real blame apportioned there, isn't it? You sort of feel like, well, we couldn't really have done anything about it. If something now goes between kind of the fifth slip and third slip, I think you'd feel like, why? Good start from Hannon Dalby so far. That one not so good. Umpire just checking whether or not to extend the arms. Not quite wide enough, but certainly well wide for Rory Burns to have nothing to do with it.
Looking at his action there, I heard Dan say it was like flicking a stray dog away. I think it's more when you're standing on one leg and you put one arm out to balance midway through when you're about to fall over.
Right,
That's what it's giving to me.
Okay.
In PE or something when you're stretching one leg.
Yes. And he has the kind of the height and the physique that suggests that perhaps he's teetering at most points. But a hugely skillful bowler, Hannon Dalby, been doing it for a long time now. As he completes his second over, just the 2 runs from it. And so the score 6 without loss for Surrey, following a delicious looking cover drive in the previous over from Dom Sibley. Hannon Dalby. This is a lovely bit of symmetry. Warwickshire scored 343 in their first innings, and Hannon Dalby has got 343 first-class wickets across his career thus far, 114 matches, so he certainly knows what he's doing as Jamal continues. That one a little closer to the outside of the off stump. Confident looking leave there from Dom Sibley, but the ball actually ended up being taken right behind the stumps. It moved late back in towards the batter, maybe a touch of swing after it pitched, but maybe slightly closer than Sibley realised. Lovely looking stroke there. Again from Sibley, attacking the ball all along the ground. Maybe slightly finer than he was looking to play. It's run away to kind of wide third man boundary. And another 4 runs to Sibley. Lots of attacking intent from him this morning.
Yeah, just look at the replay. I can't tell whether it stopped before the boundary and was pushed over or just trickled over before the fielder got there. Let's have a look. Nah, it's gone over before he got there. Great dive though.
Yeah, strong commitment from the fielder despite the boundary already being given. So 2 4s to Sibley so far. And that one a great response from Jamal. As Sibley playing at it just outside the off stump. Getting that cordon interested.
That was very close to the outside edge.
Yeah, lovely looking shape from the bowler. That's what he wants to see. Sibley happy to let that one run through. So yeah, I was talking to Dan earlier just about where the balance of power sort of lies in this game. Obviously still a very long way to go, but perhaps Surrey with an opportunity here on what could be and looks like being the best batting day, perhaps. Pitched slightly lighter in colour, good carry, good pace still there, and as we've seen, you know, plenty of reward for your strokes. Good chance for Surrey to take control today.
Yeah, well, that's what we see in this plan of action. There's always the most in this wicket on the first day of play, so bowl and get what you can out of the wicket and then cash in big on the next couple of days. And then that's what Surrey have been able to do so far. And we talked yesterday about Warwickshire batting so far down their order. We see Amar Jamal came in at number 9 yesterday, and that's a very good number 9 to have. But Surrey have possibly the deepest quality batting lineup in the competition, and that's an incredible challenge for bowlers to come here when the wicket's starting to flatten out a little bit and bowl repetitively at this list of names.
Slightly soft hands there from Sibley, looking to run it down towards third man again, but well fielded in the cordon. Yeah, as you rightly say, that there is a lot of batting to come throughout this lineup, but you've got to get past the first 2 right at the front. And you know, Rory Burns off the back of a 100 at the Oval in his last match against Hampshire. Dom Sibley with 200s already this season, so both openers in fine form. A couple of half centuries as well for Burns, so it's all well and good looking in the middle and down the end, but these two are a pretty tough proposition for any bowling attack to face up.
They must be the kind of partnership you dread as a bowler coming to, because they can be so what's the word, repetitive and difficult to bowl at. They're the two who kind of grind you into the dirt. And then, as you said, after them you've got an explosion in Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith. Different types of batters. So if you've bowled at these two for the best part of a day, you've still got that explosion to come.
And I think it's the you're right about the styles and the way that both Burns and Sibley enjoy batting so much. Very happy just to book themselves in, kind of very authentic openers, you know, do the job, see off the new ball and then look to go big, you know, once they're in. But also there's a contrast, there's the right and the left hand contrast, there's a height contrast as well. This one confidently played out to mid-off. There is, you know, there's enough difference between them to not allow a bowler to settle, you've always got to be looking to do something different depending on who you're bowling to.
Yeah, well also they're both idiosyncratic in their own way as well. They're two different types of batters to bowl against with different quirks. And that in itself is frustrating and doesn't necessarily let someone settle into a rhythm of how they would normally bowl or have their normal plans and normal rhythms.
Slightly straighter there from Hannon Dalby as Burns tries to flick it through the leg side, but there's no run. Yeah, they've got that. You know, you don't have to see the name on the back of the shirt to know who's batting out there. They both have their own quirks, as you say, their own style, but hugely effective in both ways.
Yeah, I think the first time I went to see Rory Burns bat was in an England A game against Worcestershire in the summer before India came over in 2018, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd seen him bat in the flesh. And I looked at him and I thought, wow, that's absolutely insane.
Yes. Did he get any?
He did, I think. That was an odd game.
England A against India full team?
No, India A, but it had Prithvi Shaw and Shreyas Iyer, I believe, Murali Vijay, Alistair Cook was playing, Dawid Malan, I believe Ollie Pope as well was playing, Chris Wokes was there.
Oh, it
was a good game.
That sounds like a terrific team.
To get in for free as well. It's a good game to go to.
Absolutely. End of the 5th over. Another maiden for Hannon Dalby, his second of the innings. 10 without loss. Now Surrey. And a kind of slightly hazier day here at the Oval to start with compared with yesterday. Yesterday was bright sunshine, blue sky, absolutely gorgeous summer's day really. Slightly hazier setting, maybe flags just fluttering a little bit of a breeze up there. And they'll pick up a single here. Sibley, confident looking stroke through the left leg side. Looked like did he advance a little bit down the pitch there? Maybe my eyes are deceiving me. Looked like he made a very confident looking movement down the pitch. He flicked that ball into the leg side.
Yeah, it's not quite as warm out there today as it was yesterday. There's definite breeze.
Yeah, one or two sweaters on out there. You can see Alex Davies, the Warwickshire captain, having a chat with Amir Jamal, just indicating what side of the ball they're looking to work on. Already they've nominated the shiny side and the rougher side perhaps. Try and look after it as best they can, get some sideways movement. And I think that's his first ball to Rory Burns this morning. Lets that one go through. Same field, just a swap over of the cordon. Still 4 slips, a backward point. Just one man in front of square on the offside. Then a wideish mid wicket. And a long leg, fairly square. As Jamal comes in again. And just a change of angle as well for Rory Burns to deal with. Oliver Hannon Dalby coming over the wicket to him, just angling the ball generally across him. This time Jamal is coming round the wicket, so maybe just tightening him up a little bit, maybe trying to keep him a little bit straighter, but then he still has the 4 slips, so perhaps trying to move the ball from round the wicket I mean, it'd be a terrific ball if he does it from around the wicket and then moving it away from the left-hander. Let's see if he can do that. Big shout. Umpire unmoved. I was suggesting that he might be trying to move the ball away from Burns. I think that one actually nipped back in to Burns, beat the inside edge, wrapped him on the pad, but...
Don't let facts get away in the way of what would have been a great commentary moment.
Yeah, I was genuinely hoping that's moved significantly in towards Burns, but just outside the line it looks like. I think that's a fair decision by the umpire. Now I was, hoping that I'd call the magic moment, but not to be. And it's a curious one. It gets you thinking, doesn't it? You look at the field, and perhaps more so in T20 cricket and white ball cricket, the field almost telegraphs exactly what the bowler's going to do, and whether you have them up in the ring and all that sort of thing. So you look at this field and you think, oh yeah, 4 slips, he's clearly playing for the outside edge. Perhaps that's what Burns is thinking, and then he beats him on the inside, double bluff.
Yeah, lots of scoring opportunities for the offside. Really enticing, that drive.
The end of the over, just the loud appeal for LBW, but nothing doing. 1 run from it, 11 without loss from 6 overs. A bit more from Katia, and then Adam Collins will be in my seat.
Yeah, it's been a decent start from Jamal. He definitely looks the more dangerous of the 2 openers, but a solid start for Surrey so far. Not a necessarily outrageous scoring rate. He's managed to keep them slightly quiet, but solid start from both at the minute. Hello, Adam.
Hello, Katja. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Wonderful. Wonderful. Lot going on in the wider cricket world, and beautiful day to be here at the Kia Oval. An exciting match so far for 3.5 eventful sessions. Just after midday on Saturday afternoon, crowd coming in. Should be a very healthy number today. Well worked, Sibley. 200s in the campaign so far. They were back-to-back. One against Somerset out here, where he batted delightfully. And he posted 3 figures against Kent as well, away from home. Missed out against Hampshire at the last time of asking, but still a player who's looking to do it a little bit differently this year. That's what we're detecting.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely been an injection of something or other in his game. Just thinking about that shot, that drive we saw him play this morning for the first boundary that he scored. That was a gorgeous drive. Not something you'd normally associate with Dom Sibley of old, maybe, or of old.
Yeah, there was this perception that he only really was able to do that, putting pressure on opposing bowlers, when he was so well set that the game, well, it was hard. It felt the exception to the rule. Whereas, this year, that brisk start they got off to against Somerset was sort of typified what you're describing there, that there being something else with Sibley. Look, he's still a relatively young man. I think he suffers from people assuming, because he played Test cricket quite young, that he must have a 3 in front of his age. He's 28. That's time on your side, part of your career. This should be the bit when you're coming into the most productive years of your professional life.
Yeah, well, I was always thinking when you're talking there might be an element of confidence or of pressure that's just kind of left his shoulders a little bit, of having that kind of monkey on his back for so long, that he's that nuggety, old style player who digs in and has a certain type of game, where actually moving into this phase of his career, it feels like he's batting more freely this year and less with that cloud above his head almost of this is the label that I've got on me and this is how I play. And I wonder sometimes when players have played Test cricket early in their career or international cricket early in their career and get found out, as it were, that label, it sticks around for so long, and then once that label goes away and they come into that confidence, that's when they can almost click into that higher gear and have that resurgence when they enter their later 20s or 30s or whenever it will be.
More of the same with that dead straight drive, so straight that you can't see it yet with the umpire in the way, but he's taken out the middle stump.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Deserved more, deserved 4 with that timing. Dot ball.
Yeah, and just with Sibley as well, I wonder sometimes whether that's just getting older and becoming more confident as you get older naturally, rather than anything that's necessarily changed.
In a specialised position. It's probably the other element to this. Opening the batting in England is not an easy thing to do. You look at the numbers and the way that teams are set up over the years. There is a sort of natural suppression of the average compared to those that come in a bit later. Into the over, 2 from it, 13 for none. An acceptance that it is just a very difficult place to walk out facing the new Dukes and all those other bits and pieces. And it's not just an England thing either. We've seen a piece published overnight about Usman Khawaja and his quite extraordinary story when you consider where he's been and the way he returned to the Aussie Test team from absolutely nowhere, a function of COVID, where he came in for Travis Head, made twin hundreds against England, and he's gone on to be by a mile the most productive opener in the world over the last 2.5 years, I think it works out to be now. And talking about that himself, the need to find comfort in that role within himself, not just batting but the wider responsibilities, the challenges of life and being able to meet them and perform at your best and all those bits and pieces. There's a reason why not many players who are very, very young are able to do it consistently. It tends to be after a few knocks along the way. Everyone, more or less everybody's been dropped at some point, for instance. Even Bradman, of course, was dropped. The most productive batter of all time.
Yeah, the Khawaja thing is the all conditions thing as well, though. No other opener recently has managed to
squeeze through for a quick single, good running.
Yeah, no one in recent times has managed to translate as successfully across conditions as Usman Khawaja has over the last 24, 36 months or so. And also, when Khawaja was over here last summer for the Ashes, you looked at him both on and off the pitch and felt that is a man who's relaxed. You know, that is a man who's very comfortable in his own skin and he's very happy with the place that his life is and his career is at. We saw at Edgbaston he brought his daughter into the press conference. That's the mark of a very comfortable man. Who's very happy with where he's at in every way.
Yeah, and on that point and many more, I can certainly recommend the piece in the Good Weekend magazine. Dan Breddick, who's the chief cricket writer for The Age, is the person who's written it. It's a really long, detailed article. And a lot of what you're describing there around his inability to feel at ease as an Australian Test cricketer. And there's extra layers to this as well. There's his cultural background and the racism that he had to confront as a young lad and beyond. But I think the main takeout is that there was this natural tension, hostility. And it manifested itself in all sorts of ways that were quite unhealthy in hindsight, the way he would work almost in a combative way against the media. Now when you sit across the table from him in a press conference situation, that's a lovely bit of bowling from Jamal, by the way. That's gone through the air one way and came back off the seam the other, which is why the Cordon were excited behind the wicket. I genuinely think that's all part of it, and then what you're seeing, the end product, him walking into a press conference at Edgbaston having strummed a great Ashes 100, a match-defining Ashes 100. There's really no way all those parts are as aligned as that for him until so deep into his career when he gets that recall at age 35, which came from nowhere.
But I guess when you're given that new lease of life as well at 35, there's almost an element of not caring anymore, or maybe not caring is the wrong word, but knowing that's your last your last opportunity. If it fails, it fails. If it doesn't, then fantastic. And getting that opportunity, I was about to say later in life, 35 is not later in life, but later in your career.
You're steady now.
But later in your career, it must be so freeing.
Yeah, it's sort of liberated from the pressure of thinking about 5-year plans or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
you're living in the now. You're living in the
Yeah.
present. Good leave to finish.
Earlier in your career, when you're supposed to be the next big thing, you're going to break these records. You're going to be, I don't know, maybe people are saying you're going to be the future England, Australia captain, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be the next great thing in world cricket. And then there's that pressure to deliver on that promise, and it eats you up. And then when you get that recall later on, there's not that pressure anymore. There's the pressure of scoring 100 or setting up an innings for your team, but there's not the pressure of what's promised. There's the pressure of what could be in the short term, but not the long term. And that, I'd imagine, is extremely, extremely freeing. We've seen players completely crumble over the weight of expectation, and when that expectation goes away,
Yep.
that's when, in a lot of cases, it brings out the best in you. You've got to be a particular type of person to thrive under that expectation long term.
And it can help. You mentioned the all conditions, the man for all seasons thing that Khawaja's got going on now, and I'm sure Sibley, to anchor it back to what we're watching in front of us, would love to have as well. He'd love to be sort of early 30s and being a guy who can be productive for England around the world. He's got a Test 100 in India. Not many people have got one of those. I add back from Chennai in 2021.
He's got a Test 100 in South Africa as well.
It has. It was a really good 100.
Difficult place to bat.
It was a tough 100, that one too. It was hostile bowling, and he got out the other end and put England to a really strong position in a series they ultimately turned around and won after being 1-0 down, which we forget about now because it was that weird period before the pandemic. And then Dolby has been frugal so far. Yeah, that took a long time. Like, Khawaja got dropped in Asia twice, had significant trouble against the spinning ball in Sri Lanka, and briefly in Bangladesh. Wasn't picked in India. Then made that defining 100 in the UAE. That took him a long time to reach that stage, and even after that, it's only in the last couple of years where he's had the full-time spot as the opening bat. So he is the kind of player. I mean, Sibley's not in the chat for the national team right now. I'm not. Obviously, Crawley and Duckett have got those spots for good reason, but he's the kind of player who you can see, if he remains patient and he keeps improving as a player, and as he matures as a human being, as everybody does, the stars might align for him in a similar way to what they have for Khawaja. It's a different type of player, different type of character, but still there are examples of it, and why it's encouraging to see him playing so freely so far this season. Well worked by the captain.
Yeah, and I think sometimes Sibley is almost thought of unfairly of the antithesis of everything that was wrong with England in the kind of a bit before the Ben Stokes era, and that type of player and someone who had clear flaws in their game exposed. But when you look at him this season, certainly doesn't seem exactly the same player anymore. Definitely seems to have been growth.
It's back on strike now. There's a 3 slips point mid-off on the short side of the ground, the Archbishop Tennyson side, and then a catching mid-wicket mid-on, and they're going to send the second man back for the short ball. 3/4 of the way back at deep square, and the fine leg over to our left from where we're situated in the JM Finn stand. Good again from Hannon Dolby. Took a fifer last week against Notts in the first innings. Very consistent last year in the absence of Liam Norwell. Of course, didn't play at all in 2023, and Chris Woke seldom available, so much of the time it is Hannon Dolby, now 34 years of age, who's leading this attack. Part of the side that won the comp in 2021 and kept them up in 2022 on that final day. Staggering final day. when they knocked over Hampshire.
Yeah, that was Liam Norwell as well, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Yeah.
Nine of the best on one leg.
Yeah.
or so the folklore goes, right? You know, whether he was on one leg or not.
I remember watching it. It was very much on one leg. Yeah, that was one of the best days of Championship cricket I've ever seen, to be honest.
Because there was the Yorkshire piece going on at the same time,
Yeah.
wasn't there? Where everything had to go wrong for them with 2 rounds to go, and
Everything
did. And saw them demoted. And had to wait a long time between wins. Fraction short to finish, 15 for none after 9. So no hurry for Surrey at this stage. A reminder that Warwickshire were bowled out for 343 earlier today. They resumed at 318 for 8. Enough time for Ed Barnard to post his 6th first-class century, first for his new club Warwickshire. I say new club, second year at Edgbaston, but 108 from 179 balls. He was the last man dismissed. Useful contributions down the list from Burgess, Jamal and Miles, who all played their role in 50-plus run stands with the Centurion. 4 wickets for Clark, leading the way for Surrey with the ball. Loved watching Jamal bowl against Australia late last year. I'm always enthused by when we see a new player rock up, and he wasn't expected to play. He was meant to be a depth squad bowler. He bowled himself into the first test team at Perth from what he did in the nets. I'd love the way he was going about it. Picked up a fifer on debut. 6-wicket bag at Sydney. He was really influential at Melbourne. And a test match to Pakistan, I wouldn't say they should have won, but they could have won deep on the final day. They had their chances, and it was when Jamal was bowling and he had Mitchell Marsh dropped on naught at the MCG. It would have left Australia 30 for 5 or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Marsh went on and made 90, and the game turned with that moment. But yeah, he seemed to have bad luck follow him, Jamal.
Yeah.
In addition to getting a lot of high quality players out throughout the course of the 3-match series, he left the country with Australian former players raving about him. So I'm not surprised to see he was snapped up by Warwickshire.
Definitely.
We have a social media statement from one James Anderson. I'm going to read it to you. It's just gone out on Instagram. This is very much breaking news. Put the banner down the bottom of the screen, Sharky. Hi everyone, just a note to say that the first test of the summer at Lord's will be my last test. So not playing through until the 4th test of the summer. The first test of the summer at Lord's will be my last test. It's been an incredible 20 years representing my country, playing the game I loved since I was a kid. I'm going to miss walking out for England so much, but I know the time is right to step aside and let others realise their dreams like I got to do. There's no greater feeling. I couldn't have done it without the love and support of Daniela, Lola, Ruby and my parents. A huge thank you to them. Also thank you to the players and coaches who have made this the best job in the world. I'm excited for new challenges that lie ahead, as well as filling my days with even more golf. Thank you to everyone who's supported me over the years. It's meant a lot, even if my face often doesn't show it. See you all at the test. Go well, Jimmy. So repeating that news, that James Anderson has confirmed he is retiring from international cricket. The Lord's Test match against the West Indies will be his final outing for England. So a confirmation of the story in The Guardian yesterday, which suggested the summer would be it. Well, it's one more for Jimmy at Lord's in July. Worked away by Burns for a couple down towards the pavilion. Well played. Catcher, your response to that news? I think yesterday when we were on air and found out this was happening, our instinct was that, well, it's a big deal, and there are a lot of different moving parts, and possibly the Old Trafford farewell, but instead it'll be the ground where he made his debut back in 2003, Lord's.
Yeah, strikes me as a kind of, I don't know, a statement that perhaps has come out in response to that story rather than the way he might have wanted it to come out. Interesting that he's decided to play one test and then leave rather than leave at Old Trafford or have that kind of going around all summer.
Wayward really wayward. It'll be 5 wides. Missed by a mile. That helps. Please continue.
Maybe that strikes as who Anderson is, that he doesn't want that grand farewell, and I guess following around all summer it would have felt slightly odd or slightly focal that each test, as you mentioned with Steve Waugh yesterday, would be his last at a certain ground or whatever way it would be.
I think it's classy.
Yeah.
I think it's like going, well, I know the direction of travel. That's been made clear to me by the coach. And sure, and I suppose we'll hear from him later today when he does his various media commitments with the BBC. That'll be all watched and analysed accordingly. But they've said to him now, we want to move on. We want to do a different thing. But we also want to respect and reflect what you've given English cricket, and getting to do it at Lords, again, the place where he debuted, 10 overs gone, 22 for none. There's some symmetry there. You can debate the extent to which people regard Lords as the home of the game, but by definition it is a very special place. He's played more test matches there than just about anybody. And he's beyond 700. I mean, if he can get to 708 with Shane Warne, that'd be extraordinary. I'll get one more thought from you, Catcher, as we welcome Charlie Reynolds in we've got 40 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, I think I said yesterday that he doesn't strike me as the one to go out kicking and screaming. It sounds very much like he's had that conversation with McCullum and gone, as you said, thank you very much. I'll do that test and I'll be on my way. Maybe it strikes of unfinished business of wanting to play that last test and have a smidgen of that moment rather than saying I've already done. But yeah, I think it is a classy way to go out. And lastly, it'll be a hell of a test match.
Certainly will. Thank you, Catcher. We'll catch you later in the day as Charlie Reynolds makes his way towards the commentary position. James Anderson, 700 test wickets. It'll be 188 test matches and done for him, which leaves him only behind Sachin Tendulkar. The numbers are remarkable. The story, an absolute beauty. The contribution, immense. And he will be finishing up as a 41-year-old, not a 42-year-old, because I'm just quickly getting my calendar up here. It looks like that test in question it begins on the 10th of July, and Jimmy's birthday is the 30th of July, so he'll be a 41-year-old when he finishes, not the 42-year-old that we were positing yesterday when we thought it would be Old Trafford. Charlie Reynolds, as I say hello to you, good afternoon to you. Your first response to the James Anderson social media post that went live about 10 minutes ago.
Afternoon, Adam. It's good to be here.
Oh, nearly. Past the inside edge. It's the first time we've seen Sibley try and put the foot down or try and play aggressively and not quite get it right. So Hannon Dolby in the frame here. Sorry, Charlie.
Yeah, it seems like he was slightly pushed before he might have jumped, but I think this is a satisfying conclusion, really. One last test at Lords, he gets a big send-off, which I think is fitting, but I think also England aren't crazy to be looking to move on from a 41-year-old.
Yeah, I think there needed to be a bit of closure. I mean, had it been that test that finished the India series, and sure, he records his 700th test wicket, but this, I think, ticks both boxes. It's not the 4 tests farewell. It's not a distraction for the whole summer. They can invest test matches in the younger bowlers, which is clearly what McCullum wants to do, so that's fine. There'll be 1 test, but they'll get 5 to do that in the vast majority of the summer. And English cricket can come together as one and say, thank you. That's important. It's an ambitious appeal. They'll get a leg by, maybe a couple. There's a statement from the ECB that's just gone out as well. I'll give that to you as I bring it up on my screen. So they're acknowledging that Anderson has put out a personal statement. They reproduced that. Then Richard Thompson, the chair of the ECB. I don't think we'll ever see a bowler to match Jimmy again. It's been an honour as an England fan to watch him and to marvel at his skill with the ball. To be still bowling at the top of his game at 41 is remarkable, and he's a true inspiration and role model for peers and younger generations alike. His final test promises to be an emotional one, and having been there for his first test in 2003, it'll be an honour to watch his final one at Lords in July. English cricket owes Jimmy Anderson a send-off like no other. That's closer, but still sliding. past the leg stump of Sibley. Over complete, 24 for none. That's a good point about the size of the send-off. We were both here in 2018, Charlie, when Alistair Cook bid farewell to international cricket, and seeing here that was the right decision. It was comfortably missing leg stump. That was a huge deal. I mean, when Cook came out and made 100 in his final match, and the drama of that with the overthrows and the standing ovation after standing ovation, and Stuart Broad here last year. But this will be mega.
Yeah, it's well, I guess you get the sense that, I think Jimmy, if he had his way, would never have retired. He'd still be playing in 20 years' time. So it seems. I think as well, if England have decided that they're moving on, then any more than one test probably does become a bit counter-intuitive to the whole point of deciding that now's the time for the future. But it will certainly be quite a big event, I think.
Yeah, the 10th to the 14th of July against the Windies, against whom Anderson took his 385th Test wicket to pass both of them. His 500th Test wicket back in 2017. That was at Lords, wasn't it? As part of a 7-wicket bag. And played so much Test cricket against home and away, so it'll be. Well, I suppose it's the case for every senior Test playing nation. Anderson's played a lot against them, but you go through that roll call of numbers. He'll finish with 188 Test matches. He will probably hit 40,000 balls. He's bowled 39,877, so provided he bowls 20 odd overs in the Test, he surely will. He'll hit 40,000 deliveries sent down. 32 fifers so far. He'll want a 33rd. 3 10-wicket matches, of course, as well. Over 1,100 first-class wickets on top of all of that. Well, not on top of, but contributed to by the 700 in Tests. Flayed away for 4 by the captain. Burns has taken his time. We saw that against Hampshire as well. He started slowly, circumspect, and then went through the gears, and that might be a sign of something. 30 for none. Foundation being laid. Charlie Reynolds.
Yeah, great shot there from Burns. Just he's been watchful so far this morning. That one he cut loose, and that slightly shorter offside boundary was never really going to stand much of a chance. Do you think it's too early or too late to start lobbying for a bank holiday? It's the James Anderson farewell.
Nearly squeezing it through, but not quite. Yes, how did we do that? What day of the week are we looking at here? We're looking at a Wednesday to Sunday Test match. So, yeah, let's give us a holiday on the Friday and I'll get down to Lords. I know it's already sold out, that Test match at Lords, all 4 days of it, which is the custom these days for Test matches at Lords and here at the Oval. But, yeah, the wider theatrics around it, the wider festivities, it'll be quite something. Cricket does farewells pretty well.
Yeah.
Because you get the full, if it's a Test cricketer finishing up, you do get the full pageantry of a 5-day affair, multiple times walking down the steps and so on. So there'll be plenty of opportunities for the English cricketing public to say goodbye in their own way, and people tuning in around the world too.
Well, cricket's been hosting its own farewell for the last 150 years, so fairly used to it, I guess.
Yeah, nicely worked again by Burns. He'll overtake Sibley with that stroke. Recognised by the crowd. The news would have filtered around, I'm sure, so it was an Instagram post from Jimmy, a very modern way of announcing one's retirement. I'm sure there'll be. He's doing the game today for the BBC, the England-Pakistan women's game that starts later today at T20, so he'll get a chance to talk to the statement as well. Hasn't popped it up on Twitter. I guess that's a reflection of a dying platform. Bad news for you and me, Charlie. Barnett to finish his first over. Left alone wide of the off stump. 8 runs coming from it from the man who hit 108 in Warwickshire's first innings. Thought it was going to be Dean Wilson taking over from me, but evidently not quite yet. Maybe he is. Is he behind me? No, he's not. He'll be here soon. Here he is. Here he comes. I'll let you pick up the conversation with him. It'll be Dean Wilson following Charlie Reynolds with Surrey. 32 without loss. In reply to 343. Burns 12, Sibley 11.
Thanks, Adam. Yep, Surrey going well so far in this innings. It's been a good day for batting, unsurprisingly, with the sun blazing down in South London. Welcome, Dino.
Hello, Charlie. Great to see you, mate.
Yeah, it's good to be making my debut, as Colo would have it.
Oh, looks like he's just wrapped Sibley on the glove there. Little wince and pull away from Sibley, and is the glove going to come off? I'll just pinned him on the elbow there. He's having a look at the bruise that may appear. Yes, the debut spelled D-A-Y-B-O-O.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yes, just a glancing blow to the elbow there for Sibley. Hannon Dalby 1 under par, just 5 runs being conceded from 6.2 overs, so exceptionally economical, but hasn't perhaps really threatened beating the outside edge much. He's been well left really by the two openers thus far.
Yeah, sorry, I've been cautious but untroubled, I'd say, largely so far. A couple of very half-hearted LBW shouts, but other than that.
This one flicked into the leg side. There is a man out there. They'll try and scamper through for a couple. Nice bit of cricket there all round. Confident looking stroke into the leg side from Sibley. And Dalby's got a bit of protection out there. And just a couple more to the total. And yet, I know you and Colo were having a little chat earlier as the news broke about James Anderson's Test retirement. And even though he's not involved here, we've been used to seeing great England players of vintage departing the international arena here at the Oval. Stuart Broad most obviously last summer, Alistair Cook before him, but James Anderson choosing north of the river. Is that one in the eye for Lords over the Kia Oval? I don't think so. Just a quirk, perhaps. I wonder whether Lords might just make a few inquiries to the Kia Oval as to how to handle a departing legend.
Yeah.
Get some advice.
They could do a consultancy, I think, based on the amount of experience they've got.
"20 years James Anderson has been sending down Test match deliveries, and it's all coming to an end at Lords in the first Test of the summer. I wonder how ticket sales will be going for that game now as Hannon Dalby comes in again. And Sibley again turning into the leg side, and interesting bit of field placement. 2 men in short on the leg side for exactly that shot, that flick of the wrist from Sibley. It's brought him a lot of runs, but it's well protected now.
Yeah, they don't normally have that much of a problem selling out at Lords, but I expect they wouldn't have minded knowing this was happening before they put the prices in. They might have been able to crank those up a bit more, but I expect we'll see. Well, let's hope we get 5 days of sold out cricket.
Well, of course, there's a rich history between Jimmy Anderson and the West Indies. I can remember being in the West Indies. I can remember being in Antigua. I can't remember the year, such is the memory, but I remember he going past Surrey and Botham as England's record wicket taker against the West Indies, as Rory Burns flicks this down into the fine leg region for another single. Yeah, I remember Jimmy going past Surrey and Botham, the record 383 at the time, and Beefy being there to applaud and appreciate him, thinking, you know, just what an incredible career he'd had up to that point. Of course, he has almost doubled the number of wickets he's got since then. He's up to 700 in the recent tour to India. As Barnard comes in again. Oh, and it's an appeal for caught behind. Nothing from the bowler though. The keeper and the slips and the men in the offside all came together thinking they'd just teased the outside edge of Sibley.
Yeah,
but nothing doing. Well, big gap between ball and bat there. The bat just clipping the pad.
The only two people not interested there were the bowler and the umpire here. Unfortunately for Surrey, for Warwickshire rather, the two most important.
Oh, that's a lovely bit of bowling there from Barnard, century maker. He's nipped the first one away from Sibley, then he's just brought this one back as he's left it alone, and that is not far away. We saw a wicket fall earlier today when Craig Miles left one from Dan Worrell that nipped back in a very similar fashion to hit the off stump. And this is a probing little spell here from Barnard, just testing the lines and the angles for Sibley, who is very much equal to it so far.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know about Dom Sibley, he's certainly got the patience to see off a bit of pressure. He's not going to start thrashing about in response to this. But they've both been in good form, Surrey's openers this season. Are both averaging over 60, which is always over 65 in fact, so it's a handy place to be.
Short mid-wicket in for the catch, but ball well left alone outside the off stump there. End of the over, 35 without loss after 14 overs. Both openers 13 not out. Get involved in the conversation on surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We've been talking plenty about this game going on here at the Oval, but the big news in the cricket world today is the announcement from James Anderson on Instagram that he will retire from Test cricket after the first Test of the summer against the West Indies at Lord's on the 10th of July. And I'll just bring that story back to with a Surrey tint to it. I looked at some of the news has kind of been filtering around the media over the last 16-20 hours or so. Ali Martin of The Guardian broke the story yesterday, and looking at some of the details around it, since James Anderson made his Test debut in 2003 at Lord's, so he's kind of bookending his career at the same ground, 99 players have made their Test debut for England since James Anderson, and I was wondering whether he might get the 100. There's a change of bowling here. Craig Miles is on from the pavilion end, coming round the wicket to Burns. So yeah, I was saying 99 players have made their debut. Obviously he's played with more than 99 players, because there's the other 10 from the first game, but 99 have made their debut since he started. I was just wondering whether we might get to the century at Lords. As Miles comes in again. And I wondered whether maybe there's a chance that Gus Atkinson might get a run out. He was part of the squad over the winter, and he's the kind of express pace bowler that England are kind of looking towards and looking to benefit from. I wonder whether he might get a run out at Lords, and that would be the 100th player for Jimmy to play alongside since making his debut. Miles comes in, a confident looking stroke there from Burns into the leg side. He might just bisect the two fielders out there, and he does so. 4 runs to the Surrey captain.
It's a lovely piece of timing that from Burns, just leant into it and just was always had the beating of the fielder, although I think for a second he was interested, one of those annoying ones to track down in the outfield.
Yeah, lovely bit of timing. Just angled in towards him, and he got right in front of his pad there, hit the middle of the bat, rolled the wrists over it all the way to the onside boundary. This time just opens the face into the offside for a single.
Well, it would be a nice sort of passing of the torch if Gus Atkinson made his debut in James Anderson's final game. I mean, England certainly, I think, have high hopes for Atkinson being a mainstay of their bowling attack for the future. So, symbolically, it would be fantastic. And do you think that, presumably, that's the most players to have debuted in the career of one other cricketer? I would have thought the combination of Anderson's longevity and the fact that England, well, we've got through quite a lot of cricketers during his career as well, must make that the record. I don't know.
Well, if we had Andrew Sampson alongside us, we'd
get him crunching the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I suspect you're right. I mean, just the sheer number of matches played and the length of time from 2003 to 2024, and maybe Andrew Sampson could find out whether any player has had more debuting alongside them for England, and maybe even globally.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought across the world it would be the record, but.
And it's a terrific. It'll be a terrific quiz question, and some of the names that you try and remember all the players that have played in that time. I mean, Anderson made his debut alongside Anthony McGrath in 2003. Richard Johnson after him, James Kirtley, Ed Smith. I mean, Ed Smith made his debut. He was number 4 after James Anderson. And of course he was not chairman of the national selector for a time, actually making decisions on which players would come in. And of course, you know, both James Anderson and Stuart Broad have flirted with being kind of nudged out of the international arena at times, and I mean, that's kind of the measure of those two great players, and Jimmy as well, just to come back and keep going and keep delivering and showing what a incredible performer he is. Kabir Ali, Gareth Batty, there we go, there's a Surrey connection. Gareth Batty, head coach here, playing alongside Jimmy Anderson in 2003. As Burns turns this one into the leg side, he'll be looking for 2, but gets turned back by Sibley. Decides against it, just the 1 more to the total. 43 without loss, just 15 minutes away from the lunch break. And at lunchtime, I believe there's going to be an interview with Ollie Pope. Surrey batsman Ollie Pope is going to be involved at the lunch break. been interviewed, I think, down at the Grey Nichols factory. And that one just, shaves past the outside of the off stump there.
Yeah, we've seen a few from this end jag back in towards the stumps. There was obviously the Worrell wicket earlier, but Barnard's got a couple to tail in towards the stumps.
There's going to be lots of words written and spoken and memories produced, you know, when someone like Anderson leaves the arena 20 years plus as an international cricketer. You must have seen plenty of Jimmy over the years. Anything that stands out for you? That,
I mean, it's as much the fact that he's just always been there, really, than more than I think you think of Stuart Broad as being a man of sort of moments, and James Anderson is just that consistent presence, really, and consistent sort of excellence for England, particularly remarkably, sort of the older he's got, almost the better he's got. It's hard to pick a sort of a standout. I don't know. He doesn't strike me. Does he strike you as a man of sort of standout moments? He's just sort of been a very.
Oh, that's a terrific bit of bowling there from Barnard. Beats the Sibley drive. Yeah, I know what you mean about the difference between moments and kind of headline grabbing feats. Kind of associate perhaps a little more with Stuart Broad. I think the truth is actually for both, you know, that's an easy way to describe each of them. Stuart Broad as being the champagne moment bowler. Ball just keeping a little low there. There's another over is completed, just the one from it. Yeah, it's easy to kind of point to Stuart Broad as the creator of moments, and Jimmy Anderson as being the consistent, you know, there or thereabouts. But actually, you know, the opposite is also true of both. I can remember, you know, periods, you know, Jimmy Anderson taking, I think, 7 for 40 against the West Indies, where he got the ball hooping round corner. But you know, he was a terrific, you know, prodigious swing bowler. You know, when he was younger, at real pace as well. And then, yeah, as you say, as he's got older, he's added to his skills over the years. I think from personal perspective, having seen probably, what's he played 187 tests, I would imagine I've seen about 180 of those. The image for me of Jimmy has always been at Melbourne in 2010-11 series. So, you know, not even halfway through his career, but just the satisfaction from not only England's success, but the work that he put in. He was an absolute totem for England in that series, and he came into a press conference after that match with his whites, but red marks on his whites. Edged, and dropped. Burst through the hands of first slip there. The first real chance. And Will Rhodes at slip. Can't hold on. Rory Burns. He flashed at it. Looked like he was getting forward, and then flashed at it for a cut. Thick edge, straight to first slip, just above his head, and burst through the hands. A life for the Surrey skipper. Appeal for LBW, but half-hearted.
Yeah, fortunate for Burns there. That was very catchable, and Warwickshire will be. Well, this doesn't look like a day where chances are going to come thick and fast, so it's got to be very demoralising, even more demoralising, dropping that one.
Well, there hasn't really been too many chances to think of in this Surrey innings, and that looks like it could be a costly error. We've discussed the form that both Surrey openers have been in this season, both with hundreds to their name, and Rory Burns, who batted beautifully against Hampshire for his 100 last time out here at the Oval, has been given a life on 20. Well, he was on 19, I think, so yeah, they took a single, so he survives.
Yeah, it's going to be fairly high up the list of things you don't want to do on a baking hot day, is dropping a man with 100 in his last game with a fairly simple chance. He'll be thinking about that well, Rory Burns will be hoping that he's thinking about that for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And perhaps longer.
Yeah, that's the impact a chance like going down like that, especially when it's the first one. You really pushing for that first wicket just before lunch. And yeah, Craig Miles there turns on his heels, takes his cap and his glasses back from the umpire, thinking about what might have been. We've said that it looks like it's going to be a tough day for the bowlers here. The sun beating down on this. Well, I called it a increasingly decent batting surface, but we have seen just a couple of balls keeping low, which would be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it seemed like more from this bowling from this end than the other one. We've seen the low bounce, but I think Surrey will be heartened by the fact that, well, if Warwickshire's last two pairs managed to thwart Surrey's bowlers for quite a long time, so it's certainly still going to be good batting conditions out there.
That's a lovely looking stroke there from Dom Sibley. Will it have enough on it to reach the boundary? Just pulled up inside the rope, but they'll come back for 3. Sibley's played a number of good looking shots through the offside so far this morning. That's another one. He moves to 17, and the score 48 without loss. And it's a pivotal point, isn't it? Just 10 minutes before lunch. If they'd got that breakthrough, you can just imagine how the team feels.
Yeah.
That extra bit of confidence. Now a confident stroke from Rory Burns. Another boundary. And the cheers there as the 50 partnership is reached, 52 without loss. Another first wicket partnership over 50 between Burns and Sibley. And the only thing that's probably slightly fortuitous that shot didn't come against the same bowler who'd teased his edge, but the effect on the score is the same. And then another one, this time a genuine run down, open the face to third man. I think he played for that. Very controlled, soft hands, ball glanced into the turf, wide of second slip, back-to-back boundaries for Burns.
Joe Root-esque, a mirror image.
Yeah, do you know, I think that's really well bowled by Barnard, but then equally well played from Burns. Oh, the run's really starting to flow now in this over for Surrey. At least a couple. And then the third. And that's turned into, well, still one more ball to come. It's already an expensive over. 14 runs from the first 5 balls. And how quickly things have changed. Warwickshire thinking they might have had the breakthrough with an edge into the slips, but instead the runs now in the next over have come at a canter. One more ball to come. And it's a no ball. So Barnard's torment is not over. And the over before, he'd bowled so nicely, he'd caused some issues, beating Sibley outside the off stump. But now he's costing his team.
Yeah, other than the drop chance, he'd really been the one that had caused Surrey's batsmen the most problems. But this over hasn't exactly gone to plan.
So the end of the over, 61 without loss after 18. 4 minutes to 1. I think we'll certainly get one more over in. Maybe another, depending on how quickly these players get into position. We've had a verdict. We're discussing James Anderson announcing his retirement from Test cricket in the first Test this summer. There have been 99 debutants for England since James Anderson made his in 2003. We wondered whether it was a record. I can confirm it is not.
Oh.
Andrew Sampson, beavering away, has come back with the information there are 8 others with more than 99 debutants during their career, all English.
No surprise there.
Wilfred Rhodes, 133 players
Alright.
made their debut over the course of his career. I mean, I think he played for England when he was 52, something like that. Now I have to go and search up Wilfred Rhodes' his career, but he did play for an awfully long time, as evidenced by that. He only played 58 matches, but of course between it was either side of the First World War, 1899 and 1930, so lots of different players appeared for England over that period. But there are a few others. Burns turns this into the leg side. He'll just pick up a single. Brian Close, of course, yes, he played. He for a long time he was England's youngest ever player, making his debut at 18 and then returning as a older senior pro against the Windies. I think it was, wasn't it, in 76 he came back out there. He had 122 debutants between the first and last matches of his career. Frank Woolley, 114. Graham Gooch, of course, yes, Graham Gooch, 20-year England career as well, 109.
So fairly amateur stuff for Anderson, really. Just the 99 debuts so far.
Well, we know, many of us can remember the 80s and 90s, the period during Gooch's career where lots and lots of cricketers were given a chance, and many only given the one chance. the one cap wonder, you know, the last Test of the summer at the Oval. Come and have a go. See if you can get on a tour. Oh no, that'll do for you. So 109 made their debut after Gooch's first match. Again, a nice looking shot into the offside for Burns. They might pick up another one from the misfield. They do.
Would you rather be a one Test wonder or a 2 Test wonder? I feel like if you've only played one, at least that's a sort of badge of honour. Whereas no one remembers anyone that's played 2 Tests, do they? Can you name anyone that's played 2 Tests?
Can I name anyone who's played 2 Tests? Oh crikey.
I mean, I'm not sorry, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I mean to prove a point.
No, you are proving a point, absolutely. Terrific bit of fielding there. Oh, that's fantastic. Just round the corner at square leg, Sam Hain. And that's the end of the session. What a fantastic bit of fielding to end it. Making sure that the runs that have been flowing over the last couple of overs don't continue. But Surrey in very comfortable position at lunch on day 2. 65 without loss from 19 overs. Burns 34 not out from 58 balls. Dom Sibley 18 not out from 59. And Surrey trail by 278 runs, having dismissed Warwickshire for 343 half an hour into the day. Ed Barnard with 108, last man out. And in reply, Surrey have got themselves off to a very confident looking start. They're just the one real chance that Warwickshire will be ruining when Rory Burns was dropped at slip by Will Rhodes off the bowling of Craig Miles. But the home team will be able to tuck into their lunch feeling rather good about things here at the Kia Oval. Lunchtime on day 2, and it's 65 without loss. Lunchtime break. We've got some fantastic content coming up with Ollie Pope talking to Yas Rana at the Grey Nichols factory. He's talking about his approach to batting, his love of bats, originally from the Wisden Cricket podcast, but something for you to enjoy here on the stream. We'll leave you with that, and we'll be back after the lunch break for the next part of the Surrey innings.
So we're here at the Grey Nichols factory, Ollie. I'm fascinated. How do you go about choosing your bats?
Yeah, so for the last probably 4 years now, I've always used a shorter blade with a normal length handle. I just feel like it picks up a bit lighter, and that's something that you're seeing quite a lot now. Quite a few guys in the changing room do that, and then gradually just tinker. Sometimes you might score runs and score 100 or a couple of big innings, and then with one specific bat, and then you'll just like the feel of it, and then you'll go, right, this is my template, this is what I want this curve in it, I want this weight in it, I want this kind of handle, but that can change the whole time. Like at the minute, I just like mine slightly more rounded, fairly light, not too bulky, but still enough behind it, and then it's like I said, it's constantly changing, but you just get a feel for one bat. It's not always the one that pings the best for me, especially in red ball cricket. It's just the one that feels right in my hands.
So we're going to talk technique. As a club cricketer, I'm always interested in how much do pros talk about technique in the dressing room, and as a batter, when you make changes to your game, is that something that you are having thoughts about in the nets, or do you make changes based on conversations with coaches? So what is the evolution of a batter like?
Yeah, you see it with a lot of different players. Like I think someone like Joe Root's the perfect example. He's constantly making tiny adjustments to his game, but with keeping the same basics. And I think that's something batters learn along the way. You want to. It's easy to look up to your idols and look up to the guys you've grown up watching and be like, I want to bat like him. But you need your own template. What works for Ollie Pope, not what works for someone else. So constantly tinkering. I think it can change slightly from where you go. For example, in India, I mean, the perfect example is I spent. I was injured obviously before India for 3 months. I was netting, training for my trigger for reverse swing bowling, trying to stay a little more open, and then suddenly got out in the game. And what I'd been doing for 3 months before, I ended up just going with this new trigger because it just felt right in the game. And that was the innings that I had a bit of success in. So I think that
was mid-innings. So you were preparing for something for 3 months, and then mid-innings you worked out that wasn't quite working.
Not even mid-innings. I think might have been one ball, and I think Bumrah was bowling reverse swing and Siraj had it reversing. So I was like, right, I'm just going to trigger with my back leg, keep my left leg out of the way. And it's just shows that sometimes there's an element of just feel in the game, but it's very rare for me. So at the same time, so then I kind of got back to England, and for example, I was like, is this the way for me to go? And then being honest, like it's not, it doesn't work for me in England. I played one county game last week. I got out once doing it, and I immediately know I need to just go back to the way that I've playing, which is a normal two-legged trigger, nice and simple. I get my sort of weight and my balance a little bit better there. I can move forward and back a bit better. So you're constantly wanting to get better. I did that because I was cautious of reverse swing and your pads and your stumps, and it's never going to be easy out there. I think there's a good video or picture going around of me with my two stumps on the floor, so it doesn't always work. But at the same time, it's just trying to realise what's the biggest risk. In India, that was the case. So that was my work on. And then in England, it's slightly different. It might be a bit more swing, a bit more nip. So it's trying to work out what's best for me here. So I like to just try and do all my work well away from the cricket. In an ideal world, do it for 2 or 3 weeks before, and then come the game, then you know exactly how you're going to go into it, and you don't really want to be thinking about your technique in these big games. You'd rather just have a clear mind and just go in and play the situation, not just where my feet, where my head, where my hands.
So I've got two stills. One of you at Lords in your Test debut against India in 2018, and then one against Australia also at Lords last summer. Talk me through the changes here. So looking at the one from your Test debut, you're slightly more offside. I think the other notable thing is you're more crouched back in 2018 compared to where you were last summer. Talk me through those changes and when do those changes take place, etc., etc.
Yeah, I think so. I'm actually the legs, the sort of bend in the legs. I realised I was just getting too tense in my legs. I wasn't moving smoothly enough. I wasn't sort of getting enough power, and just too crouched down, and it just brought too much like tension within my body. So I reckon probably after I got dropped from the England team after a couple of games for the first time, that was when I realised that I needed to try and change that. So gradually, I think I probably made that adjustment probably over the next few months after getting dropped. And also that's not perfect. I mean, that's probably when I got bowled as well, actually. But I'm trying to just keep my head a little bit more that way. I mean, if you look at where my balance is there, it just looks like I'm falling over to the offside, and that's just going to basically mean my back can't come down in a nice straight line. But this is I know whether it was the ball I got bowled.
It wasn't actually.
But that's a much better position. I mean, the reason I got bowled was because I saw a wobble seam ball coming down, but it swung in when I didn't expect it to swing. So that is the reason I got in a bad position. But that's a better position for me now because my balance is just much better. And I think other examples will be used as well when I'm over the wicket. My balance will be in a better position. And then I think the two things for me that I'm worried, well, probably three things are my head, my hands. I want to have a nice clear back path where it's nice and simple. When you hit a straight drive or a cover drive, it just looks like almost gravity's taken over and it's just all moving kind of in one line. And also I want my feet, so for the left arm seamer I want to be just slightly open like that, and then for a right armer pretty much parallel towards the bowler. So that's kind of what works for me when I'm playing my best. Things look pretty simple that way, and that's sort of my template of how I want it to look. So yeah, nice and simple with the head, hands, but again, still kind of things that I work on and things that you can keep improving, and just trying to sort of find drills to help improve that.
So what are the drills that your go-tos?
Yeah, so I'll do each morning. I like to just do some basic stuff every morning of the game. I don't necessarily hit with the sidearm. I'll just get my pads and gloves and a box, and just get some throws and just hit some nice defences, because I think it's easy in the season. We're constantly playing, especially in the county season, and then going into the Test summer, and actually now with T20 and the 100 kicking about, it's good just for me as a Test cricketer. It's good for me just to keep nailing my basics. So I'll just block a load of balls for 5 minutes, and then hit a few drives where I try and hit sort of extra cover, and then I'll clip a few and hit a few on drives as well. And that's just a good way. It's pretty easy to do. Like I'm expecting to middle most of these balls, and it's something that keeps it nice and simple in the morning, and it just keeps my focus basically just my head position, and just being clear with my footwork and precise with my footwork as well.
A couple of, is it 2 years ago now or 3 years ago, the off-stump guard was almost a national culture war issue. So you were batting on off-stump then. What was your thinking behind it, and why did you move back? so more middle stump.
Yeah, I think so. I realised my weakness then was probably that sort of fifth stump channel, and nicking balls on that fifth stump channel because my hands were getting too pushy at it. So my theory behind it then was, right, if I shuffle across a bit and I know if I'm on off stump and the ball's pretty not hitting my legs, then I can leave the ball easier. And then and because I was good off my pads, and so that was the theory behind it. And then I kind of, when I got dropped from England, got after the Ashes series away, came back and worked on my game, had a long chat with Vikram Solanki, who was the head coach at Surrey at the time, and we're like, right, well, just stick with one thing, because at that time I was just tinkering, and that wasn't the right thing for me to do. So I was like, right, I'll stick to batting on middle. I might trigger just to middle and off, but then that, as long as you can know where your off stump is, I think that can then solve those problems. And I'm not saying it was definitely the right or wrong thing to be standing on off stump at the time. I got out, Southey got me out once LBW, so it looked like the wrong thing. But yeah, I think that there's always a thought behind it. It's not just, I'll stand on off stump and just clip everything off my legs. It's like, right, how can I negate my weakness? But then again, one of my biggest strengths is playing through the offside. So it's not getting too wound up in how they're going to get you out, but it's actually trying to work out how you can score runs. So I cut and I play my cover drives, and then if I can just keep learning where my off stump is, I can leave those balls on fifth stump a lot better. So that was the theory behind it. Somewhere like Australia might happen a bit more because a lot of the balls are bouncing over the stumps, but I think for now what's worked best over the last few years is me just standing on middle, triggering sort of to middle and off, and I mean, we're talking about margins of an inch, so but they do make a difference, and in your mindset with how you want to go about an innings.
As you played more Test cricket, did you make technical changes based on the different challenges? So Rob Key talks about it a lot, that you have more 90-mile-per-hour bowling, you have taller bowlers, generally more bouncing pitches as well. Was there anything that you did almost specifically for the challenges that you get in Test cricket, and do you even set up now slightly different in Test cricket versus county championship stuff? Yeah,
absolutely. I think quicker bowlers, so I worked out I was getting slightly hurried on the short ball, so now I try and pick my hands up a bit more, which helps me in probably more Test cricket, if I'm being honest, and that can help me just get onto the pull shot quicker. And then if you think about it, if your hands are low when the bowler's releasing the ball, and it's a weird concept, but if you've got to go up and then back down, then you're probably going to be on the move when you're defending a little bit. So when I'm playing my best at the minute, I'm just trying to keep them fairly high. I think you see it with a lot of batters now, fairly high, and then all it's got to do, if I'm on the pull shot, then they're already set up for that, but also they've just got to come with a nice clear path back down, if that makes sense. So that's something Test cricket's probably helped me with and sort of helped me learn my game with. And as well, in general, the pitches are slightly better in Test cricket. I mean, over the last year or two, they've been pretty good in county cricket as well, to be honest, but there's less of a challenge where the bowlers are just kind of trying to nip it in and every ball and hit your pad. There's a bit more pace and a bit more swing often, I find, in Test cricket. So a lot of the time in county cricket, if I feel the ball's nipping almost like a ridiculous amount, I'll just walk down the crease and try and find a way to put the bowler under pressure and try and get outside the line. But if you're playing on good pitches, you don't really have to do that as much. But
yeah, I was going to ask, that is something you do probably more than most batters coming down the ground. Is that a deliberate decision for just when it nips about, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of two things. It can either be to put the bowler under pressure and try and, if he's really settled in at bowling the top of the stumps, and trying to basically make his best ball into a half volley so I can score off it. And it's also if I feel like he's really challenging me, nipping it in. But at the same time, it's still something that I'm working out when's the best time to do it, because I do it well, but I've fallen into that trap a couple of times as well. So it's making sure I trust my defence, and for me it's probably a little bit more now using it just to every now and again to put the bowler under pressure, so he knows that he can't just settle in and bowl his best ball. But at the same time, like, do I do it too early in my innings? Sometimes I've fallen into that trap once or twice, and it's just constant learning and constant playing the situation, and even chatting to a guy like Joe Root, who's done that a lot as well, is talking to him, and he sort of worked that out, and that's why he's sort of the player he is now, because he's worked out that side of his game and when to use those kind of counter punches as well. So that's something I'm definitely still working on.
People always call back to hundreds, but I think some of your most memorable innings on home soil in particular actually are, I think back to, you got a 60-70 odd against Pakistan when they had Shaheen and Naseem, and then a 70 odd at Lords against South Africa in a game that England didn't do very well in. When your game is going well against the proper quicks, I think Norkir and Rabada were playing that South Africa game, what do you think is working particularly well for you? Yeah,
I think probably that South Africa series was probably the best. I know I didn't get, like you said, I didn't get those hundreds, and then I think I made a 60 odd at the Oval as well in a very low scoring game. And I think I was just clear in my mindset, I was happy to every now and again run down to Norkir and Rabada, which
what's that like?
I mean, if you pick the wrong ball, you could be cleaned up, which isn't ideal. And I didn't have loads of success against it, but again, I was just trying to, because I knew the pitch was doing a fair bit, I was trying to just find a way to put their best ball, which is at the top of the stumps, where they, on a grassy pitch, if they're bowling short at me, don't get me wrong, it's not that fun, but I feel like I can score off it. So it's just a way of me trying to put them under a little bit more pressure. So they're, other than, obviously we lost at Lords, one at the Oval, but they're probably two of my best knocks in the England shirt, because I was so clear in my mindset there. And I trusted my defence, I left well, but I also scored at a pretty quick rate. It's almost like you're defending as least balls as possible, because you're either leaving or trying to score off it. So I made really good decisions in those two innings. And it was just nice and simple. I think when I'm playing my best as well, I kind of just take the pitch out of the situation as well. I know at my best I can be a good enough player to score on any kind of wicket, but it's just trying to be at your best as much as you can, because there's other times where you get on a flat one and you're out of rhythm, and it's like, geez, this is tough work. So it's just having confidence and having clarity in your game, and the sort of work you do before the week of a test match, or even the month before a test series, and so you can kind of go in full of confidence. And if there's a pitch that looks pretty spicy and seem friendly, then you can still back yourself to do well in it.
I've got to ask you about one of your hundreds, 196 at Hyderabad. Joe Root, who's scored a few big tons in Asia, described it as one of the best knocks ever played in Asia. I spoke to Ollie Robinson afterwards, and he was talking about the preparation you guys had for that tour, and in particular what you were doing in preparation for the pitches that would turn more, and that Hyderabad pitch arguably spun more than any of the other grounds that you guys played at. Talk us through your prep for that innings.
Yeah, I think I had so much clarity in my innings, and probably the frustrating reason why I didn't kick on was because I probably set up, like you said, that was probably the biggest turner of them all, and I probably set up my whole game thinking every pitch was going to be like that. So yeah, we went out to Abu Dhabi, obviously, and then I think the best thing about, I know there was a lot of chat in the media about it, but we were able to create our own scenarios, game scenarios. We were allowed to put sand on the wicket and get guys like all our spinners, Hartley, Leachy, Bash bowling with a pitch covered in sand, so some balls would skid on, and just like that pitch did. So I had so much clarity, and I remember obviously we got one in the first innings, and I was kind of at peace with it, because in my mind I was like, right, if Jadeja nicks me off or beats me on the outside, then you've got to be at peace with that, and that's why I was sort of proud of myself in that game, was that I sort of drew a line under that, and I stuck by the same thing. I was like, right, I'm going to do everything I can to cover my inside edge and get in a good enough position that if he does spin it past me, I'm not pushing at it, hopefully to slip. So, and he beat me probably 100 times or whatever during that innings, but
and a big part of that innings was putting those balls away.
Yeah,
there's nothing you can do about them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So don't worry about them.
Yeah, and that was probably what I'd really prepared myself for, was right, see it go past the bat, see it go past the bat, and then throw the odd punch with a sweep or reverse sweep or run down the wicket. So I think it was just a clarity in my mind, and I think that's why probably the frustrating thing, like I said, was that about the rest of the series was the conditions changed a fair bit. My sweeping game and my and that kind of thing was kind of taken out of it, because we played on more up and down pitches and sort of crack pitches. They weren't easy to bat on, and against someone like Bumrah it never is, but that was probably why I didn't have the success I wanted throughout the whole series, was because I'd been so sort of good at preparing for a real turner, but probably let myself down a little bit just by not sort of putting enough pressure back on the bowler when we got on slightly better wickets.
On the 196, talk me through the scoop of your head. You had Gavaskar purring in the commentary box. I think it's a shot I don't think anyone's ever played before in a test match.
Yeah, I remember facing, again, that Abu Dhabi trip, I was facing Tommy Hartley. He was bowling really nicely with a new ball, and I was finding it quite hard to sweep and quite hard to reverse sweep. So I remember Brendan McCullum was standing at slip, and he's not the tallest. So I was like, you know what, I can. So I just tried it 2 or 3 times in Abu Dhabi, and I was like, oh right, that works. And then so I don't know what made me try it in India, and then I just remembered. I think when I'm playing my best, I'm just thinking quite logically. I'm not thinking technically. I'm like, right, there's a gap there. Feels like a fairly safe shot, and every time I played it, fortunately, it actually went for 4. So it's like, right, that was a good option to take, and used sort of my logical half of my brain and rather than my technical part. And yeah, that one worked. And again, frustrating. I didn't almost play it more during as the series went on, because it's kind of like, I didn't trust the bounce of the pitches so much. But you got to take those risks sometimes, I think.
You talked about the rest of your series. Some commentators describe the way you start an innings as frenetic. Do you think that comment is fair? And are you someone who consciously tries to start innings in a busy manner?
Not constantly. I think on the pitches, like I said, on those kind of pitches that I expected us playing on, I knew that sometimes if you're just sort of kind of sitting there, there could be one with your name on it. So my thing was I was trying to find a way to put some pressure back on the bowler. And annoyingly, in the last test, I think I got 20 and 11, I think. But I actually felt like I started my innings exactly how I wanted to start it, and I was kind of learning on the job a little bit, because it's something that I've worked on in England. I've worked hard at my game starting my innings in England, and that word frenetic, I mean, when I do well, they call it busy. When I get out, it's frenetic. So it's like, it's just sort of how it looks, and for me, of course, it's something I can work on. Definitely the first 20 balls of my innings, and that's probably just trusting my defence, to be honest, which I should have done more so in those last couple of games. So it sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't, but for me it's trying to work out how I can make it work a lot more times than it doesn't.
And is that one of the challenges of Test cricket in particular, is that there are 5 tests in these big series and you actually have to adapt mid-series? Yeah, absolutely. And I think especially with that Indian team, I think when teams come to England, you know roughly what they're going to throw at you, but I mean, credit to India, they come at you with, I mean, the way Bumrah bowled was, I mean, that's probably the toughest on pretty spinner friendly and some of the pitches batter friendly wickets. The way he bowled was very impressive, and that's another dimension. And the way Kuldeep came in and he bowled was very impressive as well. And then they've obviously got the skills of Ashwin, Jadeja, so that you've almost got to prepare for 3 times as much as you do in a series in England, and especially in a 5-match series, because there's so many different ways they're trying to get you out. And it kind of felt like every time you had a little brain slip and you lost focus for that one ball, that was the ball they're out, because they're keeping so many dismissals in play. So that's what it felt like, and you've got to be on your A game throughout the whole thing, I think, in India, and probably slightly different to other series, because you know roughly what the conditions are going to be like and how they're going to line up, and they're going to probably play 1 spinner and 4 seamers in a lot of places. So I think that's definitely part of it, yeah. Finally, a non-batting question. A lot of the guys in the England dressing room now describe you as a leader, and you're given the vice captaincy at a relatively young age. How do you think you've developed into a leader, and do you have people that you've looked up to as role models in leadership?
Yeah, I think part of it sort of just comes naturally to you and who you are on a pitch. I think I know what works well for me is just immersing myself in the whole game. I'm not just a batter. I want to be a good fielder. I want to help out the captain when I can, if it's my place to help him out. And then I think, yeah, as I think obviously I've really enjoyed working under Stokes and McCullum, and they've given me confidence to sort of be myself, play like I want to play. There's still a lot of work from a personal point of view that can be done, and I still feel like I can be a much better player than I am at the minute. But I feel like that leadership role sort of helps you grow within the team and within the environment. And there's always going to be a lot of noise in a test match whenever you have a low score. But I think the challenge is, for me, I think when I got that pair in India, that's probably pretty low at the moment, but I was like, right, I can either rock up and sort of go inside, go sort of a bit insular and just worry about my own game, or actually, right, I'm vice captain here, we've got a job to do on here. So I think it's a good way of, cricket's a team sport. Like, as much as it can feel individual sometimes, it is a team sport, and you're all sort of working towards the same goal. There's going to be times where you score 0 and times where you score 100. So I think it's kind of like, you need to just be as consistent as you can, and if that's you being a leader on the pitch and off the pitch, then you need to do it after scoring 100 runs or 0 runs as well. And I think that's probably the main thing for anyone who's sort of growing up and wants to be a leader within a team, is just finding that consistency. And I think, who I've looked up to, I mean, I think we've obviously got Alex Stewart at Surrey. He's been an unbelievable role model for us, obviously as a player, but as the way he sort of runs the whole setup at Surrey is, and then even playing under Burnsy, slightly different leadership styles to someone like Stokesy, but it's really good seeing how different captains operate. And I think if you can just sort of pick up snippets of that and then be your own person if it ever does land on my lap, and then that's probably my main focus.
Well, cheers for your time, Ollie. You've got to go play golf, so we'll wrap it up there. But
cheers.
Thanks a lot and best luck.
Nice one. Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Welcome back. It's session 2 on day 2 at the Kia Oval as Surrey take on Warwickshire. This morning they picked up those last 2 wickets relatively cheaply. They just about denied Warwickshire a 3rd batting point. Who knows how important that could be come the end of the season. With wickets for Worrell and for Dan Lawrence. Excellent 100 by Ed Barnard was what frustrated Surrey for so much of yesterday and for the first part of today. But they got that all wrapped up in around about half an hour. Then they faced 19 overs before lunch, which could have been an awkward period. But they survived the odd close LBW shout, some very quick bowling from Amir Jamal, and they get through to lunch unscathed and come out now 65 without loss, a deficit of 278. You can see there are 68 overs remaining in the day. 4 an over is probably a little bit unlikely, and at the moment Warwickshire will still believe they're in with a very good chance of making inroads and keeping Surrey below their first innings total. But if Surrey do manage to bat out the rest of the day, they will be close to Warwickshire's total. The weather forecast has improved. This could be a humdinger of a match. Will Rhodes with the first ball after lunch is very close to being a wide, but he's got away with it. Catcher Whitney is alongside me. It's kind of fun, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite fun. It's a lovely day to be playing cricket.
Sun is out.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Surrey just started to, well, Rory Burns and Dom Sibley just started to hit their stride slightly before lunch. Once the opening, once Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Eamon Jamal had come off, runs started to flow a little bit. Pivotal session, you think, for Warwickshire?
Super shot from Sibley. When he gets the cover drive going, you know he's in good working order. Don't think it'll make it to the boundary. We've seen a few threes, a very long boundary out there. It's a great bit of fielding.
It's almost a carbon copy of one he did earlier, just early on in the Surrey innings. Beautiful shot.
It is, and when you see that he's playing that shot, you get hopeful as a Surrey fan. In his England iteration, he really struggled to nail the cover drive. Everything was going through the leg side. It's sort of made it a bit easier to bowl at him, but if he's hitting both sides of the wicket, he becomes a serious threat.
There's so many moving parts that when he gets that cover drive clicked into gear, it shows that he's in a decent bit of a nick. Obviously already 2 centuries this season, 1 here at the Kia Oval. He looks in solid form.
Now, I don't know, I'm going to ask our producer next door to tidy up my sheet, because I don't know what has and hasn't been said yet. But what I can tell you is you can get hold of us today on, well, and every day, on surreybroadcast@gmail.com. You can email us with your thoughts, your memories of Jimmy Anderson. The hardest working man in cricket isn't, as it turns out, Jimmy Anderson. It's Adam Collins, as I think we all know. The final word industrial complex continued. So in the lunch break, I've just been coerced into bashing off a half-hour podcast in which we've talked about Jimmy.
I thought it was a bit quiet when I came up here.
Yeah. Yes, we found a room, and if you've been living under a rock for the last 18 hours or so, the news is that Jimmy Anderson is going to play one more test, and one more test only. He's going to finish his career as one of England's oldest cricketers, but he's going to be playing his final test at the 2nd oldest test ground in London, which is a terrible disappointment. You'd think they could have found somewhere better for him for a swan song. It's been thrashed away, but there is a deep point in position. You could call it a defensive position, but it's a relatively short boundary out to the left-hander's offside from the way you're looking now. Dominic Sibley's leg side, we've got a slightly unbalanced, let's say, slightly unbalanced outfield, as the pitch is a little bit over towards the Harleyford Road side. So you can get in touch with us with your memories of Jimmy Anderson. Colin put me on the spot. We're all doing it. We're extemporising off the top of our heads, as is often the way. And he said, you know, I want your one memory of Jimmy. I can't do one memory of Jimmy because there's so. The thing is, there are so many different Jimmys. He's like the Doctor in Doctor Who, which is a very important point that the new series Doctor Who starts.
I'm very excited.
Are you? So
very
am I.
Very excited.
69 without loss after 20. And Ncuti Gatwa, I liked him a lot in the one episode I've seen. But there are kind of like whole bunch of different Andersons, aren't there? There's the first Anderson with the streak, mohawk and whatnot, and you know, one of the first things came into my head was him bowling. It turned out, great Pakistan batter, Mohammad Yusuf, with a late swinging full away swinger. But actually, the very first thing that came into my head was his immense disappointment when he got out against Sri Lanka with about 2 balls left to go.
Yes.
Which I thought exemplified just how much the team and England mattered to him. And it's a strange thing that should be a memory when he's managed to take 700 wickets. But you may have various memories. You can get in touch with us about them, as the incredibly parsimonious and owl-like Hannon Dolby comes into bowl with that marvellously eccentric right arm. So far he's conceded just the 7 runs in his 7.1 overs. You're always on the spot. But you get in touch with us with your memories. I'll throw one out there, him getting Michael Clarke out in an Ashes test in England with an absolutely perfect ball, which was, you know, symphonic in its complex beauty. It was magnificent. But you will have, I'm sure, other memories, and you can send them through to us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And partly, I'm hoping, Katya, and this is very one-eyed and Surrey of me to say this, but I'm partly hoping that we'll be able to get through some of those in a really nice afternoon session that lacks alarms.
Okay.
As Surrey gradually accumulate runs
with your impartial hat on.
With my impartial Surrey hat on. You know, it's the only place I'm allowed to say these things. I'm gagged by the BBC.
Anderson's meant to be on BBC in a half an hour.
Be interested to look out for that. If you're wondering why, it's because England's women are playing against Pakistan's women in a very well sold T20 at Edgbaston. They do sell tickets terrifically well. The atmosphere is going to be brilliant for that game. And that match, I'm not contractually obliged to tell you, but it is live on the BBC today with a whole smorgasbord of stars, including Isha Guha, Henry Moran missed a story, I think, on the radio, and Jimmy Anderson is supposed to be there. I wouldn't blame him if perhaps not today, because everybody's going to want a piece of Jimmy at the moment, aren't they? And he's not the sort of man who likes that kind of limelight, I don't think.
No, I kind of do wonder whether this announcement has come slightly before he wanted it to come. And there was a tweet on the BBC cricket account yesterday that said he was on commentary today. Don't know how confirmed that's been.
We'll find out.
We will find out in about
thing.
20 minutes' time. We'll find out.
Excited. Don't. I mean, if you've got 2 screens, do it that way. Just keep your eye on the BBC coverage. Oh, now thick inside edge squirts away down to deep backward square for a rare run off Oliver Hannon Dolby, who's just metronomic in his accuracy.
You were saying memories of Anderson earlier, and the one that springs to mind for me, it wasn't a wicket, it was when he was searching for the 500th wicket, I think it was, against the West Indies at Lords, I think it was, and he bowled this amazing spell, and I can't for the life of me remember the name of the umpire. I think it was Bruce Oxenford, who was standing at the bowler's end, and the ball missed the bat by an absolute whisker, and he just put his head in his hands as if to say, play that one. And it exemplified to me how everyone becomes a spectator at certain points in the game. When great players are at their best, every single person becomes a spectator, apart from the bowler and the batter.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, you get the best seat in the house, don't you, if you're umpiring Jimmy Anderson. 70 without loss of 21. I've got to say, I'm not ready for it. You're supposed to be ready, aren't you? Since we've been speculating on little else with Jimmy Anderson for the last 6 or 7 years, but it's all come too quickly for me, and I really do resent that he's not going to play the entirety of this summer and finish at the Oval. But that is because I'm a monstrously selfish man who wants things to be done in the way I like them. So there's a logic to all this, isn't there? And it's not just, I think, although a lot of people are focusing on the fast bowling aspect and preparing a crew for Australia. Now that looks tight. Shake of the head from umpire Bailey, perhaps height involved there. We'll take a look at that on the replay. Here we go. Well, he might just have got a touch outside the line as well. It's hard to tell. His legs slightly bent, as often is with Rory Burns when he comes forward, but tries to get outside the line. There might have been a bit of height, just umpire not convinced, didn't look out enough. But yes, I was saying, I think we're all focusing on, they want to get Tongue and Wood and whoever else, frankly, who are going to bowl fast and be big burly men in Australia. But the other part of it is that England play half their test matches at home, and there is a need for someone to replace a massive Anderson-sized hole at some point, and one of the obvious people to do that would be Sam Cook. And now you're not going to play Anderson and Sam Cook in the same game, so with Anderson out, suddenly there is a bit of a chance there. And the other thing that really comes to mind is Ollie Robinson, because he's a bit of an elephant in the room, isn't he? We all know that he's a high quality class bowler. Many of us have not quite understood how he's done this, but he keeps on averaging under 27, whilst not necessarily looking awfully threatening. He's got a very high release point and gets the ball to jag back late. But you kind of feel he's not a young man. He's 30 odd, isn't he? 30, 31.
Yeah, I think he's just turned 30 maybe.
Well, this season.
Yeah, he's turned 30 in December.
Well, this season he's kind of got to put his hand up and say, yes, I do want this role. And in a way, with Anderson out, you're auditioning for two different things, aren't you? You're freeing up with Anderson and Broad gone. It's the point that Colo made on the podcast just done a moment ago. You're freeing 2 slots times 5 test matches. That's 10 slots, which is suddenly quite a lot of experience you're giving to bowlers. But you're also freeing up the sort of who's going to be your in England bowler of that particular type. And you've got space for 1, possibly 2 in England, and that feels like a sort of Robinson Cook kind of role to me. Does that sort of make any kind of sense?
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, but also just looking at this summer, this is the summer to do it, when you're going to bed bowlers in.
Streaky, and now 3 fielders in pursuit. It will just make it to the rope, but a bit of intent there from Dominic Sibley. It was wide, he could have left it alone, but he's gone after it. Didn't go where he intended, but he's picked up boundary nonetheless. So he finished the over on 75 without loss.
Quite risky, that one.
Yeah. So I mean, it'll be fun. It'll be interesting this summer. It's had the dangers of being a low-key summer, but we're going to start with a bang.
Yeah, I think looking at last summer, obviously the Ashes was such an incredible summer of cricket that it didn't really make obviously it didn't make sense to do it that summer, but then if you look at this summer, no disrespect to Sri Lanka and the West Indies, but it's not going to have the same aura to it.
I know what you mean. It's a weird thing though, because England's women played Sri Lanka at the end of last season.
It's brilliant.
And Sri Lanka won. And I'm not sure that England were quite prepared for that. And Sri Lanka and the West Indies, they've got some very good cricketers. The West Indies have got a particularly intriguing bowling lineup, looking at the way, for example, Seals is performing at Sussex, and they've got Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph. They're going to be a serious proposition with the ball. I suppose there might be a feeling, might there, that their batting is less strong, and so, trying bowlers out against them might not be the worst thing.
Yeah, I mean, when you say aura, that's different from saying not competitive. There's absolute possibility and probability of West Indies and Sri Lanka making very good test series out of those 3-match series. Given that they're 3-match series as well, it only takes, an upset and you're in serious problems. But in terms of aura and what's prized in those Ashes series and those India series, which unfortunately are the big 3 series now, you look at last summer and then going into what next summer will be, next summer will be completely about gearing up for that Winter Ashes series and going down under and not making it the complete capitulation disasters that we've had over the last 10, 13 years now. So yeah, if Anderson wasn't going to go to Australia, and we know that he said he hadn't ruled it out, but if McCullum and Stokes between them had decided that wasn't the way to go, then it makes sense to bow out this summer at some point, and he's decided that it'll be in the first test, or they have decided, and that frees up the rest of the summer. And equally with Broad now out of the picture as well, it almost feels like a clean break. You know, that India series that was so waylaid with bowlers out at the start of it, and they needed that seniority in a way to go to India and guide that attack and the spinners anyway through that series. And now it feels like this needs to be a clean break. Now they've decided that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong whether to move on from Anderson. I think that's quite a personal kind of
Yes, I'm not ready
preference.
for it. But, yeah. Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
If you're not ready for it. I have no memories of England pre-Anderson, none whatsoever. So
He has said this yesterday.
Yeah.
He said exactly this. He said he was born in 1995 or something. So he doesn't know what an Anderson-free life is like.
Yeah, I think I was 2 or 3 years old when Anderson made his Test debut. There were no memories before Anderson. So it'll be...
So you actually, your first memories of Anderson were quite a mature Anderson.
Yes.
Wow.
So when you say Anderson memories, all England memories essentially are Anderson, and that's quite a large proportion of cricket fans now.
Well, hasn't he played in something preposterous like 20% of England's entire Test matches?
Probably.
It's utterly ridiculous. He's bowled something like 3.6% of all the balls they've bowled in history. So you are taking quite a lot away when you remove him, and you're right, everything about this is so personal, because sport becomes personal, and what the players mean to you, what they represent parts of your own life, and they represent memories of your life, you know, times you may have spent with family or with partners or whatever. It's sort of as Proustian, if not more so than music, isn't it? So
there's also a sense of the way he bows out being personal. I think that this grand send-off is something that fans or followers feel like they have ownership over, or that they need, rather than the player. They're much more about those who've watched over the year than they are about the player in a lot of cases, particularly I think in Anderson's cases, because I can't imagine him enjoying that kind of attention.
No.
But it's not something that, now that he's announced that he will play a final test and that he hasn't played his last test, it's something that's going to be thrust upon him. He has no control over that anymore, because fans who have followed him over the career, he means something to points in their life when they've tuned in different circumstances. And that's that kind of outpouring of emotion that we see. It's not necessarily all about the achievements or whatever. It's someone who's been a constant in a part of your life over the last 24 years, something like that. 22 years.
yes, it's all of those things, isn't it?
And equally, not just thinking about the cricket side of things, you know, you think of Tail-Ender's podcast and you think of the stuff outside the game. He has meant more than the wickets in a way. He's opened up the game to different fans. Most of my friends have no idea about cricket, but last night when I went home and they asked me how my day was, and I said, oh, James Anderson might be retiring, they all knew who he was, which was interesting.
Because there aren't that many cricketers who get that kind of recognition, you're right. Especially one who hasn't been on Strictly.
Yes.
Or in the jungle. Yeah, it's a funny old thing to have to come to terms with. It's like a death, isn't it? It's like a bereavement.
Wouldn't go that far.
Oh, I would. Yes, both my parents are now dead, and I suppose I can't really claim that Jimmy Anderson's retirement is as moving as that, but it's sort of adjacent. You get it's a feeling of loss, Katya. You're never going to get it back. You're never going to get to see him bowl again.
Can you imagine if his last Test wicket is to equal Shane Warne, or
Oh,
to go
don't!
past Shane Warne?
I'll be so angry if it's to equal it. I mean, this is another, again, it's one of these utterly personal things that has nothing to do with the England team or what's right for James Anderson. It's all to do with the selfishness of being a sports watcher. But I wanted him to have a last summer and not announce his retirement until the penultimate day of the season like Broad. Because I knew he wouldn't want much in the way of a send-off. You know, Broad, if you remember, did it with like 2 days to go in the game, didn't he?
This is all about you wanting Jimmy to retire at the Oval, really, isn't it?
I wanted to retire at the Oval with 730 odd wickets. Yes, that's what that's what I wanted, and it's got nothing to do with me. But that's the thing. Sport is about personal, which is why I say get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. This is a safe place for you to be as selfish as you like about what it means to you that Jimmy Anderson is retiring from Test cricket. He hasn't retired from all cricket, so I'm wrong to say that we'll never get to see it again. Might be watching him here at the Oval at some point, playing for Lancashire. Might be watching him on a Lancashire live stream. Meanwhile, Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns have been very gracious in giving us the opportunity to have these conversations. And they're playing really rather well after lunch, moving along comfortably without any great speed, but they'll be wanting to see off Hannon Dolby again. You can't really get after Hannon Dolby, but he's into his 10th over. He bowled 7 overs before lunch. Probably have, I think, what sort of 5, maybe 6 tops in this spell. And they recognise what a threat he is, because he will just land it on the spot. You will not be able to get him away. I mean, at that Lord's Test, who's going to be there? Do you think all the people that he played with in his first Test are going to be there, as well as his first wicket, his 100th wicket, his 200th wicket, his 300th wicket?
All the regalia is going to be completely out in force.
And he's going to hate that.
He will hate it, but there's no control over it. It will be there will be no point to a Test match going alongside it.
No. I'll tell you what it might do. It might give us a contender for the most number of standing ovations in a Test match, and I firmly believe that Alistair Cook's farewell, I mentioned this yesterday, here at the Oval in 2018, broke the world record for the most number of standing ovations for one man in a single match, because he batted through so many sessions that they kept on standing up and applauding when he went off at lunch and when he came back out at lunch and then at tea. Now, Jimmy Anderson can walk onto the field, get a standing ovation every time he's brought on to bowl. Standing ovation every time he comes onto the field. And I wonder how much he's going to be... I mean, I don't know. This is crazy, isn't it? This is, again, what I mean about the selfishness and madness of sport. But he wants to hit a 6 off his last ball and take a wicket with his last ball, doesn't he? Because Stuart Broad did it.
Reverse sweep for 4 off his final ball, I think, would be the most fitting...
You're right.
Fitting ending.
No point in sixing it, but yeah.
That Alistair Cook final 100, or the day he got his 100, I watched from a fridge in Sainsbury's on my phone.
From a fridge?
Yeah, I was working at Sainsbury's at the time.
Ooh, you were inside the fridge?
I was hiding.
Was Boris Johnson with you?
I snuck out the back because I wanted to watch it and didn't want to be told to do any more work, so I
Very well done.
Put a big coat on and shut myself in the fridge, and I watched that innings.
I'm very disappointed you weren't listening on the radio, because you'd have had an exceptionally good piece of commentary.
Was that yours by any chance?
How did you guess? No, I think most people were glued to their TVs at that point, and quite rightly. It was an amazing moment, wasn't it? The atmosphere, it crackled. Extraordinary. Oh, beats the bat. Again, right in that channel. Another good probing over from Hannon Dolby. He's an exceptional bowler. Another maiden. 10 overs, none for 8. 77 without loss after 25. What I remember, and I mentioned this yesterday to Yaz, and he sort of recalled it the same way, was that there was this bizarre sense of gratitude for what Cook had done. I'd never quite felt that at a cricket match before. That, they would just thank you. And no, we totally understand. It's your time now. Go and play some county cricket. Hang out with Alice and the kids. You've done your work. And I wonder, shot, lovely shot, crisp drive through the offside. Fielder in pursuit is not going to get there. Marvellous effort.
Ooh.
Really good effort again. But it's another boundary through the offside for Dominic Sibley. A little bit over pitch from Will Rhodes, perhaps. Sometimes he can look a little friendly, can Rhodes, when he just sort of floats it up outside the off stump. And Sibley pounced on it beautifully. Yeah, I wonder how the crowd will feel about Anderson, because I think it's a very similar sort of thing.
I think so, but I think there's a slight difference in that at that point it looked like Cook was done.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Another couple here, you'd think. Finds a gap between point and extra. Runs are coming at one end. They're not coming off Alan Dolby, but Surrey are making up for it by scoring for you at the other end. You're right. Do you think there'll actually be a sort of bit of grumpiness that he's been taken away from us?
I think more so than there was for Cook, given that that was entirely Cook's decision and was from the start portrayed as Cook's decision.
Yeah.
We don't quite know the ins and outs of how this retirement's come about. There's been reports and speculation, but there is no way that Anderson doesn't warrant his place in the team on merit anymore. And I think that might change the atmosphere of the celebrations slightly.
That's nicely guided. He's going to pick up another couple here. You're right. So do you think the Lord's natives may get restless?
I don't think it's that. I think people will still be hungry for more. Whereas
well, I am.
Well,
yeah.
Exactly. Whereas
starving.
with Cook, there was that feeling that people had their fill, and it was time.
The
to
race had
move
been
on.
run, sort of thing.
Yeah. Whereas with Anderson, because he's so publicly stated for so long that he wants to keep going and carry on, that's not necessarily the case.
It's a very interesting one on so many levels, because of course the McCullum-Stokes era began with the signature recall of Broad and Anderson. You know, we're not going to look ahead, we're going to look to win test matches now. But I think, you know, people will point to that and say, well, you said one thing once and now you've changed your mind. I don't think it would be fair to characterise it like that, because really the reason why they felt Anderson and Broad had to come back in the team was because England had reached such a desperately low point after that awful COVID series in Australia, which wasn't entirely their fault, and then a lacklustre effort in the West Indies where they'd been left out. And so the first task, the first mission, was to make England win test matches again, and that meant having your best players. But there then comes a point, if you see it as a sort of 4-year mission, and that isn't that roughly when McCullum's contract is up, so the end of the Ashes in 26.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a point as well that the McCullum-Stokes era of Asball, whatever, has been established now. And at the start there was very much a, what is this going to be? How do we come back from this? How do we establish this kind of change from the misery that's gone over the last 18 months? And at that point, Anderson and Broad were essential to that change because they were the best of the best. There was no real justification apart from firm break, clear cut. We're moving in a different direction for not picking them. And equally, Stokes needed a senior group around him that was different to the Root era. And now that the Stokesian McCullum has been established, now feels like a developmental change in the era, and it feels like a big moment for that duo. It does. You can keep chatting about this to Dean Wilson, who has watched, I imagine, every single ball of James Anderson's career incredibly close up. That's making him feel monstrously old. Maybe as he says, he's had enough. I haven't. I'm not sated, but it's got nothing to do with me. Get your emails in, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Surrey 85 without loss, going nicely after lunch. Or from Kathy Whitney, then it will be Dean Wilson. Yep. Surrey just moving through the gears at the minute. We've seen some beautiful cover drives from Dom Sibley, a couple in the last stint. They look solid at the minute. Hello, Katya. Hi, Dean. Afternoon. It's
Yeah, looking an absolute picture out there at the key over 85 without loss. We're down to, when we started this morning, there were 4 slips. We were discussing the cordon, 4 slips and a kind of wideish gully, and sorry, a wideish 5th slip, wasn't it? Now we're down to 2. We've got 2 men on the drive, well, on the leg side, short mid wicket. It looks like Warwickshire are moving into the plan of containment and maybe just trying to create something with their fields, as opposed to kind of the authentic movement of ball to outside edge and whatnot. Haven't had the breakthrough yet, so they've got to try something to break this opening stand.
Yeah, there's just been that LBW shout and that one loose drive from Dom Sibley that have been only the real half kind of chances.
Oh, the misfield there. Gonna give Burns another run to his tally. Moves on to 39. Fascinating just watching this game evolve and develop in front of our eyes. Very much the focus, of course, here on the Surrey stream, but I've been listening to yourself and Dan Norcross talking about the big cricket news of the day, James Anderson's impending retirement, and I was fascinated by your comment about Alistair Cook and James Anderson, the comparison between the two, that you felt as though you'd seen enough of Alistair Cook when he was done, but you're still yearning for more from Jimmy. What is it about Jimmy, I guess, that you feel as though he's still got more of a race to run?
I think there's the statements from the guy himself that he's said over the last few months that he's not handing in the towel. And if you're still up for it, people always say when they retire, you'll know when you're done. You'll know when you're done. And I've never got the feeling that Anderson has that feeling that he knows when he's done yet.
Yeah, you're right. That is the word, isn't it? When great sportsmen and women hang up their boots or their rackets or their clubs, that there's this instinctive knowledge. I do often wonder what that feels like, because many a time over many years I've thought, oh, I think I'm done.
How do you feel about it?
Well, that's a fair question. I'm not sure, actually. I think ultimately I hope that he's happy and that he's at peace with the decision. The reports were that it's slightly been pushed on him, in the sense that England looking to move on after this summer and I guess turn their attention to the sort of bowling attack they might want to take to Australia in 18 months' time. So I do hope ultimately that he's kind of happy with the decision that's been made, and he'll kind of finish on a sort of peaceful note. I spoke to Stuart Broad recently, and he obviously has been through a similar thing, having made the decision to retire, and he was talking about feeling at peace. As a quick single there, taking a little bit of footballing skills from Craig Mills, doesn't trouble the woodwork, and he was talking about being at peace with the decision, and having left the arena, he said he took a little bit of a holiday, a little bit of a break, took about 3 weeks away and had nothing to do with cricket whatsoever, and then has kind of come back and has been doing some media work and some sponsorship work and things, and I'm sure we'll see lots of Stuart in and around the game over the years to come. And he was just telling me how enthused he was about the game, that he'd gone on such a high that he felt no kind of bitterness or anything to it finishing. And you could see that on his face and how happy he was. And I thought, well, that's the way to do it. That if you're lucky enough to be able to finish that way, absolutely perfect. And then he said, I really hope Jimmy gets to to feel the same, to experience that and feel the same way about the game and his career. So I hope that very much is the case, and if he is, then I'm delighted. I've seen a lot of his career from start to almost finish. Flashed by Burns straight to backward point, and the first wicket falls. A bit of a juggle there, wide outside the off stump. Burns carves away, couldn't quite get on top of it, and it lands safely in the hands of backward point, and the first wicket falls with the score on 88. Just crouches down, doesn't quite get on top of it, and the ball lands safely in backward point's hands. The first wicket falls, the score 88 for 1.
Yeah, slight juggle there. It doesn't feel like the kind of day you want to drop anyone on, but it was a bit of a flash from Rory Burns. Came out of nowhere, he's looked so good. Just has a go at that one, takes the edge, and safely into the hands. He looked very relieved when he came in and he took that.
Well, there was a spilt chance, and it's Rhodes, the bowler, who gets the wicket, but it was Rhodes, the fielder, who had given Rory Burns a life earlier when he dropped him at slip off the bowling of Mills. This time he's the bowler. Burns down on one knee, looking to force the issue outside off stump. He has a quizzical look at the pitch as if the ball has done something he wasn't expecting, but it just looked like he got himself a little bit low on the shot as the ball was rising, hits the top half of the bat and squirted out to backward point, where Ed Barnard had a little juggle, took it at the second time of asking, but a big sigh of relief as it landed safely in his hands second time around.
Yeah, Burns was sick with himself walking off there. It's a real fill your boots kind of day, and he knows he's missed out there.
Ollie Pope, the new batsman, off the mark straight away. First ball, an unconvincing looking stroke, just hitting the outside half of the bat, but it squirts away behind square for a single, so he's off the mark straight away. And yes, Katya, you're right. The look on Rory Burns' face was one of utter disappointment at what he has potentially missed out on here today. And that wicket just seemingly coming a little bit out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot for no run, wasn't it? Yeah, completely out of nowhere. Seen Rory Burns was exercised a lot of control early on, stayed with Dom Sibley, they both looked solid. No need to take a flash at that one, the runs were coming at a pretty good rate.
Slightly unexpected perhaps wicket there for Warwickshire, but they'll take it. They'll feel after 28 overs that they'd have loved more than just the one, but it does look like a batter's day today. We've been talking a bit about Jimmy Anderson here, and we've got an email in from Tim in France who says, "Hi, Jimmy Anderson is one of the few bowlers I have seen who causes a hush of expectation to descend on the ground when he starts a spell. Shane Warne used to do it, both them too. I wonder who will be the next England bowler to hush us like that. Regards from Tim in France." Well, he makes an excellent point there. That expectation and that excitement that follows certain players around the world, Jimmy Anderson certainly had that.
Yeah, there's few bowlers who create expectation like Anderson does. But the one word I would associate Anderson with is safety. When Anderson runs in with a new red ball in his hands in a test match, there's that feeling of safety. And when Anderson have moved away from him at points over the years and then always come back to him, there's that feeling of returning to safety, of returning to someone who's done it for you time and time again and is equally as dependable as they are brilliant.
Yes, it's yeah, they say you know what you're going to get when James Anderson has the new ball. As Ollie Pope gets onto his toes and plays that into the offside.
You mentioned the media and the other stuff that he'll be going into. Do you think he'll stay around in a almost coaching kind of capacity? Because of that, you'd be hard pressed to find many people with better knowledge that he's got. You don't want to lose that kind of expertise.
I think you make an excellent point there. Absolutely, the amount of knowledge that he has. He's been not only an artisan with the ball in what he's been able to do, but good-looking stroke there, but straight back to the bowler. But he's been a real student of the game. He's actually really learnt about fast bowling, swing bowling, seam bowling. He's added skills through conversations, through practice, through trying things in the nets. He's everything that you see out on the field during a match, he's worked on tirelessly to get it to that level. And you're absolutely right. You'd want him to pass as much of that on to the next generation of bowlers as possible.
Equally, it would be interesting to almost do a survey of the young bowlers he's been through England's side in the last 5-8 years or so, and just how many of them have been impacted by what Anderson has imparted on them, or been influenced in some way by skills that he's either helped them with or taught them, because he's almost filled that role as a kind of semi-bowling coach player role over the last few years.
Yeah, like a player manager type.
Yeah,
you're right. And he has, I think, embraced that role more and more as he's got older. Little flick off the pads there from Ollie Pope. No fuss, almost a freebie for a player of Ollie Pope's quality. Just drifting into the pads. A flick of the wrists, and that one runs away for his first boundary of his innings. That really was a gimme from Hannon Dalby. Just had to put the bat on it, and away it flew for 4 more. Pope into his work nice and quickly. We've got another email in, I'll read in a moment. And we'll talk a bit more about Ollie Pope in a bit, but as Katya makes way for the moment to be replaced by Adam Collins. But we've got another email in here. It says, from Robert, I was born in 2004. Anderson has been an England Test player longer than I've been alive. I think the way this retirement has been handled is shocking.
Ooh. Did he express why he's shocked?
I'm curious as to the theory behind that.
I mean, I understand being stunned and surprised because of what he's saying there. He's been alive since 2004 and thus doesn't know cricket without it. But I mean, he's getting, at least how I interpret it, he's getting the big farewell at Lord's, home of cricket, etc., etc. The ground where he started, on his own terms, as far as being able to issue a retirement statement in the way that he has, clearly in collaboration with management, but still, it's not a bad way of doing it. It's not like it would have been had he finished up, having been left out for the Caribbean series in early 22, and I think a lot of us thought there was a decent chance he wouldn't play again after that. And the extent to which he would have had a farewell or a goodbye, might have been a lap around Lord's with Stuart Broad in the back of a car, or whatever it is, a ceremony before a test or something like that. At least we'll get to have seen Broad play out here. in slightly less dramatic circumstances, announcing it stumps day 3 of the Ashes Test last year, and Anderson giving, I guess, a 2-month run-up. There'll be all the celebrations and all the conversations and all the highlight reels and all the montages and all of the moments recapped and all of the millions of words.
Pope flicks this one into the leg side again, looking for a second, and he'll get it comfortably. I guess.
And I expect it'll be, just to finish that point, it'll feel a little bit like Alistair Cook's, I think. Alistair Cook's farewell, where he said, I'm having one more test. Now, it was at the Oval, a ground we're conditioned to goodbyes at, right? So, yes, there'll be longer. Cook announced it, I think, the week before that he was pulling the pin. So there was 1 week all aboard. That will get 2 months here with Jim, but I think it's not a bad way to go.
I think it will be a terrific way to go for such a great player.
Shot.
Pope pushes this one through the offside. I'm not sure it's going to have enough to get all the way, but they'll be trying to push for a third, but no, the fielding good enough, and just 2 more to the total. 98 for 1. Sibley 36, Pope 9 from just 10 deliveries, so busy start to the innings from Ollie Pope. I guess the thing about Jimmy's retirement, perhaps the shocking part of it, I wonder about, was he pushed rather than has he chosen?
Oh, look, probably to an extent, based on what we read in Ali Martin's report last night, that there was a round of golf with Brendan McCullum to tell him their plans. But I mean, are you being pushed that hard when it's done in that kind of diplomatic one-on-one? It's a lot better than players who found out. I mean, what Bill Laurie found out, that when he arrived at an airport one day, that he'd been sacked as Australian captain, and that was that. Like, historically, retirements haven't had the same level of fanfare as this one.
And this one is a special one because of the longevity and the numbers and everything that goes with it. And I often think it's a lot about perception, a lot about image. I think ultimately players understand that they can't always get the fairy tale that they want, and obviously the longer you've been around, the more you kind of feel like, players deserve it. And we've seen with David Warner's choreographed exit and and others. But I think ultimately it's about what goes on within the dressing room, within the team environment, whether people are being treated with respect. And as you rightly said, if the reports are to be believed, which are, of course they are, that for Brendan McCullum to fly halfway around the world, to have that personal conversation and handle it with class, speaks volumes for the esteem in which James Anderson is obviously held, and I'm sure that their relationship will be fine as a result. There's a change of bowling here though at the Kia Oval, with Jamal back on from the pavilion end.
And there's one more thing with that, is that Anderson said consistently that he wanted to play until he could play no more, right? He never said there would be some jumping off point. He never foreshadowed there being a farewell tour. He was always the kind of guy who was, I'm available to be selected while I'm fit and good enough to be selected. I really admire that. I admire that he squeezed the sponge as hard as he could, and he wasn't sort of thinking, well, there'll be a series here, there'll be a test match there, I'll have this nice run up and I'll have this lap around the country. He didn't really ask for that. He said for years that he wouldn't do it that way. He wanted to just keep going and going till he could no more.
Another nice looking stroke from Pope into the leg side, but there is protection out there, so just a single, but the single brings up the Surrey 100 for 1 in the 31st over of the day, or the 31st over of the innings I should say. There was half an hour of cricket this morning when Surrey had the ball, but having dismissed Warwickshire for 343, they've made a great start in their reply. 100 for 1 with Sibley 36 and Pope tucking into things so far.
Yeah, I think the foundation's been laid really nicely here by this pair, and well, especially Burns and Sibley putting on 88. They've started the season really nicely in in their opening stand with Burns rattling off 100 here last time and Sibley centuries in the 2 previous games. So they've had that pillar and then such a strong middle order to come, and England's number 3 batting with Sibley at the moment. No better situation. Sun shining on a Saturday afternoon. True surface. Time to get stuck in. But yeah, I think that's the thing here. There was going to be no moment. Had Anderson not had that conversation with McCullum, had he taken 30 wickets this summer, it would have been like, right, okay, what's next? New Zealand does well there. What's next? India. What's next? The Ashes. There would have been no moment in time. So there needed to be at some point a decision made, and it's with the bigger picture in mind, and that's okay. That's usually how these things happen, right? With a senior player, that they make a call that whilst they could continue playing, there is a wider lens to view it through, with getting test matches into some other players who are more likely to be there, who are the attack for the next 10 or 15 years, and they're going to get their opportunities for the 5 test matches post Anderson this year. A little bit more than would have been the case, and certainly more than was the case with Anderson and Broad both playing until the end of 2023 together, when 2 of the 3 spots were always those 2.
Yeah, absolute changing of the guard this summer as far as the bowling's concerned. And England have been bringing some bowlers on stream, of course. Players like Josh Tongue, Matt Potts. They've been looking at Gus Atkinson. Hasn't played a test yet, but has played some ODI and T20 cricket of this parish.
It'll be good for them having to lead the attack as well. And that's the other part to this. It's one thing coming in as Matty Potts 2 years ago, Dino, when he played those test matches against New Zealand, wasn't it, initially, where he was the number 3 in that attack. If it is Matty Potts, if he gets first crack here, hard to know who it will be, but they won't be a junior bowler. They won't be coming on first change. In all probability, they'll be taking the new ball and helping lead the attack with Ollie Robinson and or Mark Wood, the 2 more experienced, and Chris Wokes. My apologies. If you're a Warwickshire viewer to this stream, you might be like, well, hang on, what that Wokes fellow goes okay. Those 3 senior men will still be there, but there'll be opportunities to carry more of the burden as younger players, which wasn't really the way before.
Yeah, I do want good of you to mention Chris Wokes there, with Warwickshire playing in front of us. Chris Wokes left out of the England squad for the T20 World Cup, a double World Cup winner in white ball cricket. Hasn't played this so far, but obviously having missed out on that T20 World Cup, does that make him a much fresher and obvious candidate to pick up the slack from the departing Anderson and Broad, bearing in mind that of course Chris Wokes was the player of the series in the last Ashes series.
And 35 himself, so if they can extend Wokes' red ball career, not exactly how they have with Anderson and Broad, but there's a little bit of that thinking around Wokes, that terrific white ball career, can't be underestimated just how important he was, or underplayed how big a deal his 2019 World Cup was, and indeed the 2022 T20 World Cup in Australia, where he played all the games for England. If he now is relieved of those white ball duties, and it feels like he has been, then yeah, maybe his test career goes a little bit longer. We've seen now the blueprint in the way that they've been able to manage with central contracts Broad and Anderson as one format players. Good delivery there by Barnard, back off the scene.
We've got 4 players with their hands on their heads there, both slips, keeper and bowler, thinking. Ollie Pope right across the front of middle stump. Had he missed that, they'd all had their throats nicely ready for a big appeal, but Pope just managed to chop down on it in time. And yes, the replay shows that good job he did too. And actually, we're talking a little bit about England and about the changes afoot in the bowling department, but we're watching England's number 3 in operation in front of us at the moment, Ollie Pope, who is yet to make a significant score this season. He's played a couple of matches he missed out and won. and he played against, well, he got to bat against Somerset and Hampshire. He was played in the Lancashire game, but that was very much a damp squib. But scores of 11 and 11 against Somerset and 13 against Hampshire, so yet to really get going this season and build on that giant score he got in India.
It's a good point, and we know that at this ground especially he's enjoyed such a phenomenal record. This might be the only time he's had anything resembling a trough here, truth told. Had the definition of a Bradman-esque average. He was averaging 99.94 at this ground coming into the Ashes of 21-22, and that glittering 100 he made against Yorkshire here to end the 2022 season, which meant that Surrey won the championship at home last year in the chase against Hampshire, 3 figures once more. So clearly loves batting here, and you're spot on. Nice big score here, great opportunity for it, perfect conditions, perfect game situation. They need to be in no hurry whatsoever after Warwickshire made it beyond 300, 343 in their first innings.
Jamal to continue from the pavilion end. Sibley looking to pierce the field, 2 men out in the deep, but that's some strong work out there together with the relay. So 2 more to the total. I think with Pope, on recent evidence, you just look at how he starts an innings. He got off to a very confident looking start here, 11 of 19. Those first 20 to 30 balls, he looks to really get into the innings nice and quickly. Very busy player. And
just
Dom Sibley opens the face, maybe slightly finer than he intended, but he really played for that. Outside the off stump, away to the vacant third man area.
Yeah, that is busy batting, isn't it? Seeing a ball on the 5th stump line and thinking, well, that's a leave if he wants it to be, or open the face, let it run off the blade, through about 4th slip. Yeah, not completely without risk, I suppose, if you get a thick edge through to the keeper, but it's improbable with weight out of the bottom hand, and makes it work for him there, Sibley, into the 40s.
Confident looking stroke there from Dom Sibley. If the ball before, he took the power out of the shot and just opened the face, let the pace of the ball run away off the bat. This time he put a plenty into it as he drove confidently through the offside. A gorgeous looking stroke. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat, and Dom Sibley looking in fine touch.
Some shot that. Short boundary, but yeah, Jamal just pitching up a little bit further, and Sibley waiting for it. Looking really good.
And more runs, just a single this time. But that almost illustrates the difficulty that Warwickshire are finding. Their bowlers bowling both sides of the wicket. Very hard to plug every gap. They've given Jamal protection out with a deep square leg and a long leg. He's also got a deep backward point on the boundary, just the 2 slips in now. This is quite a defensive looking field, truth be told. It's a no ball, and it's a similar looking field for Pope as it was for Sibley. Pope has only faced 20 balls, but already Warwickshire on the back foot against him. As I was saying, for the start of his innings, these opening 20 to 30 balls, you would feel like that's your, I mean, it's your best chance of getting any batsman out, I suppose, but really with Pope, you want to try and get him while he's in this mode. pinches, quick single there. You know, that's the freedom that they've given him. There's no backward point, and so just drops the bat on it and gets a single.
Very Ollie Pope shot, isn't it? Kind of goes to that wider point that you're making, that he's looking at every opportunity to score here and find some rhythm. Hear about it, don't you? We often think about bowling rhythm, don't we? But it's equally part of the game for batters. If you've got it, if you're feeling it, if the touch is there, then you're a much better chance of going on with it.
Oh, he's left that one alone, Sibley, but a bit too high for a realistic appeal. It runs away to the boundary, but as there was clearly no stroke played, no shot attempted, the umpire calls dead ball, and that'll be the end of the over. We'll hear a little more from Adam Collins, and then joining him will be Dan Norcross.
So that good start from Surrey continuing, losing 1 wicket with the score on 88. Will Rhodes picking up the captain. Burns for 40 in the first hour after lunch, but trailing just by 2:29 as I welcome Daniel Norcross back. Surrey in a position where they can just bat and bat and bat. There's no urgency. The game's moved along pretty nicely so far at a decent tempo. They'll be thinking about, well, of course, first and foremost, building through the day, batting through the day, but giving themselves an opportunity to apply some scoreboard pressure of their own, which is exactly what they did against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago when overtaking their first innings tally handily, then winning by an innings. Now, I'm not saying it'll be that way here, but still, if they can get ahead by, well, they could be in the lead by tonight.
It's a tight one, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot would need to go right, to be fair, with 54 overs to go.
Pope's looking busy out there, but I'm sure you've already mentioned he's on a pretty poor run of form since that magnificent 196. But that aside, I want to talk to you about, I'm always on the lookout for an esoteric record.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hit me.
Now, I don't quite know how we're going to frame this record, and I'm not even sure if it is yet a record, but there's a rather interesting battle between two fraternal spinners taking place in the county championship today at different matches. I refer, of course, to the Parkinson brothers.
Yes.
At the Utilitable, what is its new name? Callum Parkinson has just taken his 4th wicket. He's got figures of 4 for 174.
Hefty.
But keep that in mind, 4 for 174. Meanwhile, his brother Matt Parkinson is also in action, and he has figures of 3 for 158.
Ooh.
So
we're chasing a
between them. I'm thinking about runs conceded brothers in the same round of a county championship match. The first innings, right?
Okay. Well, they could both.
How does that here,
they could both yet finish with a titch, right? A 5 for $1 million.
Well, they've
Titch Freeman.
Between them, they got 7 for 332, I think. 332 seems a lot of runs for a pair of brothers to concede.
Why don't you restrict it to the first innings of a game?
The first innings of a game, Samo.
Give yourself more of a chance of your record that way.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of runs for brothers to concede.
You going to take us around the grounds?
I can take you around the grounds. I will do.
I'd like that.
I think the place I'm going to start with. He's up at Edgbaston.
Edgbaston?
Yes.
Oh yes,
lovely
Edgbaston.
shot. Should be just a couple, I think. He's looked good through the offside today. Dominic Sibley, I've mentioned it a few times, but
up to 49.
Take a look at that wagon wheel. There'll be plenty through there. As you say, up to 49. But England's women are taking on Pakistan.
That's right. You said Edgbaston. Hang on, they're playing here, but of course it's
Correct,
the first T20 international.
And you'll recall that their last T20 internationals on these shores were against the unfancied Sri Lankans, and they lost. Well,
Sri Lanka on a roll, incidentally. But continue.
On a roll indeed. 11 for 3, England. They've lost Bouchier for 4 off 4. Danny White for 1 off 3. And our very own Alice Capsey, I'm afraid. She's recently been caught by Sidra Amin off the bowling of Wahida Akhtar.
Who else has the wickets? Wahida's got
2, and Sadia Iqbal has 1. I don't know if Big Nids is playing today, neither do.
Is Diana Baig playing? She in the team?
Can't see from this. I'd need to get onto cricket info.
Named after Princess Diana? Diana Baig?
Oh, is she?
Yep.
Is she? Similar eyes. There's no Nat Silverbrunt, as our colleague Elizabeth Ammon found out yesterday, having done an entire interview with her. She said, yeah, I'm heading off back to Loughborough.
Loughborough?
Edgbaston.
How's the movement there after the ball passed the stumps?
She didn't quite put 2 and 2 together, and a very minor surgical procedure means that there's no Nat Silverbrunt. So England currently have Heather Knight and Freya Kemp at the crease, with just Jones, Gibbo, Dino, Eccles, Glenn and Bell to come. So they're in more than a spot of bother. 11 for 3 off 2.1. Harem-scarum stuff for England's women at a very well attended Edgbaston. They sold a lot of tickets for that.
Last time Pakistan's women beat England, I think I'm right in saying, was 2009 in a double header when Sana Mir was the captain. They played 2 games in one day. England messed around with their batting order and Pakistan turned them over.
Is that the game when Emily Rainford Brent, we think, broke the record for the most number of ducks in a 24-hour period?
It could be. Well, there were 2 games. I know there were 2 games in the day. And I know it was the case that England, after winning the first one, decided to, I'm not going to say they opened with their tail enders, but they certainly didn't have the same batting card.
Right.
And it was a low-scoring scrap, and the game was won by Pakistan. I think it was Sana, executed a run out to beat it by a couple of runs.
Well. It could very well be this, because poor old Ebbs dines out on this story a fair bit. She got 3 ducks in under 24 hours. Because she was playing a double header.
Right.
She got a duck the day before, and then 2 ducks the following day. So
hello, Ebbs, if you're watching. Hope she is. I like to think Ebbs is spending a Saturday afternoon tuned into what's going on in the championship. Outside chance?
I would say quite an outside chance. She's got a very full social life as Ebbs, but you never know. You never know. Although she's probably working on the women's T20.
Yeah, that's true.
There's that as well. So anyway, I'm keeping an eye out for the Parkinson brothers and their massive run concessions. Matt's up to 162 now. A bouncer, well evaded. So let me take you around the remainder of the ground.
I'm just thinking, before we move off the brothers, what other brothers might have conceded
Alec and Eric
on the same day? Yeah.
I mean, possibly on a sort of flat deck in 1947 against.
Well, if we
48 against 47, would it be against Compton and Edridge?
Yeah, that would
never know.
Yeah, it's a good shout. And I suppose if we're restricting it to twins, but they're different clubs, we're twins in both of those instances. Are the other brothers?
The War brothers? They would never have bowled enough.
Not enough, yeah. 2 bowling brothers. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Riveting stuff.
I don't think the Gregg brothers might have done that. Not sure if they've ever played together.
And also, how often was Tony being bowled into the ground as an all-rounder?
Pollock brothers. Peter and Graham wouldn't have bowled enough. Graham might have had to bowl occasional leg spinner on an absolute flatty at Durban.
Bowling brothers.
Bowling brothers.
Well, Samo will have this. England now 11 for 4, by the way. Lost another one. They're reeling at Edgbaston.
They are reeling.
Reeling.
We take no delight in that, but they are reeling.
Something going on with Pakistan.
There is.
They're building.
Yeah. She's no bad faith actor. She's Wahida actor.
It's a shocker, Daniel.
That's what I know. It's absolutely terrible.
I mean, to make a vaguely serious point, just for one moment, to the credit of Pakistan that they have had these A, B and C contracts, right? Like they've actually had a crack at this with the women. They've some countries go all in, and some sort of do half-hearted measures when it comes to contracting their women. And Pakistan a few years ago said, no, we're going to really have a go here, and it follows that their national team will improve. remembering they didn't have a national team until 1998, not an official one anyway, and that was deeply controversial. The captain of the first Pakistani women's team was threatened in the paper, death threats in editorials, and horrible business.
Good grief.
So yeah, it's a relatively short journey for the Pakistani women to where they are today.
It's also a slightly worrying sign for England's women that up against sides they should really fancy beating with the T20 World Cup coming up this year in Bangladesh. So I'm going to take you around the grounds.
Okay.
Starting in the second division, Glamorgan have recovered incredibly from the early clatter of wickets that saw them at one stage reeling on 41 for 4 when Sam North East was caught behind off the bowling of Jaden Seals, since which time Kieran Carson and Colin Ingram have amassed a partnership of 168 for the 5th wicket in exactly 40 overs. So going at quite a nice lick. Colin Ingram unbeaten on 93, Carlson unbeaten on 79. Staying in the second division, Northants versus Gloucestershire. It's jacked back ever so slightly from Barnard. Gloucestershire well on top, 409 in their first innings. Northants, who have been the form batting side in the country this year, 102 for 4. Now into the first division. And at the foot of the table, Lancashire posted 331 in their first innings. Nottinghamshire in reply
Keeps picking out fielders, doesn't he? Pope, he's done it 2 or 3 times now where he's middled it straight to fielders inside the ring on the one.
Hope he doesn't get frustrated at that. We shall see. In reply, 110 for 4 Lancashire wickets for Saqib Mahmood, Will Williams and Balderson, who's got 2 for 23. 110 for 4, so the deficit there 221. Lancashire on top, and they could do with it. Do with some points, yet to register a win. Staying in the first division, as I like to say, Kent versus Worcestershire on what's almost certainly another Canterbury featherbed. Jason Holders unbeaten on 90 off 87 balls, 5 fours and 5 sixes. Waits 43 not out. They're putting together an 8th wicket partnership of 134. They're 527 for 7. Matt Parkinson there, 3 for 162. Joey Everson 3 for 58, and Wes Agar with the other wicket. Meanwhile, at the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire is still going. End of the over, 118 for 1. A maiden from Barnard. 487 for 9, Hampshire. Fuller and Brad Wheel at the wicket.
Brad Wheel, who's been named in Scotland's World Cup squad.
Yeah. Only one bowling bonus point there for Durham, as the 6th wicket didn't fall until the 124th over. Callum Parkinson 4 for 175, the pick of the bowlers. So Durham's travails with the ball continue, but from what we found out from Kevan James last week, the pitches at the Utilita Bowl have not been particularly conducive to bowling.
You've managed to work Utilita into commentary 4 times in 12 minutes. It's good going from you.
Yeah, let's see if they can sponsor the Zero Ducks Given podcast.
What do they make, Utilita?
I really don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, they've got to work on their their activation bit. They can also get involved with the Final Word Cricket podcast if they see fit. On that activation piece.
Whole new episode out?
Yeah, it will be. I'm still editing it. Daniel and I
done.
have done 36 minutes on James Anderson at lunch, which you can listen to on the Final Word feed very soon. We won't recap all of that now. We've done enough on commentary today.
Well, I've asked for emails for people's memories, because I've given our memories, so.
SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Nice little away ducker there from Jamal, having bowled a couple of balls that have come back off the seam. So
you like this lad, don't you?
I'm big on Jamal.
Big fan.
Long on Jamal.
He's rapid.
Enough going on with the ball, enough going on with the bat. He's not big. In fact, on the contrary, he's quite short, but he's lion-hearted, and you can tell by the way he spoke in Australia that he's just absolutely determined to make this work for himself. Didn't really expect to have an international career. They've rationalised a lot of the first-class teams in Pakistan. They've changed the structure. They've got something of an elite six teams. So gone are the days of
Pakistan International Airways.
Pakistan International Airways. I think
Railways.
they still have. I think Railways, PIA. I think Derek Ismail Khan, if you want to go that far, still have teams, but they don't. There's a concentration of talent in a separate competition, which is where it really matters for those who are vying for selection in the national team, and that's where Amir Jamal had a really good domestic season a year ago.
He's gone after that, Dominic Sibley's been leaving a lot of those balls, but decided to have a little flirt at that, picked out the fielder.
Helped by the fact that Naseem Shah's been injured.
Yeah.
And so Shaheen Shah Afridi at times in the last 12 months. He's missed quite a bit of cricket, so there has been an opportunity for a few other bowlers. Mir Hamza, another who's playing this week down in Cardiff. Left armour who enjoyed success against Australia in that same series.
Yes, there's plenty of Pakistani bowlers in English county cricket, aren't there? It used to be actually the other way round when I was growing up. It was in the air, and there is a field sort of set for that, but Dominic Sibley reaches his half century. He's in a pretty good vein of form at the start of this season. Another half century for him. Off 108 balls, it's a pretty steady knock so far from Sibley. He's got a long, long way to go. Surrey still in deficit to the tune of 224 runs, but he's set a good platform, and it's a beautiful day for batting as the ball gets a little bit older and softer.
Yeah.
We could be in for an afternoon of Sibley. Yes, as I was growing up, Sarfraz Nawaz and Imran Khan were pretty much the only Pakistani bowlers. Well, spinners you'd get, Intikhab Alam, but no, not real pacers particularly. Sikandar Bakht or Liaquat Ali or...
Parwazim come out here. Yeah, it's a pretty strong era of Pakistan bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah, but not so much the pacers in the 70s. But you had a lot of batters end of the over 120 for one. So like a Majid Khan at Glamorgan. Yes. You get Sadiq Mohammed, Mushtaq Mohammed, Zahir Abbas had a colossal career at Gloucestershire.
100s.
Yes, that very rare thing, a non-Englishman.
Only a Pakistani. I think there's 5 non-Englishmen. Yeah, one Pakistani of the 25.
5. So Glenn Turner.
Yep.
Zahir.
Yep.
Bradders.
Yep. Bloke that played for Somerset.
Viv Richards.
Yeah, I think Viv got there. He's going to double check that. I feel like Viv got there.
Played a fair bit of county cricket.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
yep.
he did.
And there's another one that I should know, but got.
The beauty of having the computer in front of me here, which you don't have. Let's go through it in some depth.
Garfield Sobers, he probably wouldn't.
Sobers fell short. He got 86. Turner, Zahir Abbas, Viv Richards, Don Bradman.
Oh, that's nicely played by Ollie Pope. He picked the gap. That is again, you know, we'd see so many parallels and similarities with Ian Bell. I mean, Ollie Pope's slightly more moves a little bit more around at the crease, but people talk about his cover drive, but actually that's quite an Ian Bell shot as well. You see here how he finds that gap. He can see that there's plenty of space, and he's quite deliberately played it through there. And there's not an edge, that is an opportunity to plunder runs through the gap using the pace of the bowler and a deft touch. So who is our fifth? Is he?
No, there isn't. I've got that wrong. It's 21 Englishmen and 4 elsewhere.
Overseas.
Quite a good quartet there. Bradman, Richards, Zahir and Turner.
And he's gone there again. This time off the front foot. He's toying with Warwickshire. They won't be able to leave that gap there unless they like it as a temptation, perhaps, for Pope.
Yeah, this is a man finding his rhythm. 7 from the last 2 balls in the same spot. This time last year, actually, it was May 2023. I interviewed Warwickshire's edition to that list, Dennis Amos, on his 80th, just around his 80th birthday. He made 102 first-class hundreds. Interviewed him for the aforementioned Final Word podcast, and he spoke lovingly about that milestone, about how that was such a significant thing, and partly informed why he played into his 40s, knowing he was within a chance of getting there, a first-class career that spanned 1960 to 1987. We spent a long time today talking about longevity.
Wow, that is a long old career. Is it 87? I didn't realise it went on that long. So he got that double 100 in 1976.
Yep.
At the Oval. By the way, England are now 21 for 4 from 5 overs. All action. That's Edgbaston.
It's a shame that no one could ever possibly get to 100 hundreds now.
It seems.
On the other side of it, the
Yeah.
fact that it's Mark Ramprakash is the last one to get there is
Yeah.
nice to round out the group. Ended up with 114.
I remember obviously Jeff Boycott's 100th 100 at Headingley. But John Edrich's 100th 100 was overshadowed by that, because I think that came possibly even the week before. I think it was against Derbyshire. From memory, I think it was in the same season. Adam Collins is going to take a break, and let's take a look at Dom Sibley here as he's reached his 50. Take a look at the highlights from his innings. And a real feature of it has been his driving through the offside. Not necessarily the shot that you associate with Dom Sibley. I tend to think of him more as an onside player, but this season it's been very noticeable. He's really worked on his offside game, and he's hit some lovely shots, almost identical extra cover drives there. Made even better by keeping the fielder interested, making them chase all the way, and there's another one. An absolute beauty. That screamed off the bat. Good stride, getting right into the ball. And it's a sign that all is well in the land of Sibley, as we welcome for the last, well, he might not realise this, but he might be on for much longer than he's anticipating, because there's still another 17 overs to go till tea. So in for the marathon stint.
Well, I'm not complaining about that. It's going well for Surrey out there.
It's Charlie Reynolds. It's going well. It's going well at the moment. 127 for 1. The pitch has sort of not gone to sleep. There's still a little bit of life in it, but batters are playing very well. Now he's gone after that and thrashed it through backward point. You can see there's real intent in Pope's play. There always is. He likes to get on with it. But if he's offered any width, he's going to go for it. And just in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, his foot movement's been a bit more decisive. He's just felt that little bit more fluent. He brings up his quarter century, which is a milestone that Andy Zaltzman thinks is way more important than he's given any credit.
I think I'm with the general consensus on that.
Are you? Really? Are you going to poo-poo the significance of the 25?
Well, it's top score for Pope this year, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, he's had a bit of a lean trot.
Nearly double.
But again, he looks to access that backward point region. They've left a big gap between second slip and backward point, and they've also got no deep third. There is a deep point, but it's a sort of tempter for Pope, that, isn't it? And with the extra pace of Jamal, I think what they're hoping is that might lead to his downfall, either through a drag on or a little edge maybe. But they've got a lovely inviting gap, and he likes to play through there. I always think it's a sign of a very good player, the ones who can get it through there regularly. It's a very Joe Root sort of shot as well, isn't it?
I was always thinking it must be particularly infuriating for the bowler as well.
Oh yeah.
Just sort of, because it feels like a win for the bowler in a way. It's sort of, it's like an edge, but it's just, and it's through the slip, so you sort of think, oh, but actually it's just been quite deliberately played there, and it's even more annoying than sort of.
So they're not real runs, are they?
Yeah.
They're not real runs.
Cheating.
Yeah. It's given the bowler a chance, but actually it's just dashed those hopes.
Well, I guess in baseball, you're not allowed to hit it behind the batter, so they hated it so much they banned it.
That is a glorious shot from Dom Sibley. We've just seen a package of his drives to the offside, and none of them have been any better than that. A little over pitched, but it's a sign of Sibley's intent. There are times gone by in his career when he would have been not sure what to do with that ball. He might have played it defensively. He'd have played it with a certain degree of suspicion, but He's a lot more decisive these days on anything that's over pitched outside the off stump. A really super shot. Now then, I asked Andrew Sampson a thoroughly silly question. And he's come back to me with a non-silly answer.
I was thinking about a pair of brothers that you might have thought of close to home, the Currans.
Of course.
But
yes.
Perhaps it'd be a dark day for Surrey if they'd had worse figures than.
It would be difficult for me to engage with, Charlie. You're certainly right. But
you probably blacked it out if it ever happened, which of course I don't think it did.
It's a very good point, isn't it? Yeah. I haven't delved into the worst day for the Currans. And the thing is, they play in the same team, so to get this record would be really hard. Because at least the Parkinson brothers can play in different matches. And again, just attacking those pads. And they've got the field set for a slightly lofted little push, but Sibley survives. 136 for 1, 9 off the over. Surrey moving along at a better pace now. The deficit just 207. Brothers to take. Oh, it's gone off my screen. Someone's faffing with my screen in such a way as it makes it incredibly difficult for me to see anything. So that's all gone. That's all gone by the wayside. Someone's going to have to tidy up my screen. I ended up pressing a button and it took me all the way to the bottom, which is slightly tiresome. Here we go. Brothers to both take 3+ for 150+ in the same round of championship matches. Good lad. Good lad. Here we go. I knew he'd be able to do it. He kept it a little low, didn't it? All jagged down on the end by a Pope. Sam and Arthur Staples.
The Staples brothers.
You remember them?
Can't say I do.
I thought you were nailed on to remember them.
It's a very tenuous pun.
I'm not even sure if it is a pun, really.
No. It's a similar thing.
It's a similar thing.
Yeah.
It's as good as you're going to get it.
Okay.
1 second's notice, Charlie. Nice running from Pope and Sibley here. Just pick the gap. It's a slightly unusual little trigger movement, I thought, before that ball. I'd quite like to see that ball again if I can, because left leg, unless I was imagining it, moved ever so slightly away to the left and then back across. Let's take a look at this, as if by magic. Oh yes, he's just opened his stance up suddenly a little bit, and then gone for a little push and run. It's worth keeping an eye out for that. See if that's a new embellishment to Pope's game. And now Sibley's getting in on the act of finding the gap behind square, but he'll only get the 1 for it. It's a rather stabby motion. Sibley to 55. So Sam and Arthur Staples, as the 50 partnership comes up from 73 balls. Going on very nicely, around about 4 and over, just a tick over 4 and over since Pope has arrived after the loss of Rory Burns, who was caught at backward point, and he looked thoroughly disappointed with himself as what he makes. It was kind of there to be whacked, and he didn't get hold of it, ballooned a catch to Ed Barnard. Again, crisply played by Pope, but straight to the field. I've got to get back to these Stapleses. Sam, 3 for 162, and Arthur, 4 for 178, so that's 7 for 340. Let us see. Oh, well, now the Hampshire innings is at an end, so keep this in your mind, Charlie. Okay. 4 for 176. So for a record, Shire stump, spectacular stuff, but they're going to get overthrows as the ball cannons off the middle stump at the non-striker's end. Arms are raised. He was at home, very comfortably home, I would say. The dive definitely getting him home. Really good direct hit from side on as well. So good cricket all round, as Richie would say. Goes off for the quick single, gets the dive in. Where's the ball? Yes, he's well home. Well home. And the ball is deflected by the stumps and therefore doesn't sort of clock Sibley on the bonds, which you might have done. So 4 for 176, Callum Parkinson. Keep that in your head. if you will. Meanwhile, Worcestershire are still batting to room with a chance here. 3 for 169. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got a new championship record brought to you by the Surrey live stream. Thanks, of course, to Andrew Sampson. End of the over, 140 for 1. Surrey going in exactly 3.5 and over. 3 for 169, Matt Parkinson. And what did I say? 4 for
176.
176. So they've extended that record up to 345 and counting.
When did the Staples brothers ply their trade?
I would have thought you would have known.
It's not out my fingertips.
27th of June 1931. Amazingly, they were both playing for Notts against Middlesex. Both of them. Now there are some emails, I think, and Sharky's going to come and help me because this has all become too much. We got some more Anderson emails from Ed Atkinson. My favourite memory of Jimmy Anderson was in Durhamshire, sitting a couple of seats away from his father, Michael, when he took his 700th wicket. Gus, my son, had taken on drinks earlier, so basically can claim to have refreshed the great man sufficiently to ensure his milestone was reached. That's from Gus Atkinson's dad. It's a very fine memory to have. I was at the Utilita Bowl. I said it again. When Jimmy took his 600th wicket in front of a crowd of no one, because it was during the COVID tests.
Oh, right. Oh.
And it was an eerie thing, but the Sky commentators who weren't on air and the TMS commentators who weren't on air were all on their balconies because it's a hotel,
yeah.
You know, all cheering and clapping furiously because Jimmy had made it to 600, and I think we all thought, well, that's the last major milestone.
Yeah.
But Ed Atkinson, Gus's dad, witnessed his 700th in a beautiful venue.
Have you been to Durhamshire?
Yes, I did a few, 3 World Cup games from Durhamshire. It's so ridiculously beautiful.
No, it does look
it's
unbelievable.
Absurd. It is genuinely the second most beautiful ground in the world after the Oval. It's quite stunning. I mean, you've seen the snow-capped mountains and all that, but there's also the red roofs, which are a motif that continues down into the town, into Durhamshire and across in Palampur, where we stayed for the first part of our trip. And you do get a kind of an attack of the vapours. Have you been to India?
No, I haven't. I've been to Sri Lanka, but not India.
Well, India's a beautiful, varied, remarkable country, but if you spend a lot of time in the major cities like Delhi, Mumbai, for example, Hyderabad, Chennai.
Yeah, I imagine
nice,
it's a change of pace.
Well, it's a change of pace, it's a change of air quality as well, because quite understandably, you know, these cities have grown very, very rapidly, and so there's a lot of traffic and there's a lot of industry, and it's well documented that cities like Delhi do have quite eye-watering quantities of particulate air pollution, and in order to get to Durhamshire, you basically start in Delhi. That's how you're going to get there. So you arrive in Durhamshire and suddenly the air is as crisp and clean and the sky is as a rich and deeper blue as you could imagine. It's magical. Gone after it again, Pope. He's like to pull. Got out to that shot this season, but he's playing that down into the ground, and Surrey are going along nicely at the moment. 142 for 1. There's still 46 overs after this to be bowled today, so if they could continue at the pace that this partnership is going, that would take them up to 336, so they would be basically at parity if they can do that. Of course, there's a lot of time left in the day. Oh my word, that is not far from off stump, and it's gone through low, so that is something that we'll need to look out for today as we have a look at this. There was an over that Dan Worrell bowled earlier, I don't know if you caught it, Charlie, where one went through really hard to Folkes above his head, and unusually Folkes actually dropped it, or didn't take it cleanly, I should say. And then the next ball went through quite low, and we'd expect a bit of variation in bounce to start to come in, especially as I thought yesterday it looked quite grassy and lush, didn't it? So might we get to that sort of stage where there are some indentations perhaps created on the first day, and then the sun drying them out, making them a little bit, up and down?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen, that's the first, I feel like the first low bounce we've seen bowling from that end. We've seen quite a bit more from this end. So, yeah, I guess that could be, seems to be more of a factor. And not, if you're Surrey, you probably don't really mind that. It's not like it's every other delivery, so they get to bowl, and if, rack up some runs in the sun, and then I hope that by then that variable bounce has only increased. And
that'll certainly be the plan, won't it? That's certainly the plan. I mean, there's absolutely no urgency whatsoever for a declaration. We've got lots of time left. The weather forecast has improved. It looks like there's a chance of a shower tomorrow, but we'd have the opportunity to make up a lot of that time, which you can do on the third day. Can't make up time on the fourth day, but the forecast for the fourth day has improved dramatically as well. So we could get lucky. England are making a stout recovery, by the way, at Edgbaston against Pakistan. So I mean, they're 57 for 4 off a tantalising number of overs. My screen has just stopped at off. So I don't know whether Sharky's consulting the Oracle. I mean, like 9 off 9. Heather, Knight, and who could it be? It's very exciting, waiting to see. He's decided to make sure that Heather has been spelt properly first before telling me that it's Amy Jones rebuilding, sorry.
It's a Ron Burgundy-esque. You'll read anything off the auto cue.
Why not?
Well, that is quite a turnaround.
It is from 11 for 4. Yeah. I mean, Amy Jones had a good Ashes T20 there, didn't she, in a losing cause at Edgbaston. There's a terrific atmosphere for that game. I was there for that one. And she made a very stout effort after England lost a lot of early wickets. Couldn't quite swing the game for England. Knight has 20, Jones has 26. They're going at 6.41 and over. Very important to get that second decimal point right there. These are the details that we bring you. Now then, umpires are getting together. And they're getting out the ball gauge, are they? Now, what are they doing? Yes, they're getting out the ball gauge. And they've just tossed the ball straight back to Rhodes and said, it's a waste of our time. And he smiles.
I think it was definitely a 142 for 1. Can we get a new ball to check, please? Perhaps more than any.
He's at the right place to give it a go.
Yeah.
If last year's Ashes test.
Yeah, true.
Is there any guide? I think that ball will probably still be going around hoops today. That was one of the great ball changes in the history of cricket, I think. But before Australians all write in and whine, because they do like a whinge, I'd like to remind them of the Darren Patterson ball change in 2019 at Edgbaston, where they got a bit lucky.
Would the Pattinson brothers ever have?
Ooh, yeah, I wonder if they ever did it.
Ever have had a horror day together?
For Australia, perhaps? Or from an Australian stateside?
Sheffield Shield?
Yeah, on a flat deck at Adelaide in searing hot sun. I wonder, 142 for 1 after 42.
Maybe they and the Staples boys can...
Tell you what, forget the Staples boys. They're history.
Oh, yesterday's news.
As Devon Malcolm. You guys are history. It's the Parkinson brothers now.
Probably not a record they're delighted about. or aware of, I'd imagine. It would be the obstacle, actually.
I genuinely think that the only people aware of that record are Andrew Sampson and those of you who are watching and listening to the live stream, and those of us who are working on the live stream, apart from our producer Jake, who will have absolutely no idea what we're talking about because he's telling cameras what to do. But we've got a new record, folks. The most number of runs conceded by brothers who've taken 3+ wickets each in the same innings in the county championship match. Every day there's something to comment on. I firmly believe that records are made not so much by the players, Charlie, as by the people who can identify that they have got a record. Because, you know, it's like quantum physics, isn't it? You know, you've got to observe it in order for it to happen. Because as you point out, you know, people are just going, oh, Parkinson brothers conceded a lot of runs today. They'd have had no idea what history-making epochal moment this is.
Well, I suppose if you're, you know, the one out there getting the records, that's probably enough excitement for you. You know, you're not pouring through the archives to go, oh, maybe that was a record, because you're probably having a bit more fun, you know, being out there playing cricket professionally.
Yeah, there is that. That record's only getting bigger, by the way. 3 for 183 now, Matt Parkinson. 583 for 7, Worcestershire. They're piling on the agony at Canterbury. As Miles is continuing. Miles, who batted very well at number 10 late yesterday and earlier today, before just losing his off bail to a beauty from Dan Worrell, his only wicket it was in that innings. Bowled largely lucklessly today.
Do you think, I always wonder, do you think bowlers who find come in at number 10 or whatever and like, oh, it's quite easy batting out here and making a few runs, is that good, or is that, oh God, I've got a bowl, I'm making runs, then how am I going to get any wickets? Or they probably don't think like that at all.
No, I think the psychological coaches help you to think positively at all times, don't they? Yeah. Whereas people like you and I are remorselessly pessimistic about absolutely everything.
Yeah, well, as it should
That's
be.
exactly what we would be thinking, yes. Just a reminder, surreybroadcast@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. And we're taking your emails about James Anderson and your memories, because it has been confirmed today that he's going to finish off his career at London's Outground at Lord's. It's nicely clipped through the onside, just been a single there. There's a well set field on the onside for Dom Sibley, whose preferred side of the wicket that is. And they're rather feeding that shot, 145 for 1 after 43. Surrey now a deficit under 200. We're not yet at the countdown to batting bonus points, but they should start coming into view towards the back end of the day, and you can see just the 1 wicket to fall. Good opening partnership between Burns and Sibley before Burns was out, failing really to connect with a cut off a wide ball, and was called at backward point by Barnard. Since then, Sibley and Pope have gone along very comfortably. Pope's been more fluent than he has been for some time. Started a little edgily, but has really got his feet moving now. And when he gets in, Ollie Pope, the oval often cannot contain him.
He's quite fond of batting here.
He's quite fond, yeah. I don't know what his average is up to. It went down a little bit. It's at 93, I think. I'm sure Samo will keep us abreast of it. There ought to be really a Twitter handle which is just an update on Pope's oval average.
Well, it might be slightly sullied by his England appearance. I mean, it's not to the standard of his Surrey performances, but
well, I suppose we could ask Andrew if he could give us a Surrey and England breakdown.
Ollie Pope have a brother?
Oh, thinking in terms of conceding runs or scoring?
I don't know.
Just seen that bouncer again, and Dominic Sibby did keep his bat in the air. There's a possibility of the old periscope shot there if he's not careful. I think Sharky's doing something to my page. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, we have what I believe is called a Google Doc.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
In the absence of talkback, this is how our producers communicate with us, and we know that they're getting really frustrated with us not reading it out if they put it in like 35-point bold red.
or then come in from next door to show you
yeah, that's right,
that you haven't noticed.
Yeah, they can do that. Here he is. He's coming in to remonstrate. I'm really not sure, but Pope, all first class at the Oval, currently 2,652 at 85.54, so it has come down a bit. And yeah, today he's looking in good working order, I would say. I'm just keeping a little eye on his trigger movements and the occasional that one when he just moved that front foot slightly wider, almost like he was going for a premeditated single into the offside. If you can imagine such a thing. So that ball keeps low, goes through to the keeper Barnard, bowling with not enormous pace, which may be part of the reason for that. Hannon Dolby has bowled a couple of very frugal spells. His 12 overs have gone for about 12 runs. The other end has been more fruitful. For Surrey, 2,491 at 88.96. Does that include this innings?
Usually it doesn't, I feel, but
usually it doesn't. For England, 161 at 53.66. So he's only been out 3 times. And yes, it includes this innings.
Stand corrected. It's not the ground he averages the most on, though.
What? Okay, go on. Where?
The ICC Cricket Academy ground, Dubai.
Oh yes.
Where he averages 251.
Oh well, I watched all of that innings live in a dust storm.
Or
sandstorm.
Woodbridge Road, Guildford.
Oh yes, I should imagine.
117.
Ooh.
I mean, I have to say these are all
in
from one innings. So it's a bit of a cheat.
Miles is continuing. This is nicely worked away out towards deep mid-wicket for a single, but we've got a very containing field in here at the moment and a containing line and length. So the way Warwickshire are trying to contain both Pope and Sibley is to bowl pretty straight and have a sweeper on the leg side, 3 in the ring on the offside for the sort of push and run. There's a short mid-wicket in for Sibley, as well as a straight mid on. There's a little touch of leading edge perhaps, just got to turn round a bit.
Yeah, it certainly didn't seem to go where he was aiming it.
No.
So I assume there was a bit, but it wasn't. I mean, it was quite a.
It was a tame one,
thick.
wasn't it? Now what Warwickshire don't seem to have is much in the way of spin.
No.
And I raise this issue. Oh, that's flown away. That's going to be for. Well, let's see. Is he going to give it as wide or byes? Was it? It's 4 no balls. It'll be 4 no balls, won't it? Because it's above head height. And this is a particular playing condition in England that infuriates a lot of bowlers, and I totally understand why.
I don't
because if he got an edge on that, he wouldn't have been out.
Yeah.
This is what drives Stephen Finn mad. And I've got some sympathy.
But then if
with
you
it.
get an edge on it, is it
not out,
given?
it's a no ball.
But is it given as a no ball?
Yeah, I believe so.
Ah.
I think that's right. That's the point. It's not given as a wide.
I don't understand because it is a wide.
I know.
It's not a no ball.
I know.
And it's what The problem with it is that it's.
Does Dean have an idea? The above head height in England being called a no ball, not a wide. So even if it's bounced in and you go for a little flail and you get a little edge on it and it's caught, you can't be out. It's a no ball. It's not like getting an edge on a high one that it negates it being called a wide. And then you're out. So it's flicked away. That's deep backward square.
I just don't think the umpire would give it though if they edged it.
You'd hope not.
No.
Because it would be anti-cricket.
Premeditated no ball. So what point do you?
It did bring up the 150, by the way. I should point out. So 6 runs for that. Get 2 for the no ball. That's another thing. Don't get me started. Plus the fact that it's signalled as no balls. I mean, unless that was a front foot no ball, but it's a no ball in one-day cricket for sure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why they had to mess with the laws of cricket, I do not know. But yes, if you want to drive Stephen Finn mad, ask him about that, and also suggest to him that leg byes should be given against the bowling figures, and then he will absolutely lose his rag.
Yeah,
it's very entertaining to watch.
I feel like they should be too.
Well, they should, shouldn't they? 'Cause it's a rubbish ball. You know, you stray down the leg side, then the bowlers always say, well, you've got a bat, you haven't hit it. But so what? You've thrown away a terrible ball. It's gone away for 4 runs. That one hasn't. That's just gone away for the single. Means that Pope will keep the strike on 33. This partnership going along very comfortably. 66 been put on now between Pope and Sibley. 154 for 1. 8 overs to go. No, more than that. 10 overs to go until tea. And the men to take you there, Charlie Reynolds, and replacing me, Dean Wilson.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for giving us ideas on how to drive Steve Finn mad. I always thought it was mentioning knocking over the non-strikers' bails as a bowler comes in to deliver the ball, but
yeah, I would have thought just saying Graham Smith. But good to know there's some variation available.
Well, indeed. And speaking of variation, looks like we're going to have a bit of variation to the Warwickshire attack. It looks like they're going to turn to spin in the shape of Jacob Bethel and his left arm spin, or slow left arm orthodox. So he's got a slip and a leg slip, backward point, men on the single either side, and straight away Pope looking to cut with freedom, men on the single either side at sort of well, not short cover but shortish cover, shortish mid wicket, and then mid on mid off, a little deeper than you'd expect, and man on both boundaries. Big appeal for the LBW, but the umpire is not interested. Ollie Pope going on to the back foot, looking to force into the leg side, and see where this was going, and can see that one would have drifted harmlessly down the leg side. Straight away an intriguing contest for Ollie Pope. He'd have faced more than his fair share of spin bowling over the winter on tour in India. Did rather well in one innings. .196 he scored. Where was that? At Hyderabad, was it? Down the track he comes, lofts over mid-on. Doesn't quite go all the way for 6, but it certainly crosses the boundary for 4. So positive stroke there from Ollie Pope, using his feet down the track to Bethel and lofting him rather confidently over mid-on's head.
Yep, that signs that Pope's not going to treat Bethel's part-time spin with much in the way of respect, which unsurprising really.
This time he's on the sweep, looking to try and beat the man at deep square, but well fielded, he'll pick up 2 more. Yeah, you'd have to say Jacob Bethel with 1 first-class wicket at an average of 281. It's probably not going to create as much of an issue as Axar Patel or Ravi Jadeja, who Ollie Pope managed to play rather nicely at times in the winter.
His 1 wicket did come this season though, so maybe he's a man in form.
Man in form indeed. Well, Ollie Pope is looking in reasonable touch here today. His first class average at the Oval currently stands at 85.5. Sibley has had a lot of success turning the ball through the onside. This time he can't beat the man short mid-wicket. Yeah, Ollie Pope averages 85.5 here at the Oval. For Surrey it rises to 88.96, although maybe even 89 now after that most recent boundary. And for England he's got 161 at 53.6, which I think most people would be pretty happy about, but when your first class average is 90 or sorry 89, maybe you start wondering what's going wrong. England women 92 for 5 against Pakistan at Edgbaston. Amy Jones out for 37. Here at the Kia Oval, Dom Sibley picks up another single to add to his total, looking very comfortable out there.
Well, that's much better from the women. It was a disastrous start, but seems like they've turned things around a little bit at least.
Indeed. You were talking earlier to Dan, I think, about how batters and bowlers consider pitches depending on how they've batted on it and whether they think that what the surface is like. Oh, and the ball has swung late after pitching, completely deceived the keeper, and yeah, byes added to the total. Just watch this one move. Pitches well outside the leg stump and then completely sends keeper the wrong way. That is late swing indeed. Don't think Michael Burgess had any chance to stop that.
Yeah, I thought maybe he just got his positioning a bit wrong because it was so far away from where he ended up, but it just moved hideously for him. He was in the right place for a normal movement of the ball.
It's always like a inside edge when you're going one way and then have to suddenly move the other, but that time it was just the movement in the air. Change to the field, man going out into the deep on the offside. Oh, he's cleaned him up. Mills with the delivery. Craig Miles, I should say, with a ball that just sneaks through the defences of Dom Sibley. Bends back the stumps, and Warwickshire have their second wicket. And just a change to the field. I had the binoculars on. I was looking at the man moving out into the deep point boundary, deep cover boundary. And Craig Miles just getting one to keep a little low, or certainly lower than Sibley was expecting. And we've seen a few balls keeping a little low out there, but mainly from the Vauxhall end. This time it was from the Pavilion end, and Warwickshire have their second wicket of the day, 162 for 2.
Yeah, that one definitely seemed to keep low. Sibley otherwise was looking relatively untroubled, but just skidded through under his bat and flattened his off stump.
Yeah, I think Dom Sibley will probably feel there wasn't a huge amount he could have done about it. The ball definitely not getting up as much as he thought it would, and he's been out there for some time. 64 Sibley made, and he'll have thought that he was in for a giant score today. He knew the pace of the pitch and knew the conditions, was comfortable with the bowling, but every now and again there's one with your name on it. There's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, and I think that'll just have to be the plan really from Warwickshire, just to keep plugging away and hope for something like that, because otherwise it's looked pretty hard work for the bowlers. But there is still that just little bit in the pitch for the bowlers.
Yeah, and when you get any movement one way or the other, whether it's up and down or side to side, that causes problems for the batters. Bethel continues.
Interesting to see now whether, with the loss of that wicket, whether Pope will still be quite as attacking to Bethel just before tea, or whether he'll just try and make sure there's not a flurry.
Well, he seems certainly prepared to play his natural game. Pope is not looking to do anything differently thus far, but he'll want to be there alongside Jamie Smith. Just ease the new batter into a partnership, and a good job done certainly by Dom Sibley as far as it went.
Do you think Jamie Smith's in with a chance of making the England team this summer, if they do go for a change in wicketkeeper?
Well, I know one or two people who just think it's merely a matter of time for Jamie Smith, as Pope pushes into the offside for a single. Extremely talented batter, Jamie Smith, attacking stroke maker all around the wicket. Doesn't seem to be in any hurry at all. Whatever the bowling, he's got all the shots. The question for him, I suppose, is just about delivering on that promise, on that potential that he clearly has, and being a consistent enough performer to earn that selection. You've got to make good on that promise, I guess. But I know he's got a lot of fans at this club, and rightly so. He joins Ollie Pope, who is currently 40 not out. Let's have a look at some of Ollie Pope's shots so far in this innings. He's had some balls to put away, giving him room to free his hands on both sides of the wicket. He hasn't, or certainly hadn't got a score yet this summer. Previous 3 innings, scores of 11, 11. And 13. Big appeal for LBW, but maybe just sliding down the leg side. Yeah, this is Ollie Pope's highest score of the summer thus far. He's looked in good order. This one just angled down towards the leg side, didn't really do enough to merit any other decision from the umpire. But yes, Jamie Smith, you mentioned Charlie. As I say, he's got a lot of admirers here at the Kia Oval, and certainly one of the number of keeper batters that England will be looking at.
I suppose it's slightly awkward that the man he could be replacing is his teammate Ben Foakes. It's never ideal.
Yeah, well, Ben Foakes knows all about selection and the vagaries of selection, and I suppose, you know, Ben is well aware of what he brings, you know, which is excellence in so many areas, but sometimes England are looking for other qualities, and whether they continue with Johnny Bairstow, whether they continue with Ben Foakes, whether they look at someone like Ollie Robinson, the other Ollie Robinson, as we should.
Well, I mean, the amount that he's bowled recently for England, you never maybe they want to try him out there.
Certainly talks like a wicketkeeper, doesn't he? Jamie Smith is another. But there is a lot of talent in the English game across all areas, and the sort of jostling and jockeying for position is a fascinating thing for us to kind of get into and look at and debate and analyse and have all sorts of different theories.
We haven't got any tests till July, is it? So, you know, we've got to keep ourselves busy somehow.
Well, it will be fascinating to see how the test team ends up being selected. They've obviously got a core of players that they've been using up to this point. Miles comes in and Jamie Smith very comfortably behind that. Yeah, but you're right. Sort of intermittent Championship cricket to be played after this block is done. It's all about white ball cricket and the blast, and then of course England playing in a T20 World Cup. So, you know, several candidates for the Test team may not have too much immediate red ball cricket under their belt to push their case.
But then you sense that might not be the biggest obstacle in this current England setup.
Absolutely.
You know, might see actually white ball form propelling someone into the Test team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they one thing I do like about the way that England kind of picking their teams, it's not a one size fits all. It's not just simply a case of we're picking X because they've scored Y runs, or you know, it's not a hard and fast rule. I think they've certainly brought an element of the art of selection to things as much as the kind of data and analysis and the kind of hard numbers. As Bethel continues. Ollie Pope has been looking to try and beat the man. I think it's Hannon Dalby at point, trying to beat the man with the cut, but after I think 4 attempts he's yet to achieve it. Looking for a second, but it's well fielded in the deep.
Yeah, although Pope averages more than 85 here, I think he'll probably be hoping to increase that average based on the conditions and the way the pitch has looked so far. It's glorious sunshine, it's barely a cloud in the sky.
Nice bit of cricket there from Jamie Smith, just picking the gap, and gets himself off the mark with a single. We'll be delving into the first game of the season at tea. During the Tata tea break, we'll be showing highlights of Surrey's first game of the season against Somerset. Drawn contest. This time Pope cuts forcefully well wide of the man at point, but he'll still only pick up a single with the protection out there. There were runs on offer. There were 200s scored in the game against Somerset, one for Tom Lammonby in the first innings and one for Dom Sibley in the second. Both players scoring exactly 100, so that can't have happened too many times.
He's got away with one there, Bethel. That was a wide long up, and it's just picked the fielder straight out there. Pope be annoyed with himself about that.
Smith, I think it looked as though he could almost have played it or hit it to anywhere he wanted. He looked like he had about 5 shots prepared for that ball, and ended up just kind of picking the wrong one. I think, yeah, you're right, Bethel got away with one there. 167 for 2 after 50 overs. Not the ideal score in a 50 over game, but for a championship match, Surrey are doing just fine. Response to Warwickshire's 343 all out, and a platform set by, as it so often is, by the Surrey openers Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, both studying the pitch a little bit after their dismissals, but they did a good job putting on 88 for the first wicket.
That's just part of elite batting, though, isn't it? Having a look at the pitch as soon as you're out. Got to.
Yeah, the only time you can get away, you can't get away with that, is I suppose if it's a full toss that you slap straight to a fielder.
Then you can look at the bat, though. Then you know, oh, it came off the toe, or
yeah,
the splice.
Yeah, it's almost yeah, part and parcel of any dismissal. Pope turns this, looking to try and put pressure on the fielder for a second, but only one there. Yeah, one of the things, you're right, the way that batters respond after getting out is something that's continually fascinated me. It feels as though we've gone through a period where yes, they look at the pitch and quizzical and can't possibly have been an error, but I've noticed quite recently a lot of punching of bats. I don't know whether you've spotted that as well. which I find incredibly curious, because I'm sure there was a player who broke his hand punching about recently.
Yeah, no, I mean, Stokes broke his hand on a locker, didn't he? But
I'm going to look this one up because I do.
Is it Devon Conway?
Do you know what? Could be a very decent shout there, Charlie. Well, I'll have to have a little look for this, but it always sends a little shiver down my spine when I see players punching the bat in anger or frustration after getting out. Edged and taken, and Ollie Pope punches his bat in frustration as Craig Miles picks up another authentic outside edge. Well taken at slip, and just 4 overs shy of tea break of the tea break. Sorry, Surrey lose their 3rd wicket, and it's Ollie Pope gone for 44. As we look at this replay, yeah, a little bit of movement outside the off stump, a good bit of bowling from Craig Miles. Just the one slip in, but that's all that was required. As Yates takes the catch, and Pope is on his way.
It's actually good bat punching technique there from Pope. He used the bottom of his fist, I think, rather than the knuckles, so he's, protecting himself from injury. That's the. I mean, are they teaching that in the England setup now? Do you think there's a?
We'll get a good look at it there. I mean, it's almost as though he's been listening to our commentary and.
What do you think
and steadfastly refuses to change, but
so Nasser Hussain sort of turn around to the press box, punch the bat.
I just
Nasser Hussain obviously wouldn't be a big bat puncher, I imagine, with his brittle fingers.
It just makes me wince. You're right, it was Devon Conway out of a T20 after breaking his hand, punching the bat, ruled out of the T20 World Cup final in 2021 with a self-inflicted injury. So it's bizarre to me, because it feels as though that was the cautionary tale that tells every player not to do it. And almost, on cue. But such is the frustration, and Ollie Pope, no doubt, 44, looking good. Highest score of the summer so far for him. He would have wanted to make it a big one here, but a good bit of bowling from Craig Miles. Got the ball to move and take the outside edge. Ben Folkes out in the middle to join his fellow keeper batter Jamie Smith, but the only thing that matters at the moment is their ability with the willow. And Ollie Pope just moments away from the tea break, and I don't know, it just, I'll put it down to, I think it was good bowling, because the ball definitely nipped away as he played the shot, so you've got to give the bowler a bit of credit there. But I think Ollie will be feeling, well, we can see he's clearly frustrated with that dismissal. And Warwickshire just chipping away here, 3 wickets down, 169 for 3, and they've got 2 new batters at the crease with 4 overs until the next break, so chance for Warwickshire to get momentum.
Smith once again not able to find that gap on the offside. He's had a couple of juicy ones in consecutive overs, so if he doesn't succumb to frustration too.
Strong cut into the offside from Smith. Yeah, it's Surrey have got a really good set of contrasting styles when it comes to their batters, and it kind of works very nicely when I'm thinking particularly of the Hampshire game where Rory Burns was the anchor around which everybody could bat, and Jordan Clark came in down the order and played very freely because the foundation that was provided by the top order by the captain. And Surrey at 169 for 2, looking in a very strong position with a set in batter with Ollie Pope, and you feel that gives the freedom then to someone like a Jamie Smith to get in and play his shots. And now there's a little bit of pressure. As I say, two new batters, both having to kind of feel their way into the innings. Surrey still in a very decent position, but just a little something more for these two batters to think about.
Yeah, you can see why Pope was so frustrated. I mean, that shot aside, he hadn't really looked like he was under much pressure from any of Warwickshire's bowlers, and to get out like that just before tea as well sort of doubles the anguish.
A little bit of turn and bounce there for Bethel. He'll be encouraged by that. And there's always that question of, having two new batters in the middle. Do you immediately kind of turn to your strike bowlers again? Do you want to try and make the most of the fact that you've opened up both ends now? But Davies continuing with Bethel, and a little bit of something there for him. And Craig Miles doing a terrific job from the pavilion end. 2 for 31 so far. He comes in once more.
Yeah, well, I mean, I actually think it's quite a good. I don't think it's a terrible plan keeping Bethel on, really, because it hasn't been a pitch where strike bowling has really been rewarded with wickets. It's not doing a huge amount, so perhaps just the pressure of trying not to get out to a part-time spinner when you've just lost another wicket is almost more challenging for a new batter than seeing off of someone that you're more familiar with. Particularly if it's not really doing much.
Yeah, that's the psychological part of the game.
You can maybe perhaps overanalyze things, but perhaps not. It's as much a psychological game as anything, isn't it, cricket?
It is, absolutely, and I think especially someone like Jamie Smith, who plays with such freedom, you won't want to stop that. But the game is such that you almost can't ignore the situation. As much as you always want to go out and play with as much freedom as possible, and that's certainly the way that England have kind of tried to gear their test approach. But you can't utterly ignore the game situation because it's a team game. That's a lovely looking stroke, but an equally lovely bit of fielding there as well at mid-wicket. Ben Folkes just turning his wrists on that one, but he can't beat Sam Hain at mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's just what Warwickshire need as well, just keeping this little bit of pressure they've got going. I mean, it's not a real squeeze Warwickshire have got on, but it's a you know a bit of a knock to Surrey's progress.
Yeah, absolutely. It's keeping them honest, isn't it? Got to work hard. It might look like ideal conditions, but you still got to work hard for the runs. This time Folkes gets the single. Hayne had moved out into deep square leg, and that's the end of the over. 172 for 3. Surrey trail by 171. And Warwickshire just tilting this session a little bit towards them with those 2 wickets of Sibley and then Pope. 2 more overs to go until tea. Jacob Bethel will send down one of them. He's just asked his leg slip to come a little finer.
Where do you stand on bowling in sunglasses, team?
Whatever you need to be able to do your job is fine by me.
I think that's fair enough. Jacob Bethel was born in Barbados. Do you think it's a it's a Caribbean?
it's a Bayesian thing, yeah. Perhaps. He doesn't seem to be encumbered by it at the moment. Run just a single for Folkes. I think that, yeah, I think it's fair enough, because it's the contrast, and it's the different. You know, if you're taking them off every time to bowl, your eyes have got to get used to the difference in the light, and maybe he's thinking a sharp return catch, you know, could be affected if my eyes haven't settled to the new light.
Well, people sometimes play poker wearing sunglasses. Do you think it's either disguising where he's sending the ball down? He's wants to keep his.
So when he's floating up a 2 and a 3, actually make it look as if he's got a pair of aces.
Yeah.
I mean, unless his eyes are the big tell.
The big, yeah.
Is that the big tell at the top of his mark? He looks up to the flags. Maybe. Keen poker player, are you, Charlie?
I mean, not to the sunglass extent, but I don't mind a game now and again.
Just the one from that Bethel over. I think the thing about the sunglasses is always if you do get that return catch, you better not drop it.
Although it does give you something to blame, I guess, if you
True.
Plausible deniability. You kind of.
Graham Swan used to bowl in sunglasses sometimes, and he did rather well as a spinner. Ashley Giles used to bowl in sunglasses at times.
No, I'm not against it. I'm a fan, I think.
Oh, you're not the anti.
I'm not I'm not leading the.
Oh, big appeal for caught behind there. Bowler not as keen, and neither is the umpire. A confident looking charge towards the umpire from the slip cordon, but they've not managed to persuade him. Let's have a look. A very full ball from Miles. I think the bat just making contact with the ground rather than the ball. England women currently playing against Pakistan up at Edgbaston in the T20. 163 for 6 they made in their 20 overs, which is a bit of a recovery, an impressive recovery, really. At one stage, they were 4 for 11. Folks plays this into the offside. He'll try and squeeze back for a second, but decides against it. Yeah, they were 11 for 4, I should say. Sorry. And
I was going to say very Australian.
Well, yes. I just think the scorecard has conned me with the numbers. Yeah, they were 11 for 4, and then 78 for 5. But real fight back. Heather Knight, top scoring, the captain with 49. Amy Jones 37 and Danielle Gibson 41 not out from just 21 balls, 8 fours. That's a good recovery. Oh, and that's a terrific bit of bowling there from Craig Miles. He really has impressed in this session. He's picked up 2 wickets so far and just keeping Jamie Smith honest there outside the off stump. This will be the last over before tea, and the last thing Surrey will want to see is a 4th wicket on that scoreboard. Warwickshire have put in an extra slip. Sam Hain has come in as a 3rd slip now, so they're pushing for that scalp. Jamie Smith refusing to get involved. So yeah, as I say, 163 for 6, scored by England's women Sophie Eccleston as well. 19 not out from 11 balls, and so they've given themselves a good chance up at Edgbaston in their first T20 of the summer, first international match of the summer. And that's a lovely looking off drive from Jamie Smith, last ball before tea, and it brings a boundary. That's the ideal way to go in for your tea and cakes. Jamie Smith there with a lovely looking straight drive, just pushes it past the bowler, the prone bowler. Not a lot more he could do. I don't think Craig Miles should feel too upset about that. He's had a terrific session, picking up 2 wickets, but that is tea, and Surrey are 178 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 343 all out, so they trail by 165 runs. We'll just have a little look at the scores around the grounds before we get into our tea break. At Southampton, Hampshire playing against Durham. Hampshire 503 all out, and Durham 45 for 1. Looks like the wicket fell just on the stroke of tea in the over before tea. Scott Borthwick bowled for 33, so the scoreboard just shows Alex Lees all on his own for Durham, but he'll be joined by the new batsman after the tea break. Let's go to Canterbury, where Worcestershire are playing Kent. Worcestershire, Surrey's next opponents here at the Kia Oval next week, and Worcestershire 618 for 7 declared. In reply, Kent are 15 for 1. Zach Crawley 6 not out. Daniel Bell-Drummond alongside 5 not out. And the wicket to fall, Ben Compton, Court Jones bowled Leach, Joe Leach, for a duck. So not a great start to the innings for Ben Compton. Let's leave Canterbury and head up to Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire playing Lancashire. Lancashire 331 all out, and Nottinghamshire in reply 191 for 5, and 100 there for Haseeb Hameed, He's 104 not out, captain of Notts, playing a tremendous hand there. And again, a wicket falling just before tea, so Jack Haynes bowled by Balderson for 35, and they've left the ground to go and have some tea as well, and Hamid will be joined afterwards. Let's dip down into Division 2, where Sussex are playing Glamorgan in at Cardiff. Sussex 278 all out, Glamorgan 271 for 4. And centuries to both Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson, 131 and 103 not out respectively, so going great guns there. The home side in Cardiff trailing by just 7 runs with power to add. And that, we've got one more. Northampton, yes, Gloucestershire playing at Northampton. Gloucestershire 409 all out, and in reply Northamptonshire 152 for 7, so still trailing by 257 runs with just 3 wickets left in the hutch. So that is a tour of the county grounds so far today. Here at the Kier Oval, Surrey 178 for 3. Let's have a little look back at Surrey's first championship match against Somerset here at the Kier Oval earlier this season.
Welcome to the first game at the Oval.
Players are lined up here before the start of play to remember Keith Booth, first team scorer for 23 seasons.
And that'll be 4 more, beautifully timed.
Coming on 61 more than 10-4.
Oh, now then, hang on. It's got him. It looked like the best way Surrey could get a wicket was a run out, and they've got it.
Easily tucked into the onside, and there it is. What a knock by Tom Lammonby. Making an even 100, Tom Lammonby has played all around a straight one round the wicket.
Oh, he's got another. First ball. Oh, that's it. That finishes it.
That's nicely worked out towards the boundary by Burns. He's going to get 4 more all along the ground.
Beautifully played.
It's been a great fight back from the champions, with 196 for 1 on a cloudless sky, and suddenly 7 for 20. Edged, but in front of second slip, played late, played softly.
Build up the courage to play with a bit more freedom and come out and play a few more shots.
Goodness me, it's just gorgeous to watch, isn't it?
He's only been out there 15 minutes and he's hit 2 of the shots of the day already. Carbon copies, really. He's coming back for a second, and there it is.
First runs for the club, it'll be a boundary.
Surrey on top, that lead of 73. Today about Dom Sibley, Rory Burns and Jamie Smith.
Welcome back to the Kier Oval for day 3.
Now.
Siblings bounces straight away, sharp.
Short and chopped on. Jamie Overton can't believe it, but Casey Aldridge picks up 5. Down the leg side, and Dixon gets a little tickle on it, and Ben Folks takes a very smart catch behind the stumps. And Lawrence strikes again, he picks up his third.
Yeah, it's great to come and get some overs in and thankfully get a few rewards today.
Slow day in terms of runs scored, but an enthralling one with wickets going down. Simply underneath it, takes the catch. Cameron Steele picks up his 5th wicket.
Makes room and goes high and handsome over the rope. Lays it off.
Burnsy was saying it will go in the field, we'll chase whatever you set us, and sadly we couldn't get over the line.
Hands are being shaken, that is the end of the game, and well, it has been a terrific game.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval here in South London. How about that? The pan shot across to me, Adam Collins. That's Catcher Whitney with me. And I've got in my hands, as play's about to resume it, 178 for 3. With Surrey still 165 behind the 343 that Warwickshire made. This is the Surrey Xbox, and the Xbox Power Players is back for a second year. Scan that QR code there for a chance to win this custom Xbox console. Predict who you think will have the best individual bowling and batting figures during Surrey's home group games in the Vitality Blast. For example, Will Jacks hitting 75 or Spencer Johnson taking 4 for 25. It's not a bad option there with Spencer Johnson. Last year the winners were Sean Abbott's 110 not out against Kent and Chris Jordan's 4 for 21 against Glamorgan. They were the winning performances. How do you enter? The QR code you saw before, or go to the Surrey website, article, and fill in the form with your predictions. Easy as that. Entries close as this session begins. Bethel left arm spin. Folkestone Smith there. They've put on 9 after Pope fell for 44, the most recent wicket to fall for Surrey. Entries close 2nd of June at midday, just before the Blast campaign gets underway. So there it is, the Surrey Xbox console. More about that later. Hello, Katja.
Hiya, how are you?
Good. Ready to roll. So left arm spin. We haven't seen Yates turn to as yet as the alternative spinner. They didn't pick Briggs this week, so Bethel with a bit of work to do here, you'd imagine, through this final session, just to keep a hold on things. He's done it well so far, only conceding 13 runs, giving the ball a chance to spin. Placed at the deep point here by Folkes, first run of the session. In the middle stanza, it was Burns who was the first to fall after an 88-run opening stand with Sibley. Burns made 40, caught Barnard, bowled Rhodes. Sibley was bowled by Miles for 64. It was 162 for 2, and then a third wicket fell quite quickly. 169 for 3. Pope was caught at second slip from the bowling of Miles for 44. And that is our state of play. Yeah, nicely steered there by Smith. Opened up the face, used the depth of the crease, gets it down to the rope, moves into double figures.
Yeah, interesting move to put the spinner on. We saw this morning with when Dan Lawrence was put on, he made the breakthrough pretty quickly. Just looking here. Yeah, he fired that one in, but well dealt with.
It's a real feature of Smith against spinners, and it gets well forward or goes way back. Slip and a catching cover, the men in close. It's not a good ball, but with the deep point out there, only one on offer.
How do you feel about putting spin on at the minute? Those 2 breakthroughs not that long before the break. They've still got a chance of limiting Surrey to somewhere not too far off, or even lower than the first innings score. So you would have thought maybe keeping Miles on, well, keeping the seamers on.
Well, Miles is the man with a couple of wickets in his column. Again, a fraction too short. Sweeper gets another touch. So Miles picked up Sibley and Pope in that spell. That ends the over. 7 runs first over after tea, 185 for 3. I mean, as a rule, I don't mind the idea of trying to tie up an end with a finger spinner if you've got someone that can do that role, and he was doing it before tea, and then they get the chance to rotate. Hannon Dolby, Jamal, Barnard and Miles, the 4 seamers, and Will Rhodes, I should note, who picked up the first wicket to fall, that of Rory Burns. But yeah, your point is that I suppose they've got plenty of seam options, don't they? A couple of all-rounders in the ranks. In Rhodes and Barnard. Warwickshire won the final session comprehensively yesterday, adding 123 runs and losing just 2 wickets. What would be winning the session here? What would reflect winning the session for Warwickshire? How many wickets do you think?
Potentially 2 or 3 maybe, you'd want to say.
Placed out for 2, and then Dolby starting for the pavilion end after tea.
What you don't want is a kind of succession of 50 partnerships, 70, 80 partnerships, because then without almost realising it, they're up near the 350 mark.
That's how they started, wasn't it? Stands of 88 and 74 for the first 2 wickets, which put them in a pretty good position. Still 156 behind, but more than halfway to that first innings score of 343 that Warwickshire put on the board. All out half an hour into the second day. Nice straight drive, an attractive stroke. Gets to the rope. Didn't need to overhit it, folks. Joins Smith on 12. That's his best shot so far.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
I think if they can get 3 wickets, I suppose the challenge for Warwickshire, and this was a challenge for all teams that visited the Kia Oval last year, is that they bat so deep. I mean, Abbott carded 8, Steele 9. You really need to get them 8 down before you're officially into the tail with Roach and Worrell.
Yeah, you need to keep that wickets column ticking over fairly healthily. Like I said, the 50 kind of partnerships, there's potential for them so far down the order that 2 or 3 of them just kind of really, really hurt you in a way that sometimes they don't. There's not that potential of rewards in the same way there is with Surrey when you go bang, bang, bang at the end or sweep away the tail in the same way. And I don't think on this surface is particularly one for going bang, bang or taking wickets in clusters. It feels more kind of attritional surface where you really have to pound away. And both of those wickets kind of came out of nowhere in a way. They didn't look particularly like they were on the cards. So yeah, it's just building that sustained pressure and making sure that when the opportunity comes to break those partnerships, you're there. As I said earlier, when Rory Burns was out and there was that juggle before taking him, it doesn't feel like a day that you want to drop anyone.
Yeah, that take of Pope was really important. By Yates at second slip. Still there at the moment. Just felt like Burns was pretty busy for his 44, was building into the kind of rhythm that he's been crying out for through the opening month or so of the season. Wanting to make a contribution in this stretch, and had all those signs until that second Craig Miles wicket in an important spell before tea. Shout. They liked it behind the wicket. Burgess especially spills away for a leg by. Height was the thing that looked like it might have been challenging from our angle. We'll get a second look. It completes the over, 192 for 3, trailing by 151. What do you reckon, Kat? You talk us through it.
Yeah, it looked pretty straight, but he said height was the first thing that springs to mind. Yeah, height going down leg as well by the looks of it.
This will be perhaps more helpful, getting a sense of what umpire O'Shaughnessy was thinking. Back of a length, jagging back. Well, it didn't get up as much as... That might be why the folks missed it, in that it didn't get up as high as he was expecting, but yeah, not to be.
Yeah, he was jumping slightly. At best, it would have been clipping the top of leg stump.
So Bethel gets another opportunity. Wants to just find a groove to wheel away, to play his part. Doesn't need to be out there though. Gives folks a good look. Wide of the sweeper, gets a couple. Bethel, who hasn't done a lot of work with the ball this year, picked up a wicket against Durham. 3 other wicketless innings and didn't get a bowl at all against Hampshire. I suppose that was the first round of the Duke's ball. There was more of an emphasis on the seamers. But no Briggs this week. Bowling in the glasses, which is compulsory for spinners. I've been thinking about investing in some of my own. I'm not sure if I can keep bowling finger spin without wearing a pair of wraparound sunglasses. Doesn't sort of feel right.
Just for the aesthetic?
Yeah, totally. But no practical value at all. Whipped Yeah, nice wrists from Folkes. One man to beat. His second boundary of the session. He's 18. That takes Surrey up to 198 for 3. Just length's been the issue here, hasn't it?
Mm.
Yes, it was a fine bit of batsmanship to again get deep in the crease and then whip it good.
Yeah, slightly dragged back that one.
No margin for error for a spinner bowling from the Vauxhall end with the short leg side boundary. Short again. You can see there with Folkes kicking his left leg in the air, he realises that he missed out. He could have gone the aerial route there.
Yeah, that was more of a club. Check the shot as he played it. Not massively elegant.
So Beth under a bit of pressure here since tee. Much better. That felt like an important dot ball for the young man. 20 years of age, made his debut a couple of seasons ago in 2021 from the academy. Gets out of the over well. 145 the deficit. I feel like he's got the what do you call them? What's the sleeves underneath the shirt? There's a word.
Like the
for it,
Under
isn't
Armour,
there?
the tubey sleeves.
Yeah, there's a term. I don't know what it is. Skins possibly.
Skins.
Either long sleeves or skins, one or the other. If you're a finger spinner. Speed dealer sunglasses.
Water sunglasses?
You heard me. Speed dealer sunglasses.
Okay.
That's an Australian term. Sorry, the wraparounds. Probably what I should be saying. And for most of the season, ideally a short sleeve jumper, a sweater.
Yeah, there's a few of those out there on the fielders.
It's kind of a safety blanket, I reckon, sometimes for a spinner wearing a jumper. Inside part of the bat gets one. We'll have our resident Surrey League spinner back with us tomorrow, Cam Ponsonby, getting around today, first league game of the year.
Oh yeah.
I think in fact I know I've seen Cam bowl before. Cam does wear the sunglasses.
Of course he does.
Yeah. With his round the wicket, round arm stuff.
That's a very important aesthetic.
Yeah, yeah. It can be an unforgiving craft, so you've got to look good when doing it. I think for the most part Bethel's getting it right. Bit of Anderson response around the traps, well, from the man himself actually. He's done a couple of bits and pieces. I'm sure you've been monitoring this, Katya.
Yeah, I've just speed transcribed the episode of Tailenders.
That's such an important art for craft for a journalist. What were the main news lines out of Tailenders?
I think the Brendan McCullum discussion happened in April, so a bit further away than we initially thought.
Right.
I guess the overarching point of it was pretty blindsided by the article coming out yesterday. So much so that he hadn't told his parents, I don't think. Until the article was about to come out. So there wasn't much of a turnaround. And it also from that was just how kind of early these discussions are. There were discussions about whether he'd stay around the England side as a coach maybe for the rest of the summer, but that's not been decided upon yet. Whether he might even go to the Ashes looking further down the line as in a kind of coaching capacity. There's no firm plans on how much he's going to play for Lancs, apart from he'll play for Lancs for his final test. I've started calling it the final test.
Let's hope not. Yeah, again, just enough room for folks there to bisect the two fielders on the one. Across the practice pitches, a little relay effort. Two more for folks who's into the 20s, and Surrey go beyond 200 as well. 201 for 3. They started the session at 128 for 3, so good going in the first 15 minutes or thereabouts. A couple of boundaries in there. Only 142 away from parity. Right, so April was the conversation. Okay.
Yeah, roughly.
So for about a month he's known this is coming.
Yeah, he said a few weeks.
Interesting.
He said appraisals happen every year, and he said for the last 10 years, basically every appraisal has been how long are you going to keep playing. But I think the main focal conversation was that Ashes series, and that felt a bit like a stretch, and that now felt like the right time for others to move on. I guess as well, I think we were talking this morning about whether there was an element of being forced out and whether Anderson felt good about it, but there was a lot of positivity in that Tailenders podcast that he felt good about it, and that he was excited was the word he kept using about what's coming next, whatever that might be.
He's weighted that well enough for 2, I think, folks. Easily back. Folks, 22, 203 for 3. So, well, that's good. That's positive that there's no sort of public resentment to it. So, did he express? How did he come at the idea that the story was published? I've got a slightly stronger view on this than most. I'm interested in what Jimmy said, though.
He didn't say much, but there was definitely an undercurrent that I don't think they were best pleased. That the news wasn't ready to come out was the way it was phrased. Because there haven't been the discussions. I think he said at one point he hadn't told Lancs before the article. So there hasn't been much discussion about what's come next. I think he said at one point he wanted the announcement to be on his own terms, and that was taken out of his hands. So I think there was an undercurrent of not very happy that it had come out in the way that it did.
Okay. Yeah, I could understand that from his perspective. However, as Bethel starts his new over, this comes up a lot in Australian sport. There's a lot of. I'm not sure if it's as much of a talking point in perhaps football over here, but in Australian football, whenever there's a story that goes to a player's retirement or a coach moving on after a long time or something like that, there's resentment expressed towards the media for breaking the story, and I have a different view to that. I think that it's the responsibility of the journalist to report the information as it comes to hand. You can't be playing favourites just because you like Jimmy. It's not your job. Your job's to work on behalf of the public, not on behalf of the people you cover.
Yeah, well, if you know the information and you can report it,
well, you're
then
duty bound
you
to
have
report
to.
it. Yeah, it's your job. It's a great story from Ali Martin. He'll be, in all probability, winning awards for it. No, that's not the reason you do it, of course, but it's a big story to get. And that was his job, to report it faithfully to the public, who are his boss. You know, that's the job, in the way that. So it would have been nice had, I'm sure, from Anderson's perspective and from the ECB's perspective, had they been able to have controlled that in a way that the information was done on their terms. And most of the time it breaks that way. Again, short from Bethel, but Smith knocks it down to mid-on, where Jamal does the fielding.
There wasn't any information on the actual round of golf, which is the thing that I think most fascinates me about this story. So many questions about that.
Who won? Where was it?
When was it announced? At what point on the round?
Yeah, you'd have to time that carefully. Your pleats are made and well bowled from Bethel to fight back with 6 dots after having a tough time with his first 2 overs after tea. They trail by 140 the home side. Yeah, I mean, you've got to time that well, don't you? You don't want to sort of flag it up on hole 3. That's a long 3 hours if it doesn't go over well.
Very, and McCullum's a really good golfer, right? So you don't really want to be absolutely annihilating Anderson and oh, by the way,
yes,
we're moving on.
I'm surprised that didn't come up in the podcast with Greg and Felix.
No, but I think from the podcast there were. I don't think the round of golf was the only discussion. Right. I think these discussions have been ongoing over a couple of months.
Yeah, I feel like this is played out pretty well. Because the other question is, when ideally would have this been announced? Would have it been a week before the Test match or something like that? Had the story not gotten out? And it's very hard to keep information like this suppressed. That's the other part of it from an inside baseball media perspective. Once the story gets beyond 2 people, once 4 people know and 8 people know, there's a multiplier effect. A lot more people know about this. Once it gets to the media, often scores of people know about it. It only takes one to reveal the information to someone who can report on it, and it's game over from controlling it. But if they did want to control it, what was it going to be? They probably wouldn't have done it during the T20 World Cup. That's only a couple of weeks away.
No, I guess the Anderson perspective was just that he hadn't told people. And that was the issue.
Absolutely. And again, just to stress this point, I feel for him in that sense, and the frustration from him. But Well timed by Smith, and timed well enough to go through the hands, and it will be retrieved at the last. Miles out there doing the sweeping work. I think the point there was it got to him a lot quicker than he thought because Smith hit the cover off it. He's batting beautifully.
Yeah, that really pinged off the face.
I suppose now that it's all out there officially, we've got a 2-month run up for this thing as well. The test doesn't start till the 10th of July.
And logistically, I think it makes it easier for everyone.
Yes. There's going to be a lot of interest in that test match around the cricketing world. And I know they'd already sold that test out. Certainly the public tickets were sold out, weren't they, for the Windies test at Lords, which is fairly standard now. Every test match at Lords does pretty well tickets-wise. But this will absolutely make sure there's not a spare seat or a spare spot in the members' pavilion or anything like that. It'll be standing room only at headquarters when the Windies are here.
I was looking through some Anderson spells earlier. And there are so many against the West Indies. There are a couple of Lords against the West Indies as well. That it kind of actually, now thinking about it, feels quite good that it will be against the West Indies at Lords, because there's been so many of his best spells have come against the West Indies. You think about that Bridgetown one in 2015, the one at Lords in 2017.
Yep, 17.
When he did his 500s.
Yep. And that was his best figures in Test cricket, I think I'm right in saying. The 742
yeah,
was that
I think
day.
so, yeah.
No, that was when he was just invincible through that period. He was so good for a few years there. And he's been so good for so long, but right then he was just at home especially unplayable. That series against India in 2018 where he and Kohli were duking it out, and he didn't get Kohli, but boy did he bowl.
Yeah, that was a Lord's test as well, the second test of the series after that thriller at Edgbaston, where he came on and it was the worst kind of conditions you'd want to be facing him, where it was drizzling, grey skies, on and off the pitch. And he was just incredible. I think there was a sixfer in that first innings, maybe it was a fifer.
That's 4 runs. That's the third time they've been able to find that short rope since tea, and yeah, Smith looks primed. Up to 19 to 10 for 3, 7 from the over. That's not the place to bowl to Jamie Smith at the best of times. But when you've got a short boundary and no sweeper, as soon as Hannon Dolby let the ball go, he would have known where that was going to end up. Bit of information coming through on the screen here. If that Lord's test goes to the 5th day, so if it reaches the 5th day, it'll finish on the same day as the final of Euro 2024, the football tournament. That will be carnage.
Absolutely horrific.
Remember that, now what year was it? I was doing a game where England were playing. Where were we? It was Manchester, and it would have been the World Cup of 2018.
Yeah, I remember this.
One day international.
Against Australia, right?
Correct. Joss made an extraordinary 100 to recover the situation when they were 4 for nothing, to chase about 200 odd, and England were playing Paraguay, I want to say. They won comfortably. They won like 6 or 7-0. It was a thumping. But the temporary stand on the eastern side of the ground, when the football started, was cleared out. There were screens set up out the back of the ground, and people took in the football there. And despite the fact that it was a compelling game of cricket, yes, the football certainly took priority. I don't know whether that'll be the case in quite the same way, although a final, Jimmy, Lords, I don't know. It'll be messy. There'll be screens everywhere.
Well, I think I read something about that there were updates going out to the players on the pitch of what was going on in that football game.
Panama, I'm being told. Of course it was Panama. That's right. Not Paraguay. Finished 6-1 that day. Helpfully getting fed these facts and stats on the screen.
Well, that's kind of a win-win then. Let's say England are in the final, because that's when it will be carnage. If England win, what a great day. If they lose, well, it's still been Jimmy's last test, so it's fine.
Do we know what the go is? That's a Sunday, right?
Yeah.
What time of day would the Euros final be?
Well, it's in Germany.
In Germany. At night, you'd have to think. So it could be we all finish up at Lords and all Well, we'd have to get a pretty good pub booking, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when the Euros final of 2021. Oh no, that wasn't a pub booking kind of night, was it? That was in the pingdemic.
That was coronavirus.
Everyone had to stay home because their phones kept going off. That was that really weird period of that summer.
And also Wembley.
Oh yeah, that's right. Finds the gap. Not much to work with there behind point. Folkes finds 2 more. Moves to 25. These two are batting really nicely since the short break. That's the end of the over as well. Just 2 from it though. So it's 8 o'clock kickoff for the final, right? So let's map this out.
That's perfect.
England
timing,
win. England win in the final half an hour. Anderson leads England to a famous triumph by 12 runs. Takes the last wicket. It's his 13th for the match. His 1,000th international wicket.
709th Test wicket.
700. No, let's go 713th because
Okay.
with 13 takes into 1,000 international wickets. I've upped the ante on that since we last spoke. Or whatever it is. Everyone has about an hour to get their act together. Filing from the pub, sorting out a big booking. So maybe Lords would put us up, you know. If we get out, can we speak to the MCC? We probably can speak to the MCC. Can we organise this in our privileged position in the media to find somewhere there to look after us that night?
So
We've got
this
time. We've got 2 months.
This entire Test match is no longer about Anderson or about England. It's about finding a good pub booking for the Euros.
So long as England are in it, right? England
Yeah.
are in it. I guess it'll still be. It'll be watched keenly, but maybe not quite the same way. I don't follow it closely enough to know whether they're expected to make the final. You would probably more than I. Change at the pavilion end. And first ball, have that. Jamie Smith on the march and hammering it between mid-off and, well, you'd call it a catch and cover. It's a moot point when Smith's in this kind of mood. Up to 23 with a bullet.
That's an extraordinary shot.
I said earlier that it's an opportunity for Pope. So just make a statement's the wrong word, but just have that kind of day where he does as an England number 3 should. Up to the stumps now. Rhodes beats the bat.
Good response.
Yeah. And just a point of difference there, not letting Smith charge down the track with Burgess up to the pegs, wearing the lid. But it wouldn't be a bad time for Smith just to have one of those days that we've seen a number of times from him. He's made some very fast professional hundreds, including one last year down at Canterbury in the chase of 500. I mean, if you're picking an England second 11 right now, acknowledging that the Ben Stokes team is pretty well set, they know what they want. They know what they're doing with their top 6, top 7 right now. If you're picking the second 11, pretty sure Jamie Smith's in it, isn't he?
Potentially. I mean, it depends which keeper you're picking in the first 11, to be honest.
True. But let's say you're picking Smith on batting and not on you're just picking him as an out-and-out batter.
Yeah.
Catches the call, evades the diving hand of the man at mid-wicket. Mosley in there, not quite. Catch was the call though.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's one of the most exciting young batters in the country. And beyond that, just one of the best on performance. It takes a lot to break into this Surrey side and stick into this Surrey side as such a young player.
It's not about a thought experiment, actually. If you're picking a legitimate second 11, I know it doesn't happen these days, does it? Because the England lines is never the 2s. It's always it's a different
England
mix
2s.
of picking the England Scooby-Doos. Who's in there? SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. I'm not going to have time to do it because Norcross will be in for me in a sec. He'll have strong views on this. He's a man with strong views. Yeah, I think Smith's in there looking at openers. Maybe Sibley might be in that side on the basis of form right now.
On form right now, you'd have to think so. In terms of openers, there's few in the country who are demanding an opening spot above him.
Hamid's made 100 today. He wasn't long ago. He was in the Test team. Defending to finish. Rhodes' first over back. Daniel Norcross in for me for the next 8 overs or so. I'll leave it with you, Katja, and you can consider a couple of names that might make, if we were picking one, Daniel, the England second 11.
Yeah, another one of them is out there on the pitch at the minute. Rob Yates, another one of a number of exciting young batters in the country. He's been in great form this season.
Well, Jordan Clark's the all-rounder. Jamie Smith.
There's your impartial Surrey hat again.
There's just pure numbers. I just go on form and numbers, Katia. The science. Gus Atkinson.
Yeah. There's a number of logistics I'd like to sort out with an England second team.
Ooh. What do you mean by logistics in this?
Maybe this is me being pedantic, but who are we picking as the first choice keeper in the England side? Are we picking this team pre or post Jimmy Anderson retirement?
Oh, post.
Post.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid he's gone to us now. We've got to get our heads around it. You're right to ask these questions, but yes. I'm trying to think. So who's the keeper? Well, for me, folks, is the first team keeper.
Okay, well, let's say we're picking a 12-man England team then, first England team. Then we can forget the keeper debate, because it's too complicated to get into, and quite frankly, I'm bored of it.
Yeah, me too. So have I got to pick the first team first?
No.
Good. Well, I'll tell you someone who would have been in the second team at the end of the season, probably end of last season, probably isn't now. James Rue might have been in there, but probably not.
I think a touch.
Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson is my second 11
Which one?
keeper.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that
there
one.
we go.
And actually, there's a good chance Ollie Robinson's in my second 11 as well, as a kind of a bit of a stick. Who's opening? I mean,
Colo was suggesting Dom Sibley a couple of minutes ago.
I don't think that's a bad shout at all. End of the over. 218 for 3. Bethel has been pretty tight. So he conceded 29 off 10, so just under 3 and over.
Got to think of Rob Yates as well for the opening spot.
I suppose we do, don't we? What other England qualified openers? I mean, Sam Robson is a perennial. It's had a good start to this season.
Sipa Mead has scored a century today.
Has he?
He's been informed.
Oh, sort of what might have been. Yeah. And by the way, have you noticed how much the height of Hannon Dolby and the sun hat at mid-on and the white wristbands can fool you into thinking that Stuart Broad has made a comeback?
Yeah. Well, you were talking earlier about the heights in the Edgbaston Little Under bit. I used to play a lot of cricket at Edgbaston Indoor School when I was at university. And I used to stand next to them, and I've got a very lovely photo of me next to it. A good chest short. And then a follow-up picture in a quite frankly ridiculous pair of heels. That was much less than a chest height short.
Well, that'll be the heels, I'm guessing. Yeah. Just a quick note that here Will Rhodes is bowling quite deliberately to a plan. Who's Jamie Smith is devastating through the offside, and he's got this short catching mid-wicket. That last shot wasn't a million miles from that fielder. We've got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket and a mid-on as well. So and with that, the 50 partnership comes up for the fourth wicket from just 82 balls. I wouldn't say it's a recovery from 169 for 3, which was a pretty decent position, but Surrey had lost 2 relatively quick wickets. Sibley with a score on 162, and then Pope, the last to go, on 169, so a bit of rebuilding was required. A bit of a tangle there, folks. I still have a bit of a hankering for Daniel Bell Drummond.
A hankering?
Yes, again, sort of like what might have been. He's had a pretty good start to the season. I mean, he's not going to get into an England second 11, but there isn't an England second 11 apart from anything else.
No.
Which does present something of an obstacle.
He's not had a good start to the season, but I've also got high hopes for Twanda Mieye.
I do, yeah. When I've seen him bat, it's not been for awfully long, but what I've seen him do when he is batting has been eye-catching. Seems to have a lot of time.
Yes.
Some lovely shots. That might be his downfall at the moment, because he might have too many shots, but he'll grow into his game.
Lose a few.
Yeah, well, that's what they intend to have to do, don't they? Strange as that may sound. What are the bowlers, though? I mean, I suppose in a way, if it's in England, you've got one slot for spinners.
Okay, another hypothetical parameter for this 11. Is Jack Leach fit for the first one?
Into the over 220 for 3. Is Jack Leach fit for the first game?
In terms of the first team?
Well, since we're playing this, we're picking this side after James Anderson has retired. So we're doing it in July. Jack Leach is fit.
Nice. Well, I'll leave you with that parameter.
Thank you.
Firmly established.
Oh, I see. Run away from the scene, drop the bomb, and off you go. Thank you, Katia. Dean Wilson's going to return as we're discussing a hypothetical England second 11.
Oh, my favourite subject.
Bethel's continuing here. We haven't seen Yates. Intriguingly. They've gone with the left arm spin of Bethel. He's not let them down, held tightly. It's just been pointed out to me by Sharkey that Pakistan are 85 for 5 now off 11 overs. They're up with the run rate, needing 163, but they're sort of down with the wicket rate. This represents something of a recovery for England, who were, if you may recall, 11 for 4 at one point. Will Jacks, he's in my second 11, as is Jamie Smith. We've got a powerhouse Surrey middle order. What are you laughing at? Will Jacks has played a test match, and Jamie Smith is magnificent.
Sibley and Burns opening?
Well, Colo was going for Sibley. I was going to try to be Les Barnett and look somewhere else.
Behave yourself.
Like Yates or Bell Drummond was one that I wanted. It's an aggressive shot from Smith, but there's a mid-wicket that he picks out. And he got that either side. There's nobody fielding behind that mid-wicket. The boundary rider on the leg side is out of deep backward square. And there's a sweeper on the offside.
If I'm going to join in this game, this whimsical, mythical second 11 team, I'm going to have to understand the parameters and the who are we
Jimmy
playing?
Anderson's retired. We're imagining that, so
we don't have to imagine that. That's happened.
But he's still got a game. Still got a game to go.
Okay, yes.
So we're jobbing forward to the 14th of July. I beg your pardon.
Right.
14 juillet, storming of the Bastille.
What's day 4 of the first test?
Day 5 of the first test.
Day 5 of the
I'm imagining the game will be over by then.
Correct. Right, so day 5 of the first test. Game's over. The first 11 have played. And now you want to pick a
second 11, apparently. I think Colo and Katia started this. We're just left with the residue of their chat.
So is it a second test 11, or is it a second 11 to play in a...
It's a second 11.
Right.
To play in a mythical second 11 test championship. And we've had an email from Nick.
Okay.
Which has been made increasingly difficult to read.
A red on red background, yeah.
I'll give it to you as much as I can. Shot. Great shot.
Gorgeous.
And sure enough, surely, I don't quite understand how Nick has left Jamie Smith out of this England middle order.
Well, maybe if he watches this replay, we can change his mind, because that is a delightful stroke from Jamie Smith. One of, I think, 3 now that he's played through the offside. Slightly different technique each time. He stood up tall and drove on the up.
I think my favourite one was the one when he advanced down the wicket, Rhodes saw him coming, put it in shorter, and he still managed to play, strangely off the front foot, a kind of back foot drive, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. In utter, total control of what he's doing.
I mean, the second best shot of the day. Best shot of the day was Craig Miles' incredible four. That I don't think I've ever seen a ball timed better along the ground than that. It reminds me of a piece of commentary that I heard the West Indies are playing against Australia. Sobers. Oh, another wonderful shot. Down the ground this time. I thought Hannon Dolby might get to it, but it was hit with too much power. And Smith is beginning to unfurl some really high-class shots here.
It's turning into the Jamie Smith show, isn't it? The time, the poise, the power, the elegance, everything on show around the ground, moving effortlessly to 35 not out.
Very still, isn't he? Except when he decides that he's going to come at the bowler. I mean, more runs here. Maybe just a single. Yep, folks are going to send Smith back. He's got terrific power, wonderful balance. I'm going to give you this email from Nick. It's not you, Nick. It's me. Whenever I press the down cursor, it goes too far. So he's gone for Sibley and Jennings to open the batting, with Yates at 3, Dan Lawrence at 4. That's at 6 for Surrey. Best 05, Jack 6. Ollie Robinson, the keeper, 7. Potts, Jamie Overton, Callum Parkinson, and Josh Tongue. Interesting. So does he think that Callum Parkinson would get in ahead of, because I'm presuming the England test side, I'm imagining them only picking one spinner, so that would be one out of Leach, Bashir and Hartley.
And Ahmed.
And Rayan Ahmed, yes. So what's happening here is that our correspondent is promoting Callum Parkinson above at least 3 of those players. Fair enough.
Fair enough, absolutely. It's a fascinating area of the game, just when you've had a India tour and so many overs of spin have been bowled, and we've seen the obvious potential of Hartley and Bashir. We know of the qualities of Jack Leach. Over the course of 2 winters now, we've seen Rayan Ahmed on show as well. Plus you've got Mason Crane now starting to get his name mentioned as well. I think he took 5 wickets the other day. You've got Calvin Harrison making a bit of a name for himself as well.
Leading wicket taker for Surrey this season is Cameron Steele.
Cam Steele, absolutely. And
that's been crunched away. Won't make it to the boundary, but some really good running. When Folkes is at the crease, you do get a sense of urgency and scamperage.
I just like the conversation around spin at the moment, and I like the idea that lots more overs of spin are being bowled, because I think it's a skill that you only, well, like most skills, you only get better at the more you do. But really, you can see how it can help spinners. And I firmly believe that arguably one of the best things that will come out of the Ben Stokes era of captaincy is his management of spin bowlers and his belief in spin bowlers.
I couldn't agree with you more. What he did for,
although has that just been a warning now? I don't know whether the umpires just had a word with Bethel about running on the pitch. Not official, because he didn't point out, but
I couldn't agree with you more. When you look at the way, and this isn't having a go at previous England spinners, but I don't think I've seen anyone captain spin for England in the last 30 years with the same sensitivity, acuity, wisdom, help and empathy, actually, as Stokes. That previous England captains haven't tried to show their frustration, but they've also never really understood the challenges of the spinner, and have kind of communicated that subconsciously on the field. And I remember talking to Alistair Cook about this, and it was quite revealing. So we did a podcast about captaining England in India, and although he captained Swan and Panesar, he also captained Ansari and Batty and Adil Rashid. And I put to him this question. That's the 68th over. The innings comes to the end, 35 for 3. So one of the challenges must be as a captain that in England, where you will only really pick one spinner per game. Occasionally there's two, but just let's generalise here. You pick one spinner per game. So perforce, when you play in India, where you're going to pick at least two, you're going to be playing with an inexperienced spinner, because that's just the numbers. And he looked at me and he said, that's a good question. Yeah. And in that, he sort of revealed that it's not entirely thought about and understood, that you're going to have somebody out there in one of the more difficult places to bowl, because you're bowling against very good players, and you'll have very little experience, and you'll have an awful lot of expectation on you to be the person to take the wickets. And you're coming from England, where it's not set up really to help spin bowlers to start with. And what did Stokes do? He left Hartley on for the first 9 overs of his career, went for 63 runs, and at no point did he look frustrated or alarmed or anything. It was incredible. And I thought he was similar with Bashir, actually, as he had been the year before in Pakistan with both Jacks and Rayan Ahmed. Did they not both get 5s on debut?
Yep, they did. Jacks got 6, I think. Rayan got 5. I think it was the best figures by an off-spinner since Peter Such on debut.
Hasn't been back in the team since.
But I think that's one of the exciting things about someone like Will Jacks. Maybe that's and the opportunity to get a second spinner into your team is if you've got an all-rounder, a spinning all-rounder.
Like Root in a way, but slightly more of an all-rounder, you think? Yeah, something like
and someone perhaps who just cares about spin and the art of spin.
Rayan would be a good example of that, wouldn't he?
Well, if his batting merits
for
elevation.
He's going up a bit, isn't he? So he's sort of
yeah.
getting more opportunity to hone that side.
Yeah.
And we really do have to remember that he was the youngest person ever to play Test cricket for England, and it wasn't that long ago. So it was, 17 months ago.
Oh yeah.
So he's still incredibly young.
Yes, long way to go. Long way to go. But I love watching spin in operation in Test match cricket. I really do. I think or first class cricket, it's great.
Now, we had another nomination. It's actually a testament to the quality of English county cricket, I would say, and the depth of red ball talent that England I say fortunate, they have, because they've got the best domestic red ball competition in the world, I would argue. But yeah, I would. Name a better one. I'm going to say the Sheffield Shield. That's shoehorned into the beginning and end of their season, don't forget.
Couldn't agree with you more, Daniel.
And this nomination is notably different from the last one. There are some crossovers, but it tells you the depth of talent there is out there. So this correspondent has gone for Lees and Hamid to open. He's suggesting it's English conditions, right? Lees and Hamid. Josh Bohannon, big fan of Josh Bohannon. He's had a bit of a lean trot this year, but stick with him. Jamie Smith at 4. Well done. Tick, house point. The wicket-keeping Ollie Robinson at 5. Flayed that away, but there is cover out there. literally deep cover. Dan Lawrence at 6, Will Jacks at 7. That's quite the batting lineup, isn't it? You know, that is really not a bad top 7. Then Tom Hartley at 8, Matthew Potts, Josh Tongue and Sam Cook. See, I wonder if Sam Cook doesn't sneak into the first 11 once Anderson's gone.
Well, that will be a name that gets talked about quite a bit. I think he was he the only, was he name checked by Rob Key from the first couple of rounds?
Yes, I think you're right.
From the, you know, when with all the runs being scored, I think Sam Cook picked up a rare 5 for a seam bowler and said, "What's the big deal?"
It's just a normal day at the office, isn't it?
And he's been doing it for a long time for Essex. Very, very decent performer, but yeah, I think his name definitely will get talked about this summer.
We get to trot out the great pun, don't we? It's a wonderful life for Sam Cook.
Indeed.
I mean,
Little chef,
yeah. And I think the news of Anderson's imminent retirement from Test cricket has been met, in the most part, by English cricket fans with sadness, contemplation, the realisation that things could be just taken away from you. It's nicely threaded. It'll only bring in the single. But for Sam Cook, I imagine it was probably a kind of, ooh.
Yeah.
Or at last.
about time.
About time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I do.
That was from Rich, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable selections there. Game being played in the north of England, clearly. But this is, I mean, it's great as well. Just the jockeying for position, who's going to replace, and you know, we've had that angst for so long. You know, who's going to replace Broad and Anderson? Oh gosh, who is there? You know, whenever a great player leaves the stage, you kind of go through this yearning and grieving for, you know, a hole that will never be filled, and I can guarantee you it will be filled.
Oh, it really will.
It really will.
Yes, because they have to, really.
Yeah.
It isn't like your club second 11. You can't pitch up 10 players. Would the first 11 come to that every now and then?
And there's that regeneration and renewal, and which is, you know, part of why, you know, why we love sport and what it brings. It's just exciting to see who will step in and how they'll do.
Now, a feature of today's play has been Jamie Smith. He's only scored 38, but my word, it's been an incredibly attractive innings with some really fabulous shots. And he's had a number of 4s that we can take a look at, one of which caught our eye especially.
Maybe next over.
Maybe next over we'll be able to do that for you.
But
it'll be worth having a look at.
Oh, rest assured, it was very good.
It'll probably be the best time to do it, Dina. You'll have to talk over the top of it, because we're going to make a change in commentary at the end of this over. I'm leaving, so what better time to put together a package of Jamie Smith's 4s than at the handover? Now then, Jamal back in the attack, and he has been by far and away the briskest, I would say, of the Warwickshire seamers.
Your stint being as equally attractive as Jamie Smith's innings.
Oh, don't.
Okay, I went. Moving on. Just looking at the field that Warwickshire have got set here, that one slip quite wide for Jamal. Sort of classic ring field now against Ben Folkes, but I haven't been able to stop him thus far.
What do you think this indicates as well about Warwickshire's attitude to the second new ball, and who would take it, because 10 overs to go pretty much until second new ball becomes available. Jamal's come into the attack now. I mean, it could be 2 overs with the old ball, see if there's a bit of reverse or whatnot, and he could still come back for it'll be a 3 over burst. They're going to be 87 overs bowled at Surrey this evening, or today I should say. Or does it suggest to you that they're thinking of holding back the new ball until they either take a wicket perhaps, or they've got bowlers who are fresh in the morning? I don't know. It just seems a strange time to bowl your opening bowler for another spell, doesn't it?
Well, if you are going to take that second new ball, and you'll have 7 overs with it, I think, at the overs remaining today. I think you probably think you've got essentially 2 bites.
I would,
of
yeah.
the cherry.
I think that.
I just think that they probably look at the way that their bowlers have bowled. They're just looking at the figures and who's done what. And they've kind of spread the workload pretty evenly amongst the bowlers. For me, Craig Miles has been the outstanding seam bowler for Warwickshire, the most threatening seam bowler.
So give him the new ball, you think?
Oliver Hannon-Dalby, I'm sure, will come in from one end. But I would think perhaps Craig Miles will get a look at the other, unless, of course, Jamal has, got his rhythm going and is feeling like he can keep going. But there is a danger. There is a danger here for Warwickshire of things kind of just drifting away from them. This has been a really impressive partnership thus far between Smith and Folkes, coming together both as new batters at the same time.
They are in that danger zone. Not many people have made it out of the 30s in this match. Ed Barnard pretty much, and Dom Sibley. But a man who might yet make it out of the 30s is Jamie Smith, who has been hitting some marvellous shots today, including a series of eye-catching 4s. To talk you through those, it will be Dean Wilson, followed by Adam Collins.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, Jamie Smith has put on a bit of a show. This was the one that really caught our eye, striding down the pitch and still managing to get on top of the bounce. Lovely poise there. Put another one through the offside. And he's now on 39 not out. He'll be facing up against Jacob Bethel's left arm spinners. Adam Collins comes in alongside me.
Yep, someone else is hoping to get out of the 30s, as I'll be doing in August this year, ideally. Oh, there we go. Have that. Clunk. One bounce for Smith, just batting with real authority since tee. Went to the break and hadn't been there for long. He was still in single digits, but since, he's been doing it on his terms and often attacking the first ball of an over to apply maximum pressure.
Yeah, he's really in the groove now, Jamie Smith. I think Jacob Bethel's done a decent enough job for his side, but not a huge amount of wicket-taking threat, and now Jamie Smith deciding to put the foot down.
Well, after all, he is bowling to the number 4 in England's second 11, as we've now dubbed it, Jamie Smith. I'm glad I got that going before leaving commentary. I threw that to Daniel, and he really ran with it and named half the Surrey team, which is fine.
And entirely surprising. And what it does go to show is just how much talent there is out there, and the debates to be had.
There used to be effectively second 11s named, weren't they? I mean, this wasn't an unusual practice for a country to go through when naming B teams, for instance. But yeah, now that's kind of gone. The idea of an England 2s playing I mean, right now, Sri Lanka A is playing a game against Afghanistan A. I think that's in Gaul at first class level. But those A fixtures do exist. Australia A used to play quite a lot, not quite so much these days, but there has been a version of that in the last couple of years. The Australia A team they named to play, I don't quite remember which game it was, but they said, the selectors, this is our second 11 playing this match. England don't do it. They use the lines a slightly different way. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be about your next best team. The Lions tends to be a place where in the early 20s you get a little bit of a taste. Flat. Lifted. Going to hear that bang again. The only question, did it go all the way? Yep, it did. Into the seats, into the shade. And a half century as well. What a way to bring it up. Jamie Smith in this over. He started it with a straight 4 and he ends it with a pummeled 6 into the JM Finn stand. A big over for Surrey, 12 out a day, only trail by 88. And Smith has galloped to 50 after tea. 7 fours and a 16, Wilson. Quite the player.
Yeah, he's been very impressive here today, Jamie Smith. He's not looked in any bother at all. We wondered whether there'd be a little bit of pressure with 2 wickets falling in close succession to have 2 new batters at the crease, but together with Folkes, he's kind of pulled Surrey up and away here.
86 run stand. Only the 88 put on between Burns and Sibley. Better than that through the match so far. That was the issue for Warwickshire, wasn't it? They had a number of partnerships, and to be fair, the last 3 passing 50, or 3 of the last 4 passing 50, got them up to 343, but yesterday a 59, a 29, a 43, a 31 in those formative stages of their first innings. Well, Surrey have had an 88, a 74 and now an unbroken 86. I mean, they won't quite reach parity by close, you wouldn't think, although in saying that, the way Smith's batting, who knows. Just from a zoomed out game perspective, say they're 20 short going into tomorrow, it does give them a really nice crack at things, doesn't it? They'll be thinking about what's possible by the end of 110 overs. If one of these 2 can really go big, they might open up the game for themselves with having an hour of power after lunch, something like that. Ooh, pulls out at the last minute, fraction sharper that from Jamal, just making his presence felt.
I suppose there's a few decisions that the players out there will be thinking or looking to make. You know, we've got 7.5 overs to go until the second new ball, so you know, against this softer, older ball, the ball's almost sitting up for them wherever Jamie Smith kind of wants to hit it at the moment. So do they look to really put their foot down and cash in on these last 7 overs?
There's that gap again. They have been fed in that direction, that side of the ground after tea, especially when batting at the Vauxhall end. Short boundary, Folkes to 41. That's his 3rd boundary, but I reckon all of them have been out there.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for them to really increase the scoring rate, and then they get another decision to make. You know, if that second new ball arrives, the way that they want to go about it. Also thinking and bearing in mind that how good it would be for the pair of them to be around first thing in the morning.
You can already start to storyboard it a bit, can't you? I mean, we've got 14 overs after this. What's that take us to? 87 by the close, which means they hit 110. What does that leave them? 23 tomorrow morning. So 2/3 of the way through the morning session. Well, by that point, they should be, if they keep going at a decent lick and keep their wickets in hand, could be a 3-figure lead. And then from there, well, you know, the depth they've got, Clark and Abbott and co, who can put the foot down. Quick single, but would have needed to have been a perfect pick up and throw, and wasn't, to give it any chance there with.
And we were talking about this at the start of the day's play when Warwickshire were bowled out first half an hour of the morning, 343, and it felt like that was a competitive score. It gave them a foothold in the match, something to really bowl with. and of course they're still in this game. By no means is it anywhere near done and dusted, but at the moment you feel the momentum is now firmly with Surrey, and they've got an opportunity to make that 3-4-3 look very small, with a fair wind, with Jamie Smith looking in supreme touch, Dan Lawrence to come, Cam Still, Jordan Clark. Lawrence has got 100 this year, Jordan Clark's got 100 this year, so watch out.
Another touch for the sub. That's George Garton with the left arm ping, who moved over from Sussex at the end of last season. So he signed a 3-year deal to leave his boyhood club. Hasn't played as yet for Warwickshire in the senior team. Just looking at it, hasn't played at all in 2024, but on as the sub. That's a name that used to do the rounds when talking about those sort of England second 11s probably 3 or 4 years ago. What was the tour that they took him on so he could bowl fast, hostile left arm in the nets? Driving here, gap found again. Smith with precision placement. He's shifted gears in the last couple of overs, and Barnard, second ball of the spell, out to the rope. 3-6-5 for 3.
Yeah, that's as good a shot as any we've seen so far from Jamie Smith. Look at that, still hands through the ball and threaded between mid-off and cover, extra cover. These are the moments as a batter when the game just feels oh so easy.
Steer into the gully region, doesn't beat the diving man there. Yeah, just on George Garton ever so briefly. I mean, genuinely quick. Has played for England, played a T20 international in 2022. He was scheduled to play in that quite unusual COVID series, wasn't he, as well, but missed out on that chance in 2021 where Ben Stokes led the 50 over team. And which was the tour you were on it, Dean, where they took him along to be a net bowler to rough them up? Was that Australia 17-18, maybe, possibly? I feel like it was Australia.
Was that with Timar Mills?
Yeah, when they sent Garton in to just bowl bombs at them. I think it was 17-18. To replicate sort of Stark-esque hostility.
I think. So what are we now? We're 24. Yeah, so probably I was thinking about 13-14 when obviously the Mitchell Johnson, but I think it probably that would have been maybe too young. He would have only been 17 then.
Room again. Has that been put down at cover by Garton? We'll need a second look. It was not hit out the middle of Smith's blade. He'll move to 56 for the couple. Seeing Garton kick the turf there, which suggests it might have reached him on the full.
It would have been a remarkable catch, I think, had he got there.
I haven't quite got the replay here yet. See if we've got one that can follow. No second shot, but just on body language, I think it went sort of low. Obviously went low and hard.
Just to his left, I think it would have been a remarkable effort had he taken it.
So when he was first doing the rounds, Dino, it was as someone who could. It was T20 one-day cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember his name being mentioned around one or two impressive young bowlers. I think Pat Brown was one, George Garton, Zach Chappell.
This reverse angle might give us a better sense of it. Slide down.
Oh, sort of half volley there almost, wasn't it?
One that hurts the fingers.
And of course, you always get excited as soon as anyone comes along with some genuine pace. You get a bit excited about the potential, and obviously some go on to fulfill it, and others it's a bit of a up and down journey. And I like that he's still in and around the game, and looks like he's trying to make things happen now with this move to Warwickshire. If you've got a quick bowler, left arm quick bowler, what a huge asset that would be. So Henry Brooks leaving Warwickshire, so a bit of space for Firebrand Seamer. Good
So
luck to him.
spin from the pavilion end. We're going to see Rob Yates for the first time, belatedly, I reckon. He's had a pretty good year. 11 wickets at 30. Picked up 7 in the match against Durham in the second week of the season, and 4 for against Hampshire at Southampton a fortnight ago. First ball here just worked off the hip, but watching some of the highlights from, I think it was the Durham game, got the ball to genuinely turn and bounce. And given that he's a left-handed opening batter, having this second skill, second string to his bow, is not for nothing. When returning to our previous debating point around what do you give England, well, if Yates can give something with the ball, that definitely helps him as he matures in his career.
Yeah, he got big runs in that game against Durham as well.
Yeah, 190 odd. Relatively straightforward action, tall.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing how the part-time bowler can play a really important role, and the way that someone like Joe Root has almost reluctantly emerged as a gun. He probably ended up bowling more overs than he probably thought he would do at the start of his England career.
Turned into a full toss by Smith. Misfield at cover. Can't afford that with the short boundary. A hand of recognition. And that takes Smith to 60. And the partnership up beyond 100. Immediately recognised by the crowd. So good footwork to Smith to give himself a chance of getting to the pitch.
Yeah, it's a really good partnership this between Smith and Folkes.
Bit of news from Edgbaston. England's women have won by 53 runs in the first T20. They had a rough start. They were 11 for 4 at one point, over complete, 6 runs from it. They trailed by 70, Surrey. But with the ball, they've kept it together. At one stage, Pakistan were doing quite well. After 11 overs, they were 85 for 3, but there was a collapse. It looks like a terrible collapse, actually, on the scorecard. Losing wickets at, yes, very, very regular intervals. It was 4 for 12 for Sarah Glenn, returning to the side after a concussion. Love seeing Sarah Glenn bowl. Big, aggressive leg spinners. Gets over the top of the ball, gives her the chance all day long. 3 for Lauren Bell, who's leading the attack.
Yeah, that's...
And 1 for Charlie Dean and 1 for Sophie Eccleston. Ever reliable.
That's some turnaround. England women 11 for 4 inside 3 overs. And what's the rule about if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you lose 80% of matches, is something like that?
Along those lines. I just kind of make those ones up. When I'm captaining sides, I'll often say, the team that bowls more maidens in a one-dayer wins 90% of games. No idea whether it's true, but I've always just said it.
Well,
it sort of sounds like it might be true.
Yeah, well, whatever the stat around wickets in the power play, England women have thrown it out the window. That is a dominant performance in the end. 163 defended rather straightforwardly in the end. Good start for them.
Should say as well that Sarah Glenn plays for the Central Sparks, based at Edgbaston. We're 4 for. Oh, top edge over Burgess, the keeper, and down to the rope. That flies. Smith to 65. Barnard not happy.
Slightly curious looking shot there, almost as though Smith made a slightly late decision to play that shot. Was he? Oh no, he saw it, just didn't quite get the bat in the right spot. Top edge, flew away for 4 more. Now runs coming along at a real lick now for Smith. 65 not out from 78.
Just to close off on the England women, we've had the official schedule for the T20 World Cup in October announced. That's being played in Bangladesh, and England's group will be based at Dhaka in the capital. They've got Bangladesh, South Africa, the Windies, and qualifier 2. So either Sri Lanka or Scotland. I'm not sure how they're doing that. Who gets qualifier 1, who gets qualifier 2. Scotland did brilliantly to beat Ireland last week to get the last spot, and Sri Lanka held off the UAE in that crucial tournament in the UAE in Abu Dhabi where it was played. But you'd say there England,
South Africa
would be the two you would think. Although the Windies under Hayley Matthews, the Windies' last 9 wins, Hayley Matthews has been player of the match in all of them.
Yeah.
So you've got a sense of a player on a roll there.
She's incredible. Number 1 T20 cricketer in the world.
Angles there. Smith had just enough room to manoeuvre it past backward point to end the over with 2. 6 more from it. They're going at a runner ball at the moment. 279 for 3. Smith 67, Folkes 44.
So the groups,
So the other group I should say, is Australia, India, New Zealand, Pakistan, and one of the qualifiers. I think that group feels stronger. It'll be India, New Zealand duking it out to go through with Australia. It would usually be how it would play. However, Sri Lanka, they've beaten New Zealand, South Africa, and England in bilateral series in the last 12 months in T20 cricket. And Atapatu, their captain's just dominating. So there is some depth to that tournament.
That's a strong group.
Yeah. Yates starts the fresh over from the pavilion end. It's nicely timed as well, that tournament, in October, so it's after all the England season's over. It'll hopefully get a lot of eyeballs.
Yeah. I remember heading out to Bangladesh for a World Cup a few years back. I think in 2014, I think it was. There was a T20 World Cup over there. England didn't cover themselves in a huge amount of glory, if memory serves.
That was the Sangakkara Jay Wardner World Cup, wasn't it? When the two of them finally got them home to a world title after making so many finals together, the veterans.
Captain by Malinga, I think, in that tournament.
It's a bit of an underrated trip, Bangladesh. We went out there for Test cricket probably 5 or 6 years ago now and had a terrific time. Great hospitality.
Yeah, been out there a few times. Always a great trip.
I quite like how Yates cocks his hand like he's going to bowl a leg break, gets to the load up, and then it goes over the top of the wrist. Try and catch it with this last ball of the over, but until about a moment before release, you think he's going to, obviously the grip's there for an off break, but the way he cocks the hand there, you think, that's going to be over the top of the wrist. But single there to finish the over. Folkes retains to strike his 45. They trail by 63. This is going very nicely for the home side. Partnership up to 111. There you go. Oi, no, change your mind. Change your heart. Bowl and finger spin. Maybe he could introduce the leg break, a bit like Liam Livingston's doing now. A bit of both.
Yeah, we're keen to see a few more. It's not what's the term? It's not ambidextrous because it's right and left, but it's sort of the multi spinner.
So the all-round spin type option. A throwback to the 19th century. Barnard's new over to Folkes. I'm sure we're going to see more of it as T20 cricket becomes more specialised, where you need to have something else. What's that? What's the advice every spinner gets now? Learn how to bat.
Yeah.
For that reason. If you want to get a game, you're a spinner, got to bat.
Sunil Narayan, who fans of Surrey will know ever so well for his appearances here over the years as a truly world-class spinner, who is now a world-class opening bat as well. Gives it a almighty thrash.
I don't follow it that closely, but I did see something that picked up that there's some measure of impact. Got Charlie jumping in for you, Dino, at the end of this over, so let's complete this conversation that where Narayan's impact on this IPL outstrips any player in any IPL ever. which gives you a sense of how well it's going.
Bat and ball. Yeah.
Into the short boundary, and he can just swing that way with freedom. It goes all the way. I don't think he middled that. It sounded like it was near enough off the top edge, but trusts his swing, seeing it beautifully, up to 73. Jamie Smith, he'll have 3 figures by stumps if he's still there.
Yeah, all the time in the world, Jamie Smith, and let's be honest, that was a pretty rank long hop there from
helps
Barnard.
Oh, what a shot. Shot of this session. He's played a couple of those where he just says, you know what, I'm going to walk at you, I don't really care. Pitch it where you want. I'll deal with it when it gets to me. And so he does, up to 77.
But it's sumptuous. There is an elegance there as well. It's not just aggressive and non-stop power. There's a touch to it as well. There's an elan about it. Wonderful to watch. He really is a impressive young bat.
Ends the over. We'll say goodbye to Dean Wilson. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, Dino. Enjoy Eurovision. Charlie Reynolds, big thumbs up from Dino. He'll be. That'll get a run in the first session tomorrow on tipping. The Dutch have been kicked out, by the way. Controversy. Oh, while we're doing a little commentator change, let's get this up. The Surrey custom Xbox, you can see on the screen there, hit the QR code, back for a second year, a chance to win the console, the Surrey console. Predict who you think will have the best individual bowling and batting during the blast, the Vitality Blast for Surrey. Last year's winners was Sean Abbott, 110 not out, and Chris Jordan, 4 for 21 against Glamorgan. So all you need to do is pick the best batting and bowling performance and you're in. Entering by scanning the QR code that was on the screen a minute ago. We can put it up there again, but it's easier than that. Go on the website and you're through to the semis without dropping a set. And if you win, here's the console. Still holding it up to the camera. We'll get it after this ball as Charlie jumps in. Got the camera with me still? Maybe not. If we don't, I promise you, it's an Xbox. Oh, here we go. An Xbox with a Surrey badge on the front of it. Yeah, beautiful. Entries close 2nd of June at midday, just before Surrey's Blast campaign gets underway. We've got 8.5 overs left, and there's the QR code. Hello, Charlie. Win yourself an Xbox. You going to enter?
Well, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it?
Not sure whether we're allowed to enter. Just kind of throw that out there.
Might be accusations of, match fixing.
Yeah.
Xbox fixing. I don't know what the.
Yeah. Well. Enough of that.
Yeah. Cricket's new sordid controversy. The great Xbox scandal of 2024.
What's that? Scott Oliver's book. We had him on the program earlier this week. Sticky Dogs and Stardust. Our equivalent can be leather jackets and Xboxes.
Would that be the new? Is that the new going rate? Do you think?
Like a golf. They love those golf simulators, don't they?
Oh yeah. Leather jackets are out. Custom Xboxes are in.
I'm out as well. I'll catch you tomorrow, Charlie. Norcross in to take us to stumps.
Enjoy your revision, big boy.
You too. See you in the morning.
Well, it's going to be an interesting final few overs of the day.
Well, will it be new ball or will it be not? That's the thing. Are you forced into taking it? I suppose very much depends on this over. If they take a wicket now, they might think definitely going to take it, but they're going to spin, which suggests to me, well, I suppose the last over was flayed by Jamie Smith. What a fantastic innings it has been. It sounds hyperbolic, but for me, he's up there with England's best available batters at the moment. I'm not sure if he's in England's second 11.
No.
I think he's in England's first 11.
Well, there's a sense that there's going to be a wicket-keeping spot up for grabs.
Does it have to be as a keeper? I mean, Johnny Bairstow's looking over his shoulder. He's got his 100 test in the bag. James Anderson's on his way out. Is it the change of the old guard? Does Jamie Smith feel like a kind of batter for Australian conditions? It does to me.
Yeah. But I mean, as far as you're concerned, the England first 11's out there.
Yes, it's
now,
mostly playing for Surrey.
Batting
Yes.
now. So.
Right, Dan Mosley. Is this just going to be a little 1 over spell before the new ball, or can he prize out a wicket? Earn himself some more. Is Jamie Smith going to play for that new ball? Is he just going to be watchful here? Mosley in his bowling in his shades. Oh, gets the edge there, and it wasn't a million miles from slip. And they could run 4 here. It's going very slowly down towards the boundary. They won't run 4, but they will get back for 3, which takes Smith into the 80s, gets him off strike. Well, this must have been an under edge, surely, I think. That is, he edged it onto the keeper's leg and then past the diving slip.
The old Stuart Broad.
Yes, exactly. And Surrey now getting ever closer to that second batting point. Now Folkes has got after him. Who would have predicted that? And sent that away over deep mid-wicket for 4. And it brings up his half century. A really accomplished knock from Surrey and England's keeper. 50 off 92 balls. He has been the perfect foil for Jamie Smith in what has been a very dynamic partnership. A partnership that is now worth 129, and it's come at a very, very good rate. It sets Surrey up nicely, both in the match and in terms of the pursuit of batting bonus points as well, because don't forget 110 overs you have to secure those bonus points. It's 30 overs after this one. 450 is the ultimate target. That seems quite a way off, but well, striking like that, what a shot that is.
Get there before the close.
4 more. Might be pushing it, Charlie, but the 300's up. The second batting bonus point in the bag to match Warwickshire's.
I think that might be make a case for the arrival of the second new ball that over.
I think it might, yes.
I don't think that Warwickshire are going to kind of muddle through to the close with a bit of part-time spin.
No, well,
Sorry, you're in no mood to let them do that.
Well, I can see various seamers warming up, which is a fairly good indicator. As the clock ticks round to nearly 6 o'clock with 7 overs remaining in the day, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby with ball in hand. So whether have they got, is that a new ball in his hand? Can we just have a little look at his hand, perhaps? Can we zoom in on that hand? Yes, it looks new. I can see various legend written on that ball. So Warwickshire have taken the new ball, which makes absolute sense here. And Hannon-Dolby, who's bowled for the most part with great accuracy, his first 12 overs cost 13 runs, the last 3 cost 18, but now he's got a new ball in his hand. And for Warwickshire, look, they're up against it at the moment. Surrey only 40 runs behind and 7 wickets in hand, but they must see this as an opportunity. 7 overs to go before the close. They break a partnership, perhaps get a night watcher in, maybe get him out as well. Chance to go bang bang. It's very much like yesterday when Surrey took the new ball and then didn't have an awful lot of joy with it, did they?
Wasn't the greatest advertisement for taking the new ball late in the day, but
well, some super batting, wasn't there, from Miles and Barnard towards the back end, which frustrated Surrey, but they had 16 overs of that new ball. Warwickshire only got 7 here, so I'd imagine it'd be Jamal from the Vauxhall end and Dolby with maybe 4 overs from the Pavilion end. It's a crunching shot from Smith. He is just in the groove here. He is batting quite magnificently, and when he gets in the mood, he is as good as any player in the country to watch. He is quite fabulous. Watch his balance, watch his strength. There's just the tiniest movement, the tiniest of trigger movements, but he gets right through the ball, and he's played some scintillating shots today.
Well, he's already hit one of the slips out of the cordon.
And we've had two balls for the new ball. Now then, keep her standing up. This is impressive stuff from Alex Davis, because Hannon Dolby, he's not his express pace. You can see that about 75 miles an hour, but you try standing up to 75 miles an hour. It's not easy. I
wouldn't like standing back to 75 miles an hour, to be honest.
No, but then you've got to take into account the bounce that Hannon Dolby can get.
But this is why wicket keepers get out of bed, though, isn't it? They love this.
I guess
any opportunity to.
It's why we know they're all mad as a box of frogs, isn't it?
I mean, I think it's quite a sensible move, because we've seen Smith come down the pitch a couple of times very nicely. So anything you can do to disrupt that. Although, to be honest,
you've got to then take it though, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean,
he
doesn't seem to have decided that much. He took a stride or two out of his crease then. So
I mean, he's a big fella, and it's going to obscure your sight, and then you've got to take the ball cleanly and whip it back to the stump. So you've really got to back yourself. Davis obviously is backing himself here. Fair play to him. Bit of inside edge perhaps onto pad. So that deficit now 35 runs. We were sort of looking at the various scenarios throughout today and saying if Surrey go at a certain rate, they'll get up close to parity. It looks like that is going to be the story of the day. There could yet be a twist here for Warwickshire.
Well, I mean, with the depth of Surrey's batting as well, I think they'll just be looking to bat once, really, won't they? Ideally.
I think in an ideal world they would, but you know it's quite a big ask. End of the over 308 for 3, so because you're basically asking them to get 550, 600, which it's not an everyday score, is it? And there you can see 139 this partnership, and it's come in 181 balls. So that's what, 30 overs. That's not far off 5 and over, 4.6 or so and over. And Smith's contribution. He started off not sedately, but got himself in. Since then he's been merciless. See those bowling figures now. 7 bowlers used, mostly just the one. Yates brought in a little bit later than we thought, because Bethel was bowling so tidily for quite a while. Miles, you can see there, the pick of the bowlers, with 2 wickets to fall. 2 in quite quick succession. One that kept slightly low to defeat Tom Sibley's defence, and then Ollie Pope driving slightly loosely, perhaps the ball that nibbled away ever so slightly, sending a catch in the direction of slip. So it's going to be Miles. You'd say has earned this second new ball, the way he's bowled today.
I was just going to say, I think it's a reward for the way he bowled in the afternoon session, where he, well, he's really been about the only bowler to consistently trouble Surrey's batsmen on occasion. I mean, it hasn't been a huge amount of occasions, but it's been now and again. There was definitely a very good spell of a couple of overs where he asked a few questions and got the wicket of Pope as well.
Oh, he's got him. And that's why he's got the second new ball. That is a ripper to get through Stoke, folks. Taking the off stump. And there's the wicket that Warwickshire so desperately wanted with the second new ball. It's Miles' third. It ends a fine partnership of 139. And a very good delivery it was too. It must just have straightened on the angle. It would have been coming in, looking to come in as a sort of middle and off. And then it's just got past Folks' outside edge, I think. Yeah, that's a lovely ball. Is he just playing down the wrong line? I don't know. I think actually with the angle that he's bowling at. You see the angle from behind. It's not got up much, has it,
No.
either? It's hit quite low down on the stumps, as you can see from where Folkes puts his bat. It's another one that's kept a bit low from Miles. He's a fairly tall chap, so I think the batter's expecting it to get up a bit more there.
Yeah, we've seen more variable bounce from the Vauxhall end. I'd say that one hit reasonably high up on the stump, so I don't know whether, I think it was a good piece of bowling.
It's almost been done for pace. It's not that he's got great pace, but he might have deceptive pace.
Yeah. It was certainly through him before he played the shot.
Now this is interesting. There are 5.4 overs left, but new ball in hand. Surrey would have had a question here, which is, do we send out the night watcher?
Yeah.
And they've not. They've gone with Dan Lawrence. I suppose it's also, who would that night watcher be? Cameron Steele, probably?
Yeah.
Probably, because...
Probably.
I mean Kimar Roach has done it this season. But with Surrey in a position of some strength and probably wanting to keep momentum in the game, they've decided, maybe they've thought that it's a challenge too much for a night watcher to go out and face the new ball.
Maybe. I mean, maybe they're thinking about tomorrow. I think they're not wanting to be
bogged down
in the morning session. Maybe Dan Lawrence just...
Yeah, maybe he said, I just want to bat.
Yeah.
He's off the mark straight away with a good looking shot.
He's had to wait around all day. Maybe he's just...
But again, great reward for Craig Miles, who has bowled very well today. Not bowled a maiden. He's only going at 3 and over or so. Picked up those 3 wickets, 3 of the 4 to fall.
Yeah, he's definitely been the pick of the bowlers. I mean, Alan Dalby's been more economical, but he hasn't looked anywhere near as threatening.
He's bowled a fuller length, hasn't he, as a general rule. It's crunched away, but there is a sweeper. I wonder if this will affect how Smith plays. Is he now going to be looking very much to play for stumps? I don't know. I think he's in, and I think he's ticking.
I think it's a risky game to play in a way. If you're seeing the ball this well, and if you're the one driving the scoreboard along, I think to sort of go into a shell. I mean, he doesn't strike me as that sort of player anyway.
No, he bats with boundless confidence.
And perhaps, sending Lawrence out rather than a night watchman shows that Surrey are keen not to go into their shell at the close. And
yeah,
I mean, the day has sort of been building. You feel slightly to them trying to get a flurry of runs at the end of the day. They haven't been in any rush, but they've been slowly kind of racking up the score.
Yeah, it's been rumbling, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Like a sort of pre-volcanic earthy grumble. Lawrence will pick up a single off the last ball of that over from Miles, his first with the second new ball, and one that brought the wicket of Ben Folkes. So Surrey with 5 overs to go today, 32 runs behind. It's been a good day for them. They wrapped up the Warwickshire innings in about 28 minutes. But it doesn't quite tell the story of the morning. Ed Barnard getting to that 100. No other Warwickshire player getting beyond 36. Surrey, on the other hand, they've been pretty consistent. What you don't see on there is that Burns got 40 odd as well. So none of the dismissed batters have failed for Surrey today. All 4, as you can see there. 40 for Burns, the first to go. Then Sibley for 64. Pope for 44. Folkes for 52. The innings of the day has been played by Jamie Smith, and it's at times like this when fans get a bit anxious because they know what could happen if Smith is there tomorrow. They're almost sort of, I think they'd be quite happy for to be made to leave early. Cricket fans are very odd like that. No, finish the game now. We'll come back tomorrow.
Well, there's sort of not much to be gained, is there? Really, from a
no, there's everything to lose.
You can only score so many runs in 4.5 overs, whereas if you're out, that's it. I mean, I guess that's really the beauty of cricket in general.
Yes. Well, it's strange that we think about these overs now, though, as not being part of the overall continuum of overs.
Yeah, yeah.
No, like these are different overs.
These are horrible
off which you can't
overs
score runs.
to be. Well, I mean, it's not as mad as it sounds, because you know there is the reward, you know.
The prospect of a day, yeah, to come. Again, nicely played, but once again, sweeping. So Smith moves into the 90s. That's also a subplot of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, there are two sort of pressures squeezing Smith here. Slightly the very few overs remaining in the day and the very few runs he needs to get to his 100. I don't know whether that's going to come into his thinking.
I often wonder if they come into our thinking more than they come into their thinking.
Yeah.
Because there comes a point when, you know, watching Jamie Smith today is like watching an exercise in being in the zone.
Yeah.
He's found that zone, and when you're in that zone, I'm not sure if you really are.
No, I mean,
thinking.
I do think they probably. I always think that actually they're not thinking at all any of the questions we're wondering. I don't think to be a, you know, elite professional athlete, you can really allow yourself those sort of
distracting nonsense.
Yeah. And if you do, you probably don't make it to being in that situation in the first place.
Yes, but I suppose it's our job to ask those questions, because we know that that's what we would be thinking.
Well, and probably part of being a good batter is if you do think those questions, sort of pretending you don't.
Yeah.
So you can't really admit that you might have thought that either. It's all sort of self-delusion, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Good lead from Lawrence to finish the over. 2 from it. The typically parsimonious over from Hannon Dolby. So 4 overs remain in the day's play. Smith on 90, and you know, it is such a privilege to watch Smith when he's in this mood, and frankly he has been all season. His numbers don't quite stack up, but that's, I think people need to understand, he didn't get a chance to bat in the first match, and he's played some slightly sacrificial innings where he's had to get on with it for the team. I mean, he played an incredible 50 in a doomed run chase against Somerset when suddenly needed 11 and over, and he was the only man who could clear the boundary with everybody on the boundary. He's tempted by that one. He's got to be a bit careful here, Mars. I say this, that's exactly what he mustn't be thinking.
Yeah.
But this is all a bit tense now.
Well, with Smith playing those sorts of sacrificial innings, you said it's sort of the curse of being such a proficient shot maker that, you know, he's expected to, in situations where, you know, they need quick runs and someone just to sort of biff the ball about a bit, he's expected to throw the bat at it. I mean, obviously it's nice to have those skills in the first place, but...
No, you're right. It means that you are sort of expected to play in a more in such an adventurous way that it brings a different risk-reward ratio into play, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's the phrase I was looking for earlier, risk-reward. I couldn't remember the opposite of reward.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's something we've seen from Ben Stokes quite a bit for England. Sort of at the expense of just batting well, he's slightly batted aggressively to sort of set the tone, but it's come at the cost of maybe some longer, more considered innings.
Well, indeed, Stokes is a perfect example of a man you don't judge by numbers.
Yeah.
Although his numbers are perfectly fine. But you sense that he's judged more in his impact on a match.
It's sort of the all-rounders lot, isn't it? Although apart from, I mean,
Jack Callis.
No, yeah, he's sort of the opposite.
Yeah.
He's got ridiculous numbers and no one really cares. It's sort of, you can't win, it seems like. I mean, his statistics I always are unbelievable when you actually look at them and you think, I don't even think about Jack Callis.
It's funny you should say that.
Oh dear.
I may have said this before on commentary. That's been given as a no ball. It won't have been a front foot no ball. It's sort of after the event no ball. The height again. Yes.
It wasn't very high though. Just very
Didn't
wide.
feel
This
very
is another
high.
one of these fake no balls that are wides.
We don't like them, do we?
No. We should start a quango.
A quango? Let's start a quango. I've always wanted to be in a quango.
Yeah, I don't really know what it is, but it feels like it would be appropriate.
Quasi-autonomous non-governmental organisation.
Oh, well, perfect.
Yeah. You weren't expecting that, were you?
I hope to tease it out of you, I think.
No, I was going to say, back to Jacques Callis, I may have mentioned this before, but and I mean this only partly in jest. They say that on your deathbed, you know, your life flashes before you.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that if it does, there'll be one large part of my life that'll be missing, and it'll be any recollection of Jacques Callis.
This is my point. It's extraordinary.
It is, isn't it? Gets a single off the last ball of the over, so he keeps strike with 3 overs remaining on the day. Moves to 91, 3 off the over with that no ball. And so the deficit just gets chipped down a bit in the last few overs of the second day's play to 27. For a game that's obsessed with numbers as we are, and you look at Jacques Callis's numbers, and they bear comparison with Garfield Sobers, don't they? I mean, in terms of sort of bowling average of about 30, batting average in the 50s, a mountain of runs.
Yeah.
And yet, it's hard to think of two players who are categorised more differently than Jacques Callis and Sir Garfield Sobers. It's a bit unfair on poor old Jacques.
Yeah, have we got an angry deluge of emails coming in from South Africa yet?
Not yet. They'd be perfectly entitled to. Andrew Sampson's South African.
He might be sending us.
He might be sending us
Well,
recollections.
we know the
of
numbers.
Jacques
We know the
Callis.
numbers are good. We don't need his expertise on that front.
Well,
Do you think
let's see if he can remind us of a really terrific 52 off 49 balls in the IPL that he once got. Oh, be still my beating heart, what a shot that is. What a shot that is, just on the up, just threaded between extra cover and mid-off. Timed to perfection, takes Smith to 95. It's as good as any of the shots he's played today, but I tell you, he's played quite a lot as good as that.
Yeah, his driving today's just been exquisite.
Oh, hasn't it? Brings tears to your eyes and blood to your shoulders.
As long as that's it.
Yeah, that's about it, yeah. 15 balls left in the day's play. Smith needs 5 more for 100, which is more really about the crowd. I mean, it's obviously about Smith as well. He'd love to get that 100, but...
Well, with the keeper standing up, we're not going to get the 5 off the helmet.
No.
Which has been taken out of play sensibly by Warwickshire.
You don't get those runs, though, do you? Aren't they 5 penalty runs?
Yeah, fine.
I think so, yeah. We're more likely to see very angry emails about that, by the way, Charlie. We need to cover that off right away.
Facile and irrelevant. Good. Be my epitaph.
Join the club.
So yeah, the big question is really, is Smith going to get to 3 figures tonight? Or at all, I suppose, if you're a real pessimist.
Well, that's the Surrey question. The Warwickshire question is, can they get him out tonight? They'd love to. It's another super shot. It's been parried. Will it make it to the boundary? I don't think it will. So they'll have to settle for a couple.
Yeah, in no mood to run a 3 there.
No. which would have got Smith back on strike. 97 he moves to. So shadows lengthen on another beautiful day, and it's supposed to be pretty lovely tomorrow as well, so get down here. It might even make it to 25 degrees tomorrow. Smith thought about the single, decided against, so Lawrence will be on strike at the start of the penultimate over, which will, I imagine, be bowled by Craig Miles. 25 overs to go, in which bonus points are available. Surrey will quite definitely be eyeing up 400, depending on how things go in these last 2 overs. And in the first sort of, what do you reckon, 40 minutes tomorrow, first 10 overs tomorrow, will determine their approach as to whether they try and go all out for 450 or whether they just want to accumulate.
Did you say there's a bit of rain forecast for the next few days?
There's a sort of shower. There's
So
a kind of bubbling up of heat. You might get, do you know what?
Yeah.
You might get lucky.
Yeah.
You might just miss them. That kind of, it's that sort of
Right,
thing.
yeah.
And it's not anything like as apocalyptic as the suggestion had been a few days ago when there were sort of big thunderstorms. This is more a sort of passing shower, but they can make up time
Yeah.
tomorrow. They can't make up time on the 4th day, so Surrey will want to get ahead of the game tomorrow if they can. Wow, that has flown, and this is what we talked about from the Vauxhall end. We saw one from almost exactly that spot utterly bamboozle Ben Folkes, of all keepers, the finest in the world, and it flew off pretty much that spot off Dan Worrell, and this has gone through really high to Burgess, who has just got his gloves on that.
Well, Lawrence did quite well to get his hands out of the way in the end. That one, it really rose on him.
Yeah, it sort of kept following his hands, didn't it? Oh, now that looks close and is given. Well, that is the method of dismissal for Dan Lawrence. He gets a little way across his stumps, and Miles is right on the money. His second wicket with the new ball. He's got 4 now, 4 for 43. And all that talk about 450 could be put to bed for the time being. For Surrey, it's about surviving the last 9 balls of the day and coming back with enough wickets intact. And you can see there that umpire Bailey had no hesitation. The finger went straight up. Dan Lawrence had to turn on his heels and head back. Now then, is this Kemar Roach? Is this the night watcher? I'm trying to see in my binoculars. It is, you know. So they have opted for a night watcher at this stage, which means, Charlie, if he survives the first 2 balls and he gets the opportunity to take a single, does he take it? Because now Jamie Smith should be protected by Kemar Roach.
Well, it's will Jamie Smith allow himself to be protected?
Yeah, well, yes.
with 100 so close.
Games within games, but we've got to take our hat off to Craig Miles, who has bowled really, really well. It's not that the pitch is unresponsive. It's not that. It's there's something in it for bowlers, but that you've had to be really disciplined. You've had to find that good line and length, and Miles has done that. He's bowled an attacking, aggressive length, giving the ball up there to the batters, and he's been rewarded well. And he's picked up some very big wickets today. At the other end, Alan Dolby has been parsimonious for the most part, but the rest of Warwickshire's attack has been fairly comfortably handled by Surrey's batting lineup. Not so Craig Miles, 4 for 43 in 13.5 overs. And now Kemar Roach with 3 slips behind him, a deep third, a point. Got a wide, short mid-off. There's a forward short leg. And now another fielder moving across to a short mid-wicket. So 4 on the leg side. Miles is going to bowl straight here. And Roach with that trademark leave. He was in this situation in the last game here against Hampshire. Batted really well as night watcher. The following day he took the sting out of Hampshire's attack. Batted really well on the must have been the second evening, almost identical situation he found himself in. But those 2 wickets with the second new ball have brought Warwickshire right back into this. That won't trouble Roach though, too wide of off stump.
Yeah, you've got to. I mean, if you've got a bowler in, you've got to challenge the stumps, really, haven't you?
Yep. Now though, last ball. In theory, Roach's job is to get a single here.
Or a 4.
4?
Where's your optimism?
Bit Robin Marler, that. There's one for the kids. Edged and brilliantly taken. What a catch that is! It's 5 for Miles, and that is a stupendous catch at slip. And
oh no, he's in.
Oh, Miles has hurt himself in his celebration.
I think it might be cramp.
Could be cramp. Yep, could be cramp. It's all happening out there. A terrific bit of bowling from Miles. He's got rid of the night watcher. In fairness, it's the last ball of the penultimate over, but Surrey would have loved Roach to have lasted through to the last over. And Miles is just in a spot of bother here. I hope it is cramp, because he doesn't deserve anything nasty happening to him here. He is bowled absolutely brilliantly. He's picked up his 5th wicket, and on this occasion he's been assisted by a wondrous catch at second slip. Take a look at this. Roach just looking to defend, gets a good healthy edge, and that is diving low. That is as good a slip catch as you will see at second slip. Absolutely brilliant. Diving one-handed, as low as you're going to get. And wow, what drama we've had at the back end of today's play. 322 for 6. Warwickshire are right back in it. The new ball has done the trick.
Well, we were saying that Miles had to challenge the stumps, and the next ball he instantly draws the edge of Kemar Roach. So.
Now he's actually walking off as well here. I hope he's not done an ankle. He clutched the ankle. Initially we wondered if it was cramp, but looking at that replay, he went right down to sort of the base of his... Was that the left ankle he was looking at? So here he comes running in. He jumps, and then in the jump and the land is his right ankle. He clutches the right ankle.
Yeah.
So it probably isn't.
I don't think it was. I mean, it seemed to be as he landed from
the way he's landed. Yeah.
Jumping from celebrating.
You take a look again at this catch. What a catch that is! But now, if you see Miles, he jumps up in the air and then he... Oh yes! Oh, we see it there. He's twisted the ankle. Yeah, that's nasty. He has twisted his ankle as he went up for the high five. Jamie Smith! Oh, it's all happening. Stop this. Cameron Steele's come out to bat. He was guarded to bat at 9. He's coming in at 8 straight after the night watcher. So they're keeping Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott back. Take a look at this again. Driven back by Smith in the air. Dropped by Alan Dolby, went to his left hand. It's a very sharp chance, and it bounces off the hand. It's ballooning towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. Cameron Steele's not in his ground. It could nearly have been run out. It's all happening. Now Smith's got that away out towards deep backward square for a single, and I think Surrey would be very happy for Smith to stay at the non-striker's end. Well, what a dramatic last half an hour we've had here. Surrey were absolutely cruising at 308 for 3. Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith and the partnership of 139. Folkes went to a ball that just kept a little bit low, and then 2 further quick wickets for Craig Miles, who's picked up 3 with a new ball. It's completely changed the complexion of this game, but the last replay we saw there, of the actual celebration. We saw Miles's foot go from under him, and that would be a big blow, because if he's going to struggle to bowl again today, we'll be able to see it again. It's not nice to watch really, but he goes up for the high five there, and then as he lands, his foot goes from under him.
Yeah.
And that is nasty. He's been Warwickshire's most effective bowler by some margin.
Well, I think what we can say is that any debate about whether taking the second new ball was a good idea was fairly moot.
Yeah. Well, it tells you also, doesn't it, that there's still a bit of life and juice in the wicket.
Yeah.
It's been a beautiful cricket wicket, really. You'd have to say. Warwickshire making 343, Surrey 323 for 6, so there's runs there for good batting. But the seam bowlers especially are always in the game. Cameron Steele with 2 balls left to survive tonight. He defends the penultimate one, which means that Jamie Smith will not get his 100 tonight, barring something very weird. So he'll come back tomorrow, unbeaten on 98. He was odds on to get to that 100 when the second new ball was taken, but that flurry of wickets has halted Surrey's advance and got Warwickshire right back into this match.
Oh, I'm glad they're doing this. I was just about to say that I think last ball of the day.
Burgess, stand up.
Get as many men, get everyone in round the bat. What have we got to lose?
No, but
they have brought a man in under the helmet at silly mid-on. Mid-off even.
Yeah, they're all in. They're all coming in now.
That's what you want to see.
Being menacing off the last ball is easy to do, isn't it, really, when you know he's not going to be playing an aggressive shot. Here we go, last ball of the day. He's squirted away, that's deep third, it'll run away for 4 runs. Surrey will be delighted with that at least. It gets their deficit down below 20. They finished the day on 327 for 6, a deficit of just 16. It could have been so much better before that flurry of wickets brought on by Craig Miles, but we hope that Craig Miles is going to be okay, because it had a horrible landing on celebrating the wicket of Kemar Roach, which was in truth the least significant of the 3 that he took with the second new ball.
It was the best catch there.
It was a heck of a catch by Yates. It was an absolutely brilliant catch. Great bit of cricket and a great comeback from Warwickshire, who looked a little flat, it has to be said, not surprisingly, as they were undergoing an assault from Jamie Smith. As we see the replay of that again, it is worth dwelling on this catch, because Yates has had to dive pretty much full length and judge it perfectly, just an inch off the ground. It wouldn't have carried to first slip. Brilliant, instinctive slip fielding from Yates, giving Miles the 5-for that he deserves. I just hope that that's not the last he will play in this match with the ball, because that was a nasty landing. His foot went right from under him, it almost went at 90 degrees under him. No doubt it'll be iced, and we hope that he'll be back fit and firing tomorrow. But there's a scorecard of the day where Warwickshire's card was really all about Ed Barnard's 100 and no one getting over 36. For Surrey, everybody got in until Dan Lawrence and Kemar Roach there at the end. Lawrence with 3 and Roach with that duck coming in as night watcher. But the standout innings for Surrey, and really of the match, notwithstanding Ed Barnard's 100, has been this 98 from Smith. Absolutely brilliant knock with some incredible shots in it. We will no doubt come back and look at packages of 4s tomorrow. 98 off 111, and it was that partnership 139 with Folkes that really got Surrey into a strong position. Warwickshire using 8 bowlers in the end, but only one of them being really effective. 5 for 43 for Craig Miles, who bowled a good attacking length, was always probing, picked up some good wickets there. The other one to fall, Will Rhodes, 1 for 45 from 9. Adam Dolby on the money the whole time, very, very hard to get away. Jamal, the quickest perhaps, but none for 54 for him. Ed Barnard, 14 overs, none for 64. And Jacob Bethel bowled a lot of overs, 14 overs, none for 48. We didn't see Rob Yates in the attack till quite late, and he was fairly economical himself, Bethel, until Smith took a bit of a shine to him towards the back end of that spell. So Surrey, as you can see there, fall of wickets built on a good opening partnership of 88, and that those 3 falling in a cluster right at the close of play with the new ball. The match situation at the end of the second day: Warwickshire 343, built on Barnard's 108 for Surrey, Clark's 4 for 65, the pick of the bowlers. In reply, Surrey now just 16 runs behind, but those 3 wickets have brought Warwickshire right back into it. But Jamie Smith is unbeaten on 98. He will come back tomorrow looking to get to 3 figures and go beyond. Get a big ton if he can and get Surrey into a strong position. For Warwickshire, early wickets will make this effectively a 1 innings match. Charlie, where's the match stand in your view?
I think Surrey are marginally ahead. I mean, more than marginally, I think. I mean, that little flurry for Warwickshire certainly got them back in the game, but Surrey have got a long batting line-up, and Jordan Clark picked up 100 in his last game, so he's a man in form. I think they would fancy themselves to be ahead at the moment, but closer than it might have been an hour ago.
And that ball will only be 7 overs old, so tomorrow Warwickshire can come with fresh bowlers and a hard, newish Duke's ball. So that first 40 minutes to an hour, well, it could determine.
It's almost like it's a crucial first hour, you might say.
It is, Charlie, a crucial first hour. So seldom do we get those. But you fancy that all hours are crucial, but I think it will give us an idea of the tenor of the rest of the match. Surrey survived that, and then it will really be about Warwickshire trying to contain Surrey. If Warwickshire can make those inroads, then, well, we'll have a very different kind of game on our hands. It's the end of day 2. We will be back tomorrow at 10 to 11. All that's left to do is to thank Jake and Sharky. We'd have to thank Surtees today. We haven't not seen him around much. Charlie Reynolds, Adam Collins, Katya Whitney, Dean Wilson. Have I missed out anyone?
I don't think so.
Don't think so. I think that's it. Well, and of course, most of all, me. Until tomorrow, thank you all for joining us. Hope you can join us again. 10 to 11 for the 3rd day with Jamie Smith, unbeaten on 98. What a lip-smacking prospect that is. From us all, goodbye.